1991. Birds and people are living together in seemingly perfect harmony. Until one day, a young man catches fire. This is Phoenix.
Like a phoenix, you burst in. It really is not often that you get to race with a massive mountain in the background, and that's partly what Fuji is known for. We're in Japan for the OC Racing Sim Series 6 rounds of Fuji. My name is Casper. I'm with Foxy. Happy to be here with you guys for this second event of the year, and what a racetrack we have got. We're of course in Japan. We're only 300 kilometers away from Suzuka itself. I'm not saying that Suzuka is better, but there's two big racetracks in Japan, and here's what it looks like. Sector 1, really quick, really short. Sector 2, you've got 100R, and then Sector 3 is a really tight, squiggly bit at the end, just past the Dunlop chicane. 40 meters of elevation, you can really see how that goes up towards the back end of the circuit, going up through 12, 13, and 14. We've got 3 classes for you in play today. The GT3s, you can see all the different cars on your screen now. The Mercers, the Aeros, the Akuros as well. We've also got hypercars. We've got 2 different models of hypercar, the BMW and the Porsche, and we've just got one simple LMP2 body that all the drivers are using. Of course, don't forget that the LMP2 is spec, is 2021 spec, is the Oracle 07. So the LMP2 is very much still based on driver skill. You can see the BMW and the Porsche hypercars on your screen now. 29 cars overall in the field. It's a 4.5 kilometer circuit, and Foxy, I can't wait.
Yeah, as we're going to the starting grid for today's race, we start with the LMDHs up in top with the hypercars. Project A yesterday has taken the top with a 126.35, and just behind was RSK Motorsports with 126.535, and ACX yesterday with really great qualifying put himself in third with 126.6. Then Arachnid Racing 126.64, and BMW Zinkfeld 126.7, and Lifeless Racing 127.3. And in P7, I just saw 127.6, Raimond P8, and just under a bit, Hexa was last second with 126.5, just missed out on, I believe it was P9 yesterday, had a bad qualifying after the good run that they messed up last. Then in LMP2, over the limit, P1, great run from them, 130.8, and then Lope in LMP2, 131.1, Hexa AF, 131.2, and just under in P4 is Arachnid Racing. As for us, the races want to start soon. Arachnid Racing P4 and PIL Endurance in P5. Venus Motorsport P6 and Octo AF in P7. LYS Endurance in P9 and Pablo Motorsports in P8 and P9 Pablo Motorsports. I'm sorry about that. And then to the GT3 class. Pole position just took Lifeless OCS by half a second, 138.0. As then Outleg OTL joins with a 138.5, Silverheads Division 138.7 in P3, and just under is Hexa AF with a 138.8, and Pending System in P5 a 138.8 as well, 138.6, but just very close grid. Pablo Motorsports P6 and Team Straya P7, Hayai Racing P8 and Zan Liosh Racing P9, and running out of grid in GT3 is Octo AF in P10. As we are going to be on the grid soon, as we see the cars already loud on track. I am Captain Foxy, main commentator here for the entirety of the 6 hours, and joining me in the commentator booth, as you heard before, was obviously Casper. As this incredible start here, incredible intro, already giving us the hype of this spectacular 6-hour race. A few more minutes until lights out, and that's when all our cars will be flying down the track.
And they are going to be flying into turn 1. Turn 1, heavy braking zone. You've got plenty of space, plenty of runoff as well, should God forbid anything happen coming into that first corner. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the drivers negotiate. Is the inside line really going to be working as well as it sometimes does, or is the outside line going to be the preferred racing line? Of course, again, it's a heavy braking zone, and then you've got through the King Cut 2 into 3 as well. You can see on the track map there for just a brief moment, but you've got the King Cut 2, and then you're braking as well for turn 3 before 100R, which is really important. You need to get that right, especially on the opening lap, because it's very easy to just sort of lose the back end coming through there.
Yeah, obviously Sector 1 being very difficult through here. Hard braking zone 4 that first happened, but then trying to keep the momentum going for turn 2, 3 and 4 until that hard braking point of the hairpin being very difficult to get it. What else happened here? It's very difficult to get it with the hairpin turn 6 and 7, then 300R until the Dunlop corner turn 10, and then back for the sector 3. Very difficult, very squirmy there, but until the lap cars come, that's when our LMBH grass will have a bit of battle through there.
And don't forget, you can just about sort of see the incline just for a moment there. Through that final sector, quite a few of the final corners are blind upper crest, so you can't see the apex. So drivers just need to rely on their own skill and hope that they actually get it right. It's really difficult to nail that section of track because, again, it's uphill, and when traffic comes into play, you're going to have to be trying to move around cars, and it's a whole thing. You can really see just the elevation through 13, that's 14 in the middle of your screen, and then the right hander of 15. Exit there is crucial because the final straight is, I think, just over a kilometre long. Just over a metre long. Just over a kilometre long. So plenty of time to be gained going down there. But it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, obviously Sector 3 saw yesterday during the qualifying session many drivers getting that Sector 1 and 2 great, but then in Sector 3 just running a bit too hard on those curves and then unsettling the car just a bit too much to then ruin their lap. Let's hope today they found out those issues and managed to bring the top form for this race. 3 classes, LMDHs are probably going to have the biggest issues trying to navigate their way through the lapped cars once those lap cars will come, which is not long. I believe in a few minutes after the race lights out, they will already reach the first GT3 classes. And then with the LMDP2s being really hot here, they're close together, the top 5, just half a second in between each other for qualifying. I believe the LMDHs will have quite a few issues navigating their way through. Hopefully not too many, but that's just what we will see in now's race. It's about 10 seconds until the cars line up on the grid.
Yeah, it is a short track, so traffic isn't going to be playing a big factor in this one. Some of the most endurance tracks are a little bit longy, thinking Bahrain, that's usually about a 2-minute lap. Le Mans, Nürburgring, God knows how long. But this is certainly one of the short tracks in terms of just world endurance as a whole. So it is going to be much more difficult for traffic, as we can see the cars lining up on the grid. They're going to be taking a formation lap, or are they doing 2?
I believe there are 2 formation laps for the cars to get just around the track and get to know the track. I believe they'll be corrected if I'm wrong, but obviously the first lap just to warm up those tires. I've heard drivers already yesterday's qualifying having overheating issues, so maybe this first formation lap is just to get the car going and not maybe actually to get those tires warm. Obviously turn 1 hard braking point, that's when the temperatures will come in anyway, but this is first to get all the drivers known again after a bit of a night after qualifying. Every driver needs to get back into that groove of the car.
Yeah, it's been obviously a day since qualifying. Qualifying happened last night, and they're going to be just looking and hoping that the track is still the same or as close as possible. But track evolution is still going to be playing their part a little bit later on in the race. But that'll be sort of about or just after halfway, as we just wait for the actual cars to get away. Should it be happening shortly, I think?
Yes, 25 seconds until the first lights out will go off for the drivers to get rolling. I've just been known it's just 1 lap and then the rolling start. What's happened here? I believe we've gotten a bit of issues. I've known what's happening here, but it's going to be 1 formation lap and then rolling start. I'm so sorry for the screen. Wow, that's. I thought
for a brief moment, it looked like they were trying to clean the camera for a second.
It does look like it. There we go. There's both issues.
Okay, so what's going to happen now is going to be 1 lap for a formation. I know it says 6 hours. The timer has, I think, started. And then what's going to happen is...
Oh, there's been issues. Also from my side. Quick 2 seconds. Going to be another 1 minute 50 seconds.
No worries. No worries. Well, while you're doing that, I'll quickly talk through the start procedure. Basically, what's going to happen is they're going to do one lap. They've just started. I'm not sure if the timer has started or not yet. They might wait until the actual race start itself. But what's going to happen is it's going to be one lap so that they can warm the tyres, and it's going to be a rolling start, just like you see in sort of WEC, in IMSA, in IndyCar, like you see just in most endurance in general. But you can just see the track again. I mean, there's plenty of spaces where you can overtake. Turn 1, turn 3, you can overtake just after 100R into turn 6. You've got the Dunlop corner as well, and up through the back end of the circuit as well. You've got plenty of spaces where you can make a move, and the track really lends itself well to endurance racing.
As with the issues, we have the restart going on. Casper, run us through a bit of more information here while we're getting things set up for the race.
Yeah, so let's talk turn 1. Like I said, it's a really hard braking zone. You can very easily lock up. You're going from incredibly high speeds to probably about 60, 70 Ks. So you're really having to rely on the brakes. You've got a lot of time for those to cool because you've got that really long straight before it, but it's still very easy to make a mistake into there. Same with the Dunlop corner. It's a heavy braking zone after a lot of high speed running. So brakes can be locked up into there. You've obviously got the runoff, you've got the sort of twiddly little chicane that you've got to try and navigate instead of going hard to the right and then left. You've got the straight line option, but of course you're going to lose more time if you take that route. I'm just looking at the circuit as well. Turn 6 is an interesting braking zone because you've got plenty of space, plenty of opportunity there. As we can see the cars on track once again. That's coming down towards, I think, Dunlop corner.
Yeah, I believe we're going now towards out of the hairpin. This is, I believe, the turn 3 now here. With the Coca-Cola corner, we've started cars taking a bit too much inside curb there and jumping over all those bouncy sausage curbs. Obviously, LMDH being the worst to take those. Here we are on board with Project A fleet car. There are a bit messed up cameras, so we're gonna mostly run on board with the cars here. Behind is the RSK. Beautiful liveries, all of them. Before we start, let's just run through them just quickly here, looking at all the cars.
I mean, some of these liveries are absolutely gorgeous. We were just. I think the third place 66 ACX racing car is my favourite out of them so far. The 75 is pretty good. Let's see the LMPs. There's some very creative liveries there. That's what I love about sports car racing. You've really got this space and the opportunity to go for those sort of different liveries, which in sort of top flight generally motorsports, you've not quite got the opportunity really to do. So it does genuinely look really awesome. I mean, just look at that number 52 there. But some keep it simple, like the 161 Project A, as we're now coming up to the end of the formation lap, and I think we're going to be lining up for a rolling start now.
Yes, I believe here we are on track. Rolling starts, double file. Every car's gonna show us what they can do. Here we are on track. Every car now in the back. There's going to be a bit of a gap for the LMP2s to the LMDHs, and then another gap for the GT3s to the LMP2s. For that, now the lights, they're going to cross that line soon. The light will off. The green light will be shown for everyone, and that's when it's go for everyone.
Right, this is going to be really, really interesting. It's a decent run down towards turn 1. They've got to go over the grid spots. That is really, really important because otherwise if they don't, then they could be told off. There they go once again. We've started the 6 hours of Fuji with 5 hours 57 to go. I know it sounds weird, but we've just started the ACX car trying to go down the inside into that first corner. The RSX RSK car going very deep, locking up. Could Project A switch back through turn 2 into 3? Still too wide as they come down towards the hairpin at turn 3. Who's going to be leading out of there? Is still Project A leading ahead of RSK Motorsports and ACX in 3rd place. The BMW crew trying to look around the outside of the 66. Can't quite make that work. It's still quite close, a little further back. But no other major moves being made in Hypercar as yet. But it is still Project A that leads here on that board.
Yeah, the cars go out of the start here. The BMW Zinkfeld tries it on the inside. The side-by-side and manages to get the move down out towards the chicane. Incredible work done there, really well done, and I guess ACX was caught off and has lost a bit of time through there, and now towards the squiggly corner here, so it's really difficult to get there correctly, also going side by side as well. ACX leading just ahead of Lifeless.
That is, I mean, the attempt for the move from Lifeless was pretty interesting. He tried to go down the inside, tried to catch the ACX off guard again, but wasn't able to. Let's have a look at the LMPs because they've obviously just started now as well. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 really close, and here comes the move for the lead. No, that's back of Hypercar. That is the 578 and the 64. They're going at it with each other. There's a little bit of fighting a little bit further ahead as well. That's the ACX and the Lifeless car, I think. Is looking on with the number 21 over the limit car in 12th place, trying to go down the inside into the first corner, take the lead in class ahead of the low pen LMP2 car, and does that down into turn 1, taking the inside line. Very, very nice move.
Yeah, and also I've seen in the back in the GT class as well, LMP2s, they're not too far ahead as well. I believe there's been some issues between the further behind LMP2s, but here Lifeless OCS leading as well with the GT3 spot. Oh, I believe there's some issues with the camera. Incredible work by the classes here to keep it clean. Incredible work. Oh, there's an LMP2 that had an issue there, having to run back through the grid. Careful, boys, to not have mistakes at all. Locking up, nearly going to the back of OTL is Pablo there.
That is exactly what you don't want to be in a situation with if you're an LMP2 car. If you make a mistake at the start, you have to try and make your way through traffic. And, you know, there's a saying, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. You have to make sure that it's not the latter, trying to get around the outside into the Dunlop corner as he tries to make his way back up through traffic. He's currently in 22nd at the moment. We're looking at with the 86 BMW Huizinfeld.
Difficult name, Dan. Yes, we also could play as a Huizinfeld. I believe also I'm butchering it.
Oh, there you go.
A bit difficult. Locking up through the corners. I believe the tire temperature is not being yet where they want it to be. But
No.
That's incredible to see that. The tire wear, they need to bring them till the end. As the more they lock up in the beginning, the more issues they will have later on. Here we see, side by side is the Hex AF with, I believe that is the Arachnid Racing. Nice overtake by them on the inside. But I believe Venus Motorsports will join in as well. Going into the Coca-Cola corner.
I thought he was going to go around the outside of the Coca-Cola corner. That would have been really, really interesting. Through turn 3, count for Venus in the background. He's looking, he's closing up through the inside. Can he dive down into turn 6? Oh, I think he had a gander, but didn't quite pull that one off. It's difficult to make a move because you're coming out of a corner at really high speed. You've got to get to the other side of the track and brake and turn.
And just ahead. Yeah, I'm sorry, Venus. Arachnid just doesn't manage to run away yet with Hexa just on the rear end, battling for eyes ahead and behind. Incredible work. But hey, Arachnid also has its eyes ahead as well for LYS. I believe LYS didn't start that far ahead in MP2. Nice start from them. They're already 3rd in class.
No, they've done pretty well for themselves so far. As they come out the Panasonic corner, the final corner on this racetrack. Again, exit crucial. You've got a very, very long straight. Slipstream works, pardon me, very, very well down here. Is looking on with 14th, 15th and 16th overall. 4th, 5th, and 6th in class. Hexa AF trying to get past the Arachnid. Does he go down the inside? The Arachnid goes to the middle of the track to defend. The Hexa AF takes the racing line. Is he going to be able to make that work as they come now down towards turn 1? Has Arachnid got the inside? No, he hasn't. And I think that is a move made by Hexa AF. A little bit of speed could be lost here by the Arachnid as they come up towards turn 3, but I don't think Venus has got the pace to make the move into the 3rd corner around this race. Track back end lost. Oh, loses 1. Could be losing a 2nd here to Venus as well. Easy mistake to make that.
Arachnid is now up ahead, and Venus behind her just saw it. Oh, contact, and the Hexa AF is round. And the Hexa AF just had made a mistake there, I believe. Just a bit too much aggressive into the braking zone. And the Hexa AF now has lost positions. I believe what happened there. Did Venus Motorsport give them the place back, or did they also spin? They've gone from the grid. What has happened there? And now the VRL Endurance is also now side by side with the Hexa AF car.
That's pretty interesting. The 48 Venus Motorsport is in 18th place at this point in time. I'm not sure if they're still on track. They seem to be, but I can't quite fully confirm. Here's the PHLR car in 16th place, the 99. Not really seen too much of them yet. I know it's early for me to really be saying that, but it's good to see them in the fray. 16th place, 16th class, trying to make the most of Hexa AF's bad situation now as they come down towards turn 1.
So I believe there's also going to be a battle for the lead in LMP2 over the limit, and Lopin goes deep into turn 1 and over the limit, just getting the run through the sector 1 out of the hairpin and now towards the Coca-Cola corner. Is Lopin going to have a shot here? It doesn't quite look like. With that big lockup, they've lost about a second then. That's just how much you can lose with a slight mistake. Arachnid Racing as well, still not far behind from mistake.
Well, that's the PHRL car, the 99 coming into 100R, going a little bit wider off track. Again, it's very easy to do because it's high speed. You need a lot of downforce, but you also can't have too much because you've got the straight down towards turn 1 and this straight here as well. So it's very much a payoff in terms of setup. You've got to think, as cars are still locking up into turn 1 and turn 10.
Yeah, turn 1 and turn 10 seems to be still big issues for many of our teams. I guess they just cannot get those tires to that window where they want, and going aggressive on those brakes is just not really what you really want. But here, I believe we have a battle for 2nd in class between RSK Motorsports, BMW Sinkfeld, and ACX now joining in. I saw BMW Sinkfeld being really close on those timings. I believe Lifeless Racing has taken a drive-through here.
Ooh. Not sure what that would be for. Can't quite see what it would be for either. There's no reports that have been sent in as yet. There's no decisions that have been made because of that either. So I'm not quite sure what that would be for.
As now with the GT3 class, I think there's a 2nd lapping already up ahead. Oh, the ACX just doesn't really manage to get past there. As the BMW Zinkfeld also issues. Is the ACX going to have some time gain here from that BMW mistake? It looks to me they've gained that half a second back that they lost with the GT3 class. And now back in that rear wing, that huge wing of the LMDH. Is he going to have to run here, dumping the battery maybe as well towards turn 1? And the slipstream they are.
Looks to be, yeah. I think he's pulling away just a little bit is the BMW Husingfeld as they come down towards turn 1. A little too far away from move this time, but he's much closer than he was in previous laps. Will definitely be having a hankering for a move in the next couple of laps. Drivers still locking up. Might be, and I have seen this in not quite in this game, but I have seen it in other series where sometimes locking up the brakes is optimal somehow. I'm not fully sure how because I'm not particularly good driver. That's a whole different story. But sometimes I have seen that locking up the brakes is optimal, and it works better than actively trying not to. So that's what might be coming into play here. But we've still got 5 hours 50 to go. So we'll see.
with the first 10 minutes already being done. What can we say so far? The battles haven't calmed down and the gaps haven't really big as... Oh, there's a full course yellow now. On course, who could that be? Can you tell me who that was? As I've not really seen.
I can't quite tell. Might be Pablo Motorsport. They've dropped back a little bit. Oh, they're there. I can't quite tell who caused it. Let's see. 44 came off. 44 is
It's the 44 car.
The High Racing GT3 car started in 8th place in this race. It went off. The full course yellow has been called. Of course, for anybody who doesn't know what full course yellow is, all drivers have to slow down to 80 kilometers an hour. It's just ending now.
And it looks to me down in 28th they are having to slow down. Look to me they were way too far ahead. As the full course yellow is now over. And now back to racing we are. Who's gonna get the jump here? Let's go back to a lead car, and instead BMW Zinkfeld. I'll be lapping a few cars here. And behind, oh, what's that? High ping issues. They just flew off. There they are, losing down positions. Incredible. What was that move?
That was one hell of a dive into turn 1, especially, you know, you're coming back from a full course yellow 3 wide into turn 3. That usually causes chaos. They're side by side with the hypercars. The hyping just about gets ahead. But that... I'm still sorry. I'm still recovering from that dive. What the hell was that?
That was, I think, a bit too optimistic there. Maybe misjudging the braking zone as well. Oh, the Penny Systems car really close. ACX having to maybe have a look here. The GT3 cars as well being here. Oh, going into the back as the Lexus. Spinning nearly round. And that might be the chance for High Ping. High Ping looks to be side by side with the Sector 3. Not really optimal. Who's going to get the best run here? Hexa joining in as well.
Oh, inside into 14. Can he make it work? Oh, he's forcing the ACX off. But he's still going to have the inside into Panasonic corner. The final corner on this racetrack. Switchback is on. Can he make it work? He's going to be side by side on exit. Helped as well by the Hexa AF car. They're 1, 2, 3 pretty much. Line astern is now down towards turn 1. Slipstream is going to be working really well here. We could be seeing 3 wide down into turn 1. It is High Pink ACX and Hexa AF as they come down towards the first corner, starting lap 8 under racing conditions. ACX, well, all 3 of them actually lock up. ACX gets, well, he actually keeps the lead. There's no real change in position, but it got really, really close there.
Yeah, High Ping down the straight, seeing nearly going 3 wide. Incredible work. ACX getting the braking zone perfectly, and High Ping losing just that other position. I believe also with that big dive bomb from that restart, the tires might have a flat spot as well, as I guess there was a huge lockup zone from the High Ping cars. Now they're relapping a few more GT3s. And now ACX needs to fear. There's an issue with the OTL cars. The OTL car spins round. And
there was a spin there. I think that was caused by the High Ping car losing the back end. Yeah, lost the back end. It was, I think it was the High Ping or the Hexa AF car, one of the two, but they were really, really close. I think it's the High Ping car lost the back end into the Dunlop corner, and then all the cars that followed, because they were really close with each other. I think there was 2 GTs and another hypercar, probably the Hexa AF car was involved as well. They all sort of lost it, crashed, probably had a little bit of damage through there.
Yes, now with the full course yellow.
Yeah, we're on the full course yellow conditions. 5 hours 43 to go. Project A leads the 161, leads from pole position, sort of uninterrupted, really. Is that Porsche. Behind them is the 86 BMW Huizinkerveld. The third place, number 4 RSK Motorsports. Fourth place is going to ACX Racing. Fifth place is the 91 High Ping Performance. Sixth place in Hypercar is Arachnid Racing 72. Behind them is Hexa AF's Hypercar, who was, we think, involved in that incident that caused this full course yellow. Rumour Motorsport in 8th place, Lifeless in 9th, and Silverheads Division in 10th place.
There are issues that needs to be fixed. I think we'll be throwing tidy of the full course yellow. So, while that's happening, run us down through what has happened so far in the 20 minutes in this race while the issues here will be fixed. So,
I mean, what hasn't happened, really, let's be honest. Chaos into turn 1. I mean, we saw that massive dive from the high pin car. I'm still recovering from it. Sort of 5 minutes later, dived on, I think, about 3 cars ahead of him. Managed to make the move on 1 because he went off track. GT3, hypercars, and LMP2s all providing constant battling here in Fuji, under the gaze of the watchful eye, of the mountain behind it. So, you know, if this racetrack is anything to go by, and it does deliver across the whole race, I can imagine the rest of the 5 hours and 40, however many minutes we've got left, is going to be really, really interesting. Welcome to OC Racing Sim Series, if you're new, because this is going to keep going.
Yeah, with the cars and issues already coming across, there's just too much happening. And with also too much dives, so the cars have gone more aggressive than usual. That's incredible work that not many incidents have happened. Already 2 full course yellow have come out, so we're gonna have to see what will happen further ahead in the race.
Yeah, I think compared to the last event at Bathurst, drivers are going a little bit harder than we have seen. That could be for a variety of reasons. First of all, Bathurst is a really tight circuit, and considering it's GT3 only, it is going to be a different style of racing essentially, because you've got traffic that comes into play, and you know there's less of an opportunity really to actually hit the wall, so you know it's sort of a different style of racing. I think more drivers are used to it, compared to racing purely GT3 at tracks like Bathurst, like Kyalami, and such. So, you know, it's like I've said, it's going to be good. We're still under full course yellow, not anymore. I don't think we're on board with the Hex AF LMP2 car, or are we? Yes, we are. We can see the graphics now. Hey.
Yeah, big issues there, but the full course yellow, I believe the ACX Racing here in the back, still fighting the SK Motorsport after that mistake with the high ping performance car, and just looks to me that the P3 place is still up for grabs.
Yeah, it's still for grabs, and I know it's early because there's still 5 hours 40 minutes, but any position gained is a bonus, especially this early stage. But drafting, saving fuel, you know, that could be a preferred strategy for a certain team. So we'll see how that evolves over the coming minutes, laps, and hours. As now we're coming down into turn 1 with these guys. RSK does move to defend a little bit, but some would say unnecessarily, because down into turn 1 there's no move being made by JCX Racing.
Yeah, and with now that we are about going into the halfway point of the race, some drivers still focusing on to that performance, going for their positions, but also some drivers setting into the rhythm, as obviously 6 hours isn't really the longest race here, but still can get a toll on the drivers here. And if you push everything on the start, there can be still issues with the rest of the till the later stints, where some drivers then get more tired and getting more cocky for moves, and that's when more mistakes will happen. So now the first stint is, I think, one of the most important one in racing.
Yeah, first stint, you sort of set your pace, set what you're used to, set a rhythm. That's the important thing, especially sort of in this style of racing. You need to set yourself a rhythm, because it can very easily be disrupted by other GT3 cars, other LMP2 cars, and your opponents just in your same class as well. So as long as you can set yourself a rhythm, once you get that going, once you start, then things get much easier. As time goes by, we're on board with the ACX cars. They come down into turn 1. He's closing it ever so slightly, but not really by enough into turn 1 to make a move, not this time anyway.
Now towards the breaking point, the batteries usage on these cars is quite high, so if you want to have the highest position and speed for the entirety of the race, some battery usage will be very important. But with the BMWs as well, I've seen they've gotten a bit of a better straight line speed as well with the Zinkfeld and running away from the RSK before I saw that, so maybe the Porsche needs to find a way here for the race pace, as in qualifying, the Porsche seem to be better off.
Yeah, it might just be the difference in cars, because obviously LMDH, you've got plenty of different cars, plenty of different ways you can actually go about building the car, making the car, setting up the car as well. So it could purely just be the difference in cars, that it works better in qualifying than in the race. So it might just be that. Listen, it's going to be quite interesting to see how it comes out later. And that's partly what makes hypercars so popular, because manufacturers have got the ability to make the moves deep into the final corner. Goes the RSK car. The ACX has got the advantage as they come down now into turn 1. That was a crucial mistake by RSK.
As RSK gone, I believe, deep towards the Dunlop corner, which makes it wet. But look at that straight lane speed advantage, but they stay behind for now. Maybe looking to make a move towards the second hairpin after the 100R corner. And that might be a shot here, so I believe RSK might have found something better here into Sector 1. But that Sector 3 corner was just not optimal. And oh, the ACX issues and goes off. Maybe have to slow down for that penalty, to avoid a penalty, as overly going over the white line gives you a penalty. Looking for that inside there.
The way that the ACX cut off, that was never really on. But yeah, like I said at the start, final corner, absolutely crucial. 52's got a drive through for speeding. That'll be one of the GT cars. The Zarlioj Racing. But listen, the final corner is absolutely crucial. The exit is paramount. If you screw that up, you're going to be hitting yourself for 10-15 seconds, because it's a very, very long straight here at Fuji. So again, you've got to go wide, cut back to the apex, as we've seen him do this time around, thankfully, and then you've got a good exit and go down into turn 1 at good speed.
It looked to me ACX gotten the better run again through that final corner. I believe with just a little bit more downforce on that setup, that the RSK Motorsport isn't really good on those corner exits, but on the straight you just see how much they gain. And into that corner, difficult here to get it correctly, and it looks to me both of them quite get it just okay. ACX going a bit more defensive, not giving it enough slipstream for the second half of Sector 1.
Yeah, we'll also keep an eye on people like 6th place is being hounded by the Hexa AF Hypercar. 6th and 7th place also really close. Lifeless isn't too far behind on that point of view. 2nd and 3rd in LMP2 is also mighty close. They've got a whole battle going on there. Also at the back of that field as we come down into Dunlop corner. So again, Fuji, as always, bringing the action.
Yes, we're now also here the onboard battle between Arachnid Racing and Lopen. Lopen here seems to have just a bit more straight line speed, but going defensive into turn 1. Arachnid might duty down under on the exit, maybe get the better one. As Lopen, I believe, has messed up that corner entry. That was too defensive, but it looks to me they just managed to get the position still up ahead. But Arachnid Racing really looking keen to get that P12 overall. I believe that is for P2 in class here. Incredible work that there's so many battles still in each of their classes.
Yeah, still plenty going on through here. Don't forget there's also 2 cars behind Arachnid, LYS and Hexa, but they've dropped back a little bit since. As now they're coming down towards Dunlop corner again. Heavy braking zone. Who is that ahead of them? That is the Lifeless OCSS GT3 car, the lead car in that class. 2 seconds behind it is the Pablo Motorsport Acura. Or is it Honda? No, I think it's officially the Acura.
I believe there is. So this is the Acura here. But Arachnid Racing maybe getting a better corner through here. Looks to be more on the inside. And Lopen needs to now find a way maybe to break that toe off as early as possible. Arachnid following. And this might be it. But Lopen looks to me to have way more straight line speed. Is that just me, or is that Lopen looking to be way better off?
I think you're right. It does look to have a much better way. Remember, they can't weave down the straight. As under braking goes the Arachnid, trying around the outside, can't quite pull that off. Lopen going less defensive than last time, but still playing the defense on that one. Lopen still in second place in class here in LMP2 as they come now into 100R.
Very difficult corner through here to get it right. Arachnid Racing also with the dirty air. Managing the way through that corner quite okay actually. Lopen looks to me to have more issues through there. Going a bit more aggressive. But Lopen here just trying their best to stay ahead. A bit more squirmy as well. But is that going to maybe be an issue? The more aggressive you drive, the faster it is to make a mistake. As we now go through the chicane here. Looks to me both take it great. But in the back there's also a battle going on there. Two-way battle for the position of second and fourth in class.
Yeah, you were talking about dirty air earlier. We saw the Arachnid lose the back end through 100R. That's exactly what dirty air does. It reduces your downforce and makes it much more difficult to actually come through these kinds of corners. So, you know, dirty air could be playing a part in the fact that Arachnid can't quite make a move, but somebody that could be making a move is the Hex AF LMP2 car, right on cue. We switch to them, fourth place in class, up for grabs here for these guys. Can they dive down into turn 1? LYS playing defensive is the Swedish car as they come into the first corner to start another lap. No move, a little too far away there.
Yeah, the Hexa AF just lost a bit time on that straight. Again, the setup work is to be fought here. Obviously, some drivers may be going for setups with fresher tires, but also heavier loads. As the more the race goes on, the less fuel you have in that car, the lighter the car will be. So maybe some drivers have thought about that in advance and have gone for a setup that's more for a lighter car, which maybe the Hexa AF here has done. But the LYS is not giving out yet. They're defending greatly through these couple of corners.
No, they're defending pretty hard. They don't really need to because the gap is sort of about half a second in LMP2. You need the gap to be much closer for a dive, unless you're the 91 high-ping hypercar, in which case you can dive from as far as you want, really. Because we've seen them do it and, to an extent, succeed. But, back end losing there. Yeah, side by side through the penultimate corner. Heading into the final one now. What is we going to do? I think LYS has just got the position for now. But again, exit is crucial. I think Exit AF managed to get something out of that one. Because they are side by side now down the front straight. And the side draft is going to be working for the Hexa AF car. He's going to have the inside into turn 1, which is generally the better line. LYS sweeps back behind to try and catch the slipstream from them. The red car against the black car, trying to hang around the outside. Contact, I think, there as well from the LYS car.
Yeah, I believe they tried to turn in just too early, and there was a bit of a contact there. But LYS is still behind, but now towards the Coca-Cola corner. That's not a way to overtake there. But HexAF has made a slight mistake, and now towards 100R. Left, right-hander, very long towards this hard braking point, and LYS backs out of it.
Oh, there was realistically no way that you were going to be making a move down the inside through there unless you were much faster or they were much slower than you. So, you know, if you're similar speed, there's no chance, really, that you're making a move in there unless it's because of a mistake that happens. So, I don't know. 100R isn't quite a spot to overtake, but it's easy for a mistake. There we go.
Yeah, with the 30, as I said before, the rear end will step out a bit easier through the 100R. And LYS has kind of countered it by braking early. HexAF goes wide through the Dunlop corner. Maybe trying to get a better shot out of the corner exit. But we know LYS has just a bit more straight line speed. And now in the slipstream, it looks to me that corner exit off Hexa AF really paid off.
ACX tried to do that exact same thing. It didn't work for them, but it has worked for Hexa AF. They were clearly able to get much earlier on the traction. Braking.
Late on the brakes.
Oh, too close for comfort, that. A little too close for comfort. 5 hours 27 to go here in Fuji, coming into turn 3. Leader is on lap 20. Don't forget the first lap was a formation lap, so 19 laps have been completed. And we're on board with the LYS number 9. Ahead of them is the Hexa AF LMP2 car in 14th place in class, 14th place overall, 4th in class. And there goes the Project A car, lapping these guys. By the way, on the right, I've just realised you can see this opportunity here. Project A trying to stay out of the way because in terms of lapping, the onus is on the faster car to get by safely, and now because of that, we're side by side. No opportunity for a move really into here, but into turn 14, could we see it? They're still too wide. Oh, the inside line just hasn't quite worked for the LYS Endurance car. Is now into the final corner. Oh, can't quite get on that traction either.
Yeah, it looks to me that just the LYS with that Project A lapping helped them quite a bit, but look at the gaps as well. BMW Zinkfeld got a bit of a jump there with a few attempts to Project A, but I believe BMW Zinkfeld will also be lapping soon as LYS tries it on the outside. Are they going to be late on the brakes? It looks to me they've done it, but Hexa sticks that inside and contact, but not quite a bit of issues yet. They're side by side, so towards the Coca-Cola corner. Well, again, that's not the line you want to take by Hexa, but maybe LYS does a mistake. No, both of them stay on that track, and now LYS, nice overtake. Is Hexa gonna respond there?
Well, you'd think they should, because otherwise that's going to make things considerably more difficult. By the way, if anybody happens to want to support the OC Sim Series, you've got the link in the description to the PayPal, and you can donate directly to the team who helps make events exactly like these as they come into Dunlop corner, locking up the brakes. 3 classes, 4 cars. Oh, this is going to be tight through here. Opportunity now for the LYS car to try and make a move. He's blocked up by
Hexa.
the GT3 car, but Hexa goes wide into turn 13, and that is a move,
careful.
or is it? He comes back on track. They're side by side now as they come up into the 14th corner. Hexa forcing that LYS car to take a much wider line than what they would have wanted. 578 Remo Motorsport gets to drive through for cutting the corner. As now onto the front straight we go once again. Oh, that was close.
That was a rejoin from Hexa there. After that lapping as also there's a battle going on there for third still there, ACX. Let's jump onto that action here with the RSK, I believe, just ahead. They're going side by side. ACX got it. That run helped them. And ACX is ahead now with that LMP2 lapping there. Is RSK going to respond here maybe?
Well, you'd think. I think the battle over the past few laps has really sort of opened up, but now because of all that lapping and stuff, it's sort of closed back down. By the way, I started staying, but I never really got to finish on the right-hand side. Anybody in grey has been lapped by the leaders. Anybody who's still on the lead lap is in white on the right-hand side, at least for me. I don't know if that quite goes to stream.
I believe that's what it is. After P11 there is not lapped. They haven't been lapped yet. The 21 off over the limit, obviously being the fastest LMP2 out there. 5 seconds to Trak Racing. Incredible racing from them. But I believe there's about 30 minutes past and there's still full on racing out here. And usually after quite a few minutes, after half an hour, the racing starts to calm down and drivers will more focus on that pace and also the going for more consistency. But here, to me, it looks like they just want to go up the positions as soon as possible.
I mean, it's not a long endurance race. I mean, it's an endurance race. It's going to be long, right? But compared to other endurance races where you've got 8, 12, 16, 20, 24 hours, of racing, this is comparatively short in terms of distance covered. So it's a little bit more of a sprint than an endurance race on that part. But it's still a long race. There's still plenty of time to go. So they do have to be careful, but you still have to push ever so slightly more than you normally would.
Yes, ACX, I believe there, on turn 1, has a few mistakes with that LMP2 off Lopen. That gave RSK a bit of a shot to get back into that slipstream window. And ACX really need to watch the mirrors here, as RSK really does not want to back out. Not want to give out on that position. That's still podium overall. And that Porsche battle here warms up more and more each lap.
It's absolutely gorgeous. Love to see all of that happening. Again, there is plenty of battles across the field. There's still fourth place going still between LYS Endurance and Hexa AF LMP2 for 14th and 15th overall. And also now up to AF and Venus Motorsport for the 16th and 17th. Venus we did see early on battling for, I think, second place. Had a bit of an incident, caused a full course yellow, and now they're towards the back of LMP2 is now down towards turn 1. No move really made by RSK. I think they're still reeling from that mistake in the final corner.
Yeah, also with the LMP2 LMDH classes here, with the 2 full course yellows, the tires may have gone cold, and then into turn 1 going aggressive. A few flat spots might already be happening for a few of our drivers here. And they have to navigate it with all the elevation change. And oh, braking on this RSK goes onto the grass. Oh, that was really close. Nearly contact there. If the quick reactions by the driver in this car, nicely done. That would have ended in heartache, which did for RSK, but not too much. They can maybe gain this time back with the lap cars.
I mean, thankfully, the driver was wise enough to take evasive action, but that could have been considerably worse. Pablo Motorsports 14 making a mistake coming through turn 13 and 14. We're on board there behind the Open LMP2, so they've already been lapped. Not only by the leader, but by second and third place in class. It's not an ideal situation to be in for them. Now are they going to be coming into the pit lane? They could be.
It looks to me that they might be. Yes, they are.
Probably.
That's interesting. That's really early for an endurance race. I believe these LMP2 cars can go for about an hour on those tires and fuel load. But with those mistakes, I believe those tires might not be holding out for long.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's a pit stops for them. Or maybe even a drive-through. We might not know yet. So we will see afterwards, as I believe they've gone past their pit box. Is this a drive-through?
Might be a drive-through. We'll see at the bottom. There we go, drive-through taken. Let's talk about that pit entry as well, because the pit entry is really interesting. You're going really, really high speed coming into there. You've got the right and then left kick. You've got to brake and yet avoid the barriers and keep within the white lines. One of the more difficult ones that there is on the endurance scene. So pit entry is difficult, and especially if you're on worn tyres, you're going to be slowing down pretty massively through there.
Yes, it's also with the GT3 class, not quite yet. I believe for 23rd there's a battle. Oh, that's Arachnid Racing. That's for P7 here overall in the LMDH class. That's Arachnid Racing having issues with the LYS Endurance team. We might see something happening here between the LMDH BMW versus Porsche. Incredible fighting, incredible car control as well. As I believe the Arachnid there was sideways for a second.
I think it was. You might be right there. Don't forget, these are 2021 spec, not the current spec LMP2s, which are back at full power. Those LMP2s have been slowed down. Zanlio's Racing has been taken 10-second penalty. We're on board with the Hexa AF car down into turn 1. Is he going to dive down the inside? I think he will. It'd be a no-brainer kind of move. And I think he makes that block sit. Nicely done. Forces Arachnid to lift ever so slightly. And he's got 7th place on the cards, at least for now.
As a full course yellow, I believe that is. Oh, there was! Who was that? That was a Porsche. That's a high pink car. Off round, and that incredible. They have lost, and it looks to be an issue. So, full course yellow.
91. Yes, a high pink.
The high pink car is off, and now with the full course yellow, they have to all slow down and get back up to the 80 kilometers an hour pit lane speed. If being told it was on the Coca-Cola inside curb, they've just ridden it a bit too much, jumped and lost the rear end, and that's incredible because that Hexa and Arachnid, they two were fighting. Now they got the position on High Ping. High Ping seems to me they're still fighting like it's a sprint race here. As with their dive bomb as well after the first full course yellow, they don't want to let out.
Yeah, it's a shame for High Ping because they had a really good start. As 52 picks up another penalty, 10 seconds before course yellow's speed. I kind of feel sorry for High Pink because they had, again, and I'm still recovering from it about half an hour later, that massive dive bomb into turn 1 on 3 cars, which so far for me is move of the race by far. But 44 disqualified for full course yellow Delta.
Oh, that looks to me that's a 44. That's the guy, the GT3 that caused the first full course and left the mistake. Incredible that that's a mistake done by them. And now off. Looks to me that full course 80 kilometers an hour couldn't really be held by them, and that's massive issues. 1 hour in, sad to see that after a bit of racing they have to give out like that. That's the worst way to end your race. But sadly, it can happen, and it has happened this time.
It is a shame, but you know, rules are there not to be broken, but to be kept. And if you break them, well, then that's on you. Try to check by the 52. I think that's the second one so far. It's already been an hour.
As also with the GT3s, the battles might not be as hot. The closest one right now is for 23rd, the Silverheads versus, I believe that is the pending systems car up ahead. That's 3 seconds for the GT3 class, but thinking about that gap, interesting to see. 3 seconds for GT3. This gap in LMDH or LMP2 would be more than 5 seconds. Oh, Hexa, you're on the inside there. That's just what the speed difference does also with the interval here. So that's something to notice as well. So when the gap here seems to be closer for GT3 cars, that might not be as close as you might believe as when LMDH has the same gap. If it's understandable what I've just said, but technical.
I think I know what you mean. Basically, I think what we're trying to say is each car has a different amount of grip and takes each section slightly differently, right? So GT cars generally have more mechanical, more grip, just mechanical. So because it's generally heavy car, that helps them get through corners. Whereas, you know, your LMP2s, your prototypes, generally have more aerodynamic grip, so through corners. So normally, corners like 100R, you're thinking places, we're talking Japan, S is like at Suzuka. If you know Motegi, the back end of the circuit, the 2 left-handers before Victory Corner, you'd normally see prototypes take those corners faster, whereas around here, places like Turn 1, Dunlop Corner, Suzuka, probably somewhere like the chicane before the end of the lap. And again, if we're talking Motegi, sort of Turn 3 and 4 as well. So, you know, they're much faster through the slower corners. Not by much, but they are just faster because it's a heavy car and that helps them get through the corner.
Yeah, as with the BMW Sinkfeld dropping down to 3rd, ACX has got the position here. Weren't they fighting Hexa just a few minutes ago? They have gotten a great jump here now back into P2. BMW Sinkfeld trying to stay with them, and it seems they're struggling also a little bit as losing the rear. BMW sideways through the corner. Incredible save, but not so much on those tires. Oh, that was not optimal for them.
nowhere near optimal. They lost about 3 seconds. RSK, I think, had to check up as well because they were within 2, but now opened up to about 3 seconds worth of a gap between third and fourth. Battle for third could still be on because it's closed up again.
Yeah, with that
I don't know. Yeah.
From that BMW Zinc fell through. That happened after the 100R corner. Not quite what you like to see. And those tires seem to me they're still not up to temp now. They're too hot now. So with that third sector coming right after that happened, you don't want your tires to be too hot out there. As when it goes uphill, turn 14, very difficult on the rear. When those tires are overheating, that rear end might step out way faster than when you have optimal temperatures tires.
Yeah, and that just the whole back end of the circuit is difficult on the rear tire because you got the acceleration out of Dunlop corner at turn 10, coming through the chicane and into 13, 14, and 15. They're all very heavy on tires. One of 3 long stops, Venus 48, has taken one of their 3 mandatory long stops. So, for those of you who don't know what a long stop is, actually, do you want to explain it?
Well, it's where the driver swap is supposed to happen. Obviously, some teams running more than 3 drivers or even less than 3 drivers. No, actually, 3 drivers or less. Sometimes teams are driving 2 drivers. A long stop is there to have the competition still be at the same pace as when 2 drivers drive. They only have to swap twice, and it would be a bit unfair if they only have to take 2 long stops. A long stops works in the way you drive into the pit lane, you stop for a timer will start once you stop in your pit box. I believe it's a 3-minute timer to just keep the performance at same. As obviously slower PCs might take a bit longer to join into that car, so everyone has a 3-minute timer. Once those 3 minutes run out, you can go out of your pit box and then join back, and then it will say that you have completed a long stop. As Venus here, I believe it was, has completed 3 minutes, so they might look to be a bit lower on the grid, but that's because they believe the first team who has taken the first long stop.
In fact, they are lower on the grid. I think they're 25th because they're not on the first page of the timing screen. I think on the right I can just about see them there. But yeah, it's 25th. Oh yes, I got that right. I'm so full of myself now. But again, like I said, it's a short lap. It's about a 90-second lap, just over, for the P2. So 3 minutes is about 2 laps. Factor in as well the pit lane as well. You're looking at upwards of 3:30, really. So it's absolutely crucial that you get it right. And if you don't, well, it's a disqualification for you.
So I believe the second team to go for a long stop is over the limit here. They have gone into the pit lane. So we're gonna wait how they do here. Maybe it's just a normal pit stop, but it looks to me they've been standing here for quite a bit now. So it looks to me this is now the time where the first long stops will happen. And that's interesting to see. Who might get the overcut and undercut? As also up ahead here, there's a battle. Lapping the Weimar Motorsports is RSK, but just ahead that car you see there is the BMW Zinkfeld, and just ahead is also the ACX. So this freeway battle here might come down to the wire. Is that full course yellow? Full course yellow.
Ooh, full course yellow in 5 seconds. Oh, well, I'm sure we'll get told in a second. Full course yellow down to 80 for everybody. What is happening with the OTL car? OTL
has gone speeding through there. As who we might see, waiting for who that might be. I believe also here for 4 teams, the Hexa and Octa has gone to the pit lane, so Hexa gets a position here. So what's going on here? The 3 cars going together. No information yet to who has caused this focus yellow. Gonna have to wait and see. But I believe here the Arachnid is gonna have to go as soon as possible through the VHIL endurance car. And just up ahead there is also the lifeless of the LMDH and a GT3. So this might be chaos here, as these cars all have different acceleration speeds. as the PHIL leaves the car through, and Forcasello finished, and now back to racing speeds we go.
It's 44 that caused the full course yellow once again there. I thought the 44 was disqualified. No.
Was that the 44? That's a team straight up ahead to 126.
Might have been.
It was the Forcasello for the disqualification of 44. I believe they've gone back out on the track, if that's what might have happened.
44 are officially properly out now. According to the man that's providing us with the information, they spun.
They spun.
Is the exact terminology that VHK used through there.
Not quite optimal what you want to see, but still for the P2 in class for LMDH. The gaps are staying quite the same. Have you seen a difference in the deltas of these three cars here? So I believe the delta intervals kept on saying 3 seconds. I believe now it's gone down to some about 2 seconds, 2.6 between P2 and P3 here. ACX versus BMW Sigma. You see how aggressive they go through the Coca-Cola corner. Important to take that curb correctly, or else you'll see grass or even the wall in an angle that you don't want to see it.
Really important that you do take that corner right, because again, like you said, you will hit the wall. And that will not be pretty, especially at that pace. Hex AF LP2 served a long stop as well. The whole gap thing might just be a lag thing. Sometimes is, but they're not varying by too much. I mean, you can see the gap on track. There's the Huizinkerveld ahead. No, we're on with the Huizinkerveld. The ACX is not far ahead. The RSK is not far behind. I think it's the main part of that. One mistake, we could be losing one, maybe even 2 positions, depending on how that goes. 1, 2, 3 in one shot. You can see how close they are.
That's incredible to see that. The BMW here seems to be the loner, as more drivers have chosen the Porsche for the LMDH class. And important to see that some drivers might have gotten more used to their Porsche. I believe the Bobs here is more gone for the Porsche in favor, as the BMW has a bit of a bigger balance of performance. That's what Bob stands for, if it wasn't known for yet. So the performance change for the BMW seems to be higher, so more weight on this BMW. But I've heard yesterday from Tong, who's driving the Project A car right now, I believe he's in that car, said the BMW still seems to be better in corner entry, but the Porsche just has a bit more on that overall work around on the corners. So that maybe the BMW also on the straights is just slightly bit on that upper way part. So interesting to see which driver gets on with their car, as deep into that corner, missing that apex there on the inside. Not quite what you want.
I thought he lost the back end briefly through there as well, which again is not ideal coming into the Dunlop corner. High ping serving a long stop 1 of 3.
Oh, that's again the rear.
Yeah, that rear looks incredibly happy in the BMW third place car. Could it be rear tyre overuse at this late stage?
It could be, but here, what has happened with the high pink? I think they've served the first full long stop as manages to stay behind and even maybe going for that overtake. This is right now battle for position. As there we go, that's a Porsche now finally using 100% of its power and going away. As also, I believe the Silverheads versus the Hexa, the Arachnid, I believe, is also coming slightly to a battle here.
It's going to be really, really interesting. 6 and 7 place Arachnid v Silverheads. I don't quite think they've clashed as yet. So it's going to be interesting to see what these guys do. But again, they're coming down the front straight. Believe it or not, we're already an hour over.
Yeah, we're about to enter the 5 hours until the checkered flag. But obviously, that's still quite a far back. And interesting to see that the drivers, I believe, pace-wise, haven't lost their edge yet. Which obviously 1 hour for these racing drivers isn't really much, as Team Straya here gets lapped, and HexAF next one to get lapped by Silverheads. I've not seen any issues yet by lapping, which is really nice. These drivers respect each other. Oh, Silverheads penalty, drive through for cutting.
Oh, now we were on board. I thought that was not a great run through 3. We did see from one of the other cars when they ran wide into turn 3, the Coca-Cola corner, what basically happened was they slowed down. The 75s also picked up a penalty for cutting as well, so probably through turn 3. But what we saw was they lifted off and slowed down to make sure that they didn't get a penalty. You picked up on it. And the Silverheads did exactly the opposite. They just kept going at full pelt as whoa!
That was...
We're going 2 wheels through the final corner there for the PHRL Endurance car. But yeah, that's into the pits to goes Pablo. But that's probably what had happened. I did see they did not stop at all coming through there. So that's probably the likeliest scenario.
Yeah, as now comes the part that I've been saying before. The drivers are more focusing on that race pace now, and maybe on track might be less going on, but obviously the battles, mentality battles, are still up there. And I think now is the part where it's more difficult. PHL not quite taking a corner, I believe, letting Lopen through in their own class. Nice seeing that even inside the classes they are respectful of each other and letting each other through if something happens. I believe BMW is also in the pit lane, as Project J also gets the timing board seems to have a few issues. I believe there's Project A in the pit lane. Yes, Project A is in the pit lane. So now SRK takes provisional lead here.
I wonder if they're going to take a long stop early in the race. Let's take a look at GT3 as well, because we've not actually spoken too much about them. Lifeless OC SS in first place in that pack. Third as well, you can see them just ahead there as well. In first place, OTL in second, Bending Systems third, Silverheads fourth, and Pablo in fifth place. In class 22nd overall is how GT3 stacks up, as we're about to hit exactly 5 to go in terms of hours, not laps.
5 hours is still quite a bit to go, but this first hour, I have to say, has gone in a flash. I still remember everything like it's been 2 minutes ago, and 5 hours might not be soon. This race is going interestingly fast, and it's still a lot of battles out here. A few cars going to pit lane. ACX has done a long stop, as you see them jumping up the order, meaning they've rejoined and now back to the position where they are. ACX gone again, I believe, again with their long stop. So once they exit that pit lane, they're going to be back to the position they are in. But this is a shuffle of order now. Can't wait to see how this ends up, as we might see battles between drivers that are starting in complete opposites of the grid. So we might see who might be better. As obviously I've seen in many classes and many races where the slower driver, if they're ahead of a faster driver, that the battle still can be incredibly interesting. As the leading driver, you don't have as much to worry about as the overtaking car, as obviously rule number 1 in overtaking is the overtaking car needs to take responsibility, unless obviously the lead car brake checks or does something stupid. So I believe in battles, when you're the following car, you have a bit more to worry about than the leading car. Especially
because obviously the lead is at stake, and let's say you're trying to get past someone who is normally running in about 6th or 7th place, and you're running for the lead. If you're held up by them too much, then that could negatively impact your race later on. So, you know, I fully get your point. It all makes sense there. We're on board with RSK, currently in the lead, starting lap 39, I think. Behind them, Huizinkerveld in second place, 9.6 back. Lifeless 13 behind them in terms of seconds. I should mention the 3 cars at the bottom. You can see Luca, VHK, and Yapton. Yapton is Foxy, and then Luca and VHK are parts of race control. I think you'd probably be best saying.
Yes, they are checking right now live. They're giving us, thanks to their great work, they're giving us live yellow flags and focus yellow, as the focus yellow have been activated by them, which is interesting to see. I believe they've done the most work here, just setting up the streams as well. Well done. This entire event has been done on them, and it's gone very smooth so far, very great. And I believe also the drivers are happy to see that. No big mistakes happening so far. Sadly, at the beginning of the stream, there have been 2 mistakes that we had to patch real quick. But now, I believe till the end of the race, we are set to go for 100% action.
Oh, it's going to be brilliant. Sorry, I had to just nip and pop a jumper on because for me, it's pretty chilly. I've just opened a window.
Wow.
So there's that. London, it's not as warm as it was yesterday. If you know, you know.
Well, here it's still 30 degrees. I'm still in quite a sweat.
I don't actually know how warm it is, but I mean, it is a little bit cloudy. Just hope it doesn't rain later. That's my hope. But anyway, hoping it... I mean, if it's starting to rain here, that would make it a little bit interesting. See who's got the better rain prowess, as it were.
It might not rain yet, but the temperature switches can still happen. And I believe during the race we have the time of day changing to the point where the sun might go into the driver's eyes. We saw in qualifying, there was, I believe, the qualifying session for the LMDH where the sun was quite in a spot where the drivers might get a blinding through Sector 3, I believe it was. So we might see later on the drivers then get blinded by the sun, and how they're gonna fight that, as obviously there is no sun blocker in the cars, usually road cars have. There's gonna be, the drivers are gonna have to fight their way somehow with the sunlight going directly into their eyes.
Yeah, I'm just trying to imagine sort of the prototypes with a, what's it called? Those flaps that you get in your standard Vauxhall Corsa, like the window flaps. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to imagine those with one of them. Pretty funny.
Well, with that little window there, if they have that, they might see absolutely nothing, as that might block just a mini windscreen as they just already have. Obviously, I believe these cars' windows are tinted with a sunblock. I believe they're a bit darker. So even if the sun goes against that sunlight, against that windshield, they still have a bit of a sun detergent, and also the helmets. If they drive first person, I think the helmets also have a bit of a sunblock. So if they want, they might have a chance to still not be too much blinded by the sun, but still, sun can still be a big factor in racing.
Oh, listen, the weather is possibly one of, if not the biggest factors that you can have in racing in general. If it's raining, if it's snowing, which we've seen before, as through comes the RSK. I mean, if it's snowing in an endurance race, then Christ, I'm not sure where you are, but I don't know if you really should be there. But yeah, once the sun's in your eyes, then it does become a bit of a pain. I've driven not on track, but I've driven a car with the sun in my eyes, and I despise it absolutely.
I had once a race where the sun was in quite of a spot where a difficult braking point was, and many times I've gone off into that corner. But going back to our race here, the closest battle right now is the Hexa AF versus the PHIL Endurance team. They've gotten a bit of a jump after those pit stops. I believe the PHIL being one of the first teams, not the first one, but one of the first to go into the pit lane. And now they've catched back up to Hexa AF up ahead. Hexa AF was, I think, third, starting third. So interesting to see that they're now here fighting for 15th overall. I believe that's a 5th in the group. So after those pit stop shuffles, we may see the teams jumping around a little more. And now also with the GT3 class lapping, and also LMDH, right as we see the Lifeless Racing lapping the PHL team there. Obviously interesting to see all together. And just altogether being an important race, but driven by these drivers as well. Many of these are representing a league of their own. Okay, as you can, PHL, for example, as I believe it's written in their own information, is representing the PHL Racing League, as many others on the grid are as well. So they want to show the best of the best what they can do. And oh, Team Straya here, bit of an oversteer through that corner.
Ouch. Yeah, I mean they're gonna get lapped anyway, because the P2 car just has more speed. But yeah, poor exit from them. It'll hurt them by a couple of seconds, but nothing that can be, nothing that can't be caught up. Let's put it that way.
Wow, just as I said it before, the GT3 lapping being a big factor. PHL was right on the back of Hexa with just a few cars coming through. The gap has jumped up to about 4 seconds. Interesting to see, as PHL didn't manage to run their way through those cars as smoothly as they hoped for. And now the battle here has calmed down a little more, as there's the Hexa AF GT3 class, I believe, leading in their own. No, it's 5th, I believe, in their own class. The 24 car being second to last, sadly, in right now 26th overall. Not quite there, but I believe they've done the long stop, and once that has happened, we might see again cars being very close. As I believe up ahead, if that's not wrong, Arachnid is right on the rear, or starting to be on the rear of BMW Zinkfeld, as they go into the pit lane right as we go onto the onboard.
Yeah, they've just come into the pit. I was going to point it out as well, but you found it before I could get there. Before you, so BMW Zinkfeld take the lead at this stage in the race. I think RSK's come into the pit lane perhaps as well.
Oh,
maybe not.
Maybe the pit lane is the pit stops, I believe, for the LMDHs are a bit further behind, as it's class grouped as the first pit lanes here are LMDH, then comes the LMP2s, and then the GT3s. So that's easier to know for us once a car goes into the pit lane, if they're stopping or just driving through. As here we are, the Silverheads just completed their first long stop, as Arachnid Racing now is stopped. Just as we see here, I believe this is now for a long stop, as I believe they've missed their pit stop. Oh, what's happened here? They're not managing to get their pit box.
That is suboptimal.
Here we are.
I'm not sure on that. I'm not quite sure on that one. Anyway, Project A in second place. I don't think they've taken the first long stop of theirs, have they?
I believe they've only done a normal pit stop.
Yeah.
They have stopped. We saw them going into the pit lane, but obviously 5 hours, 3 long stops. There isn't really a good way to split it, as 2 hours each might work for a 6-hour stop, but some drivers want to drive a bit longer, and then they have to adjust appropriately, as pit stops, I believe, will happen each hour, so you can time your long stop in one of those normal pit stops. But obviously, if you want to go, you want to be as perfect as possible, 2 hours each, and you got the perfect 6 hours race. But as I said before, some teams don't want perfection of times. Some teams want to rather go as a performance as possible.
What we're trying to say is there's lots of different options for strategy. There's plenty of different options. You can go 2 hours per each, or if you've got a good driver that wants to be in the car for longer, you could work that in. There's plenty of different options that you can actually look at in terms of options to go ahead and win this race. Project A closing at a rate of knots, really. 7.8, so closing about second a lap as far as I can tell. I think around about that number.
Yeah, their lap time is going, because I'm looking constantly on those intervals per lap, and I believe Project A and BMW Zinkfeld are not getting further apart. Project A obviously has shown us the incredible pace they have, and I believe Project A might gain back that BMW Zinkfeld in a few half an hour latest, unless the BMW Zinkfeld also goes for the pit stop. Then it will be way closer. But we don't know yet. We have never seen for it. It's going very late on that stop, as we're now about 1 hour 10 minutes in, and some teams haven't pitted yet, like the BMW.
Yeah. So BMW Hussenfeld, I mean, listen, it's brilliant to see them. They're doing actually really well in what are they in the lead at this point in time. They were leading on quite early. Well, not leading on quite early. What am I trying to say?
I believe what he's trying to say here is that the Project A has gotten a good jump, but I'm not quite sure.
That's the one.
That's
the
one.
one. That's the one. That'll do. Yeah. But yeah, no. There's plenty of good stuff that's going on. I mean, Project A, part of that is driven by our good friend Tom, of course. And despite him taking the make for the fact that I'm Polish with the most British accent ever, is what he said earlier today. But you know, I'm definitely not. I definitely didn't return the favour at all. No, what do you mean? Why would you think I'd do that?
Well, Tom quite often says what he thinks about a person, and sometimes he calls people more British than they should be. I mean, I've heard before, you are in London, so I mean, more British can't really well be, can it?
I mean, I could be in Bath, going with the long A's and everything. That's a whole different part of Britain that I do not associate with, because I'm nowhere near that, either posh or rich, to associate with that. But you know what I might do is I might see if anybody is down for an interview.
As we might get also some insight on the teams I've seen before. They have given us some information regarding their team and the drivers. Maybe with the interviews we get some better insight on what's going on, as now obviously we in the commentating booth here already have a lot to worry about with the drivers and the live timings. The drivers themselves probably are not really less stressed than us. I think they're even more stressed, and we might see that show when going through those cars, those run numbers, and those laps and those pit stops as well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, every time I've done an interview in stuff like Project Endurance and some of the other stuff that I do on the side as well, it's provided really good insight into what is happening in the race for a certain team or just in general. So generally do appreciate it, and also just to be able to talk with the drivers, see what's in their head. Is always interesting, because each driver is obviously ever so slightly different. So some prefer sort of going full pelt all the time, whereas some people are more calculated. And especially when there's an incident as well, it's always funny to get their point of view whenever something happens. So it's generally a good time when interviews come into effect.
As right now, closest battle on track is the P7 battle overall. RSK Motorsports versus ACX. I believe ACX were in second place before their pit stop. Now they have to regain it as fast as possible, and the next car they have to fight are the RSK number 4 Motorsports. As it looks to me they're stuck behind the Hexa AF LMP2 right now. Not quite a place where you want to be stuck as these cars here, the LMDH, are very fast through Sector 1. And being stuck behind an LMP2, who's still quite fast, might lose more time to your opponent than you like.
I'm just checking Discord, and the Pablo Motorsport crew, the number 14, is streaming their onboard. I'd imagine that's probably going to be on YouTube, but the number 14 Pablo Motorsport GT car is streaming they're on board. So if you do want to take a look at what it looks like, what it feels like to be behind the wheel of a GT car, or an LP2 car actually, even in that case, then you'll be able to find their stream. I think it'll be on YouTube, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
As talk about Pablo Motorsports, quite funnily on track, the teams are right behind each other. that Akira right behind the right ahead of the LMP2. I believe, as we heard before, Pablo were also earlier involved in a long stop, so they have to find their way through. The Pablo Motorsports GT3 team still is out on their first normal stint, first driver stint. Might not be in the first tire stint, but we might see later. Once everyone has completed their first job, how much those undercuts or maybe overcuts have switched up the positions.
It's going to be interesting. It's always going to be interesting to see how strategy comes into play. It's one of my favourite things to talk about because I am a maths and a stats guy, so I like talking about that sort of stuff. But it's always very, very interesting to see how it works.
Pablo Motorsport spins, right, trying to overtake the sister team in it. The sister team spins as well. That's not what they want. They've spun round. Will there be a full course yellow? Are they going to manage to bring it back round? They're still on track. Careful with the rejoin. There's no cars coming. They're back running. Not what they want to do. Whoa. That's not optimal at all. Yeah, those tires don't seem healthy anymore.
No, they don't. I mean, spinning in sympathy is not particularly ideal for either of them. Sorry, I'm just in the middle of setting up an interview with one of the RSK guys.
RSK guys, the team P7 team, I believe you're talking about. So we might they are also right now in the midst of a battle. So maybe we can also get an insight on how it feels like being ahead of a battling car.
Wouldn't it just? Always a pleasure.
Oh, spin in the back! A contact incident. There's 2 cars involved. Who was that? Was that the ACX team involved? Doesn't look to me. There was an incident.
Don't think so. I think it's okay though, because there's no major damage and no full course yellow or anything, so it's nothing thingy.
That was quite the moment there, seeing in the back 2 cars incident. I believe we might get to later know who that was, but obviously if it was a battling car, not quite what you'd like to see. But ACX, I believe, has gained a little bit in this final sector to ISK, so if that interview is happening, we might say battle of that team while we interview that team.
Well, we should, if Discord decides to work.
Oh, Rama Motorsport driving for cutting. We have to be careful with those white lines.
Okay, cool. So Rune Coleman is getting prepped by VHK and the guys, just to make sure that everything goes to plan. So he'll be with us in a couple of moments' time.
Alright, so let's already hop on board with them as they're lapping here. Number 71, Trak Racing, showing us some great driving as well from them. Rama Motorsport takes a drive through. While we wait, let's rehearse what's really important in racing like this. We want to be as fast as possible. We want to keep a pace, a set pace. But obviously, we've seen in the track like this, the final sector being most difficult with the track limits. You have to, I believe, you're allowed to go 3 times off before you get a drive-through. Once you go off, you have a little thing on your screen that tells you that you've invalidated, and you have to slow down. And when it turns green, you're allowed to go back up to racing speed. And once it goes red, it means you've invalidated. You have gotten a cut warning. 3 of those gives you a drive-through, which is already very harsh. With a straight like this, that pit lane loses you quite a lot of speed. As a full course yellow is out on track.
Full course yellow is out on track and perfectly timed. We've got Rune Coleman, part of the number 4 RSK Motorsports crew, who we're currently on board with in 7th place in Hypercar. How are you, buddy?
Oh, I'm fine. Just out of the car, so I'm just breathing a bit.
Well, how was it? How was your first stint?
Well, it was a lot of traffic, of course, like first stint, so it was pretty hard. But after an hour, the track rubbered a bit in, and the grip started to gain. So I think I'm pretty happy with the stint.
Yeah, I think, as you should be. I mean, the move out of the final corner on ACX was pretty damn good.
Yeah.
I will admit. Great traction on the exit of the final corner. Is there anything that you think that you could have done better throughout that stint?
Well, at the start, I think I was a bit too nervous. So I broke myself in turn 1 and turn 2, I think. So I think I have to work on that a bit. But the rest...
The ACX car, sorry. He's just dived down the inside into Dunlop corner. It's side by side. This is for 7th place overall. He's got the inside. He's actually got through on your car there. So you guys are down to 8th place at the moment.
We're just waiting.
Ooh, could
Oh, that's your team round! An incident with the GT3. Wow.
But I think it could have been worse because he was saved from a much bigger spin from the Hexa AF number 24 GT3 car. But he's still losing time and positions. Now he's been locked up a little bit by the Arachnid Racing. Okay, so are you going to be back in the car later?
Yes, so my brother's driving right now, so I will go in at around 4, I think I'm in. So an hour of pause.
Okay, so you got an hour and a half of a break before
Yes.
You come back in. Have you seen anybody out on while you've been out on track that you think could be somebody interesting to watch?
The ACX car, the one we're battling right now. I think we're battling them like for the podium spots. So I think we have the similar pace to them. The number 161. That's just they are too fast. So it will be for place 2 today.
So you're battling for P2 then?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Foxy, have you got anything?
Oh yeah, I want to say the track limits. We've seen cars struggling with those white lines. Have you seen yourself struggling getting warnings, even penalties?
Yes, we are in 2 warnings right now. It's sometimes with traffic, it's just unfortunate timing, and then it can happen pretty easily. But no, I think it's going great right now, and the pace is there. So let's hope he can keep it this way.
Awesome. I was going to say something, but I forgot what I was going to say. But yeah, I think unless you've got anything else, I think that's it really.
Yeah.
No, I think it's good.
Good stuff, mate. Thank you for coming on. Pleasure.
Yeah.
Best of luck.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Before you go, I do want to have quite an insight. We've heard some teams written some information on their team. Are you also comfortable sharing a bit about your team right now? Showing us what the inside of the entire team has here.
Nah, I'm driving with my brother right now, and we share the same rig actually in the same house. So we physically swap. And we're similar paced, and I always love driving with each other on endurance racing. So it's so much fun out there.
Brilliant. I don't think many people can say, "Oh, I'm actually literally getting out of my rig." To swap drivers, yeah, fully Le Mans racing
jumping
style.
Jumping out, and then let the other driver jumping back. Luckily, no seatbelt, so it gets a bit faster. But those 3 minutes might still not be faster. You don't have to jump out the car like in Le Mans. You have 3 minutes, so you can take your time getting out of that seat.
Yes, yeah.
Alright, good stuff.
Alright, good luck for the rest of the race. Can't wait to see you back out on track. So we're following your car still here for the battle for the podium. As interesting, your team still not quite losing the touch yet to that A6 team. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. That was Rune Coleman for the RSK number 4 crew who are on board with currently in 8th place.
That was also perfect timing, as right as we had that interview, their team sadly has been overtaken, but giving us quite some action here. That's funny to see, as we haven't seen some reactions from him, so I believe it wasn't too bad on their side. Maybe later on they're planning on to push further. We might still see. Obviously, we will not ask questions like that, as that gives insight to the other teams, which we don't want to give. But the team looks to be still strong out here, not quite losing their touch yet.
No, and listen, you know, using the same rig for 6 hours, that seat is probably going to get a little bit sweaty, if I'm honest.
It's a bit smelly.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they do have the option to change it. So it's not you know, it's not a massive problem as such. But yeah, it's always brilliant to get a bit of driver insight. And you know, now we've got a little bit of extra information on the RSK guys. 2 warnings, and it's 3, and you've got a penalty. So you know, Rune's brother's going to have to keep an eye and just be a little bit careful with how things are going for his team. He's going to try and not get a penalty.
Yes, I believe that car up ahead is still the ACX car, but looking at the intervals together for the GT3, they are not quite getting there. Over the limit, I believe, was leading a bit in that class. They've gone down to 23rd overall. I believe that's 3rd in their team. Team Straya right now, 4th, I'm sorry, in the group. As Lifeless OCS is ahead of a few LMP2s. Lifeless, gotta say, kudos to them in qualifying. They have shown us incredible pace, to the point where in the final lap they have gotten such a lap that they've jumped half a second in front of P2, which that was a shock to me, a shock to Dan, who was with me in the commentator's booth, and that came like a rocket out of nowhere. That's incredible work, and right now they're still showing what pace they have right now. That Lexus, I think this is still incredible fast.
Yeah, it is a Lexus, and I mean, they've been doing really well so far this race. Have the lifeless cars, not just in GT, but also in hypercar as well. Of course, the number 12 is in 5th place at this point in time. Let me see, where's the information that these guys have got? Bunch of drivers, a German, a Japanese, and another German. So 2 Germans and a Japanese man behind the wheel of that car.
That's interesting to see, as sim racing brings the community together from all over the world. 2 Germans and a Japanese. I think in other teams we have all people around the world. I think even American, everything all over the globe, and all joining us on this spectacular event here. Beautiful to see that everyone gives their best out here. And Life as OCS right now seems to be set right now for this position, but 4 hours 30 minutes. Anything can happen, and sadly we've seen already at the beginning, I think a team already had issues with the internet connection, so we still have quite a bit of time for issues to happen. But obviously I won't give any commentator's curse to any of our drivers here, as I've sadly done this quite a lot of times. I've been told before the stream to not give anyone a commentator's curse, but I don't control that, so that's gonna be something that might happen with luck, or maybe I control without knowing it.
Listen, I've learned on my own way that commentator's curse only happens if you believe in it. But also, I mean, to be fair, I'm probably thinking myself. I was racing in this F2 league that one of my friends runs, and this was the one and only time that I've raced on the new F1 game in a league so far. In F2 qualifying at Interlagos, I qualified 10th, and of course for the sprint race, top 10 is inverted. So I started on pole, right? And I'm not a particularly fast driver, let's put it that way. So I was expecting to get swamped into sort of turn 1, turn 4, and yet I wasn't, and I led the whole lap out of Junsao corner. I literally said, how the hell have I led the first lap without causing any incidents?
And
and into the center S's. I turn in, I lose the back end, and then somebody basically just bashes into the side of me. I lose my front tire, and I'm shut out of the rest of the race basically. Which, well, not ideal, but meh.
I sadly have to say I have done given the commentator's curse in OCSS once too many times. It was in Spa last year. It was a great race, incredible racing so far, and I jump on board with a team and say, look how good they run. Next corner, not actually, it was inside the corner. They have binned it, and I've been told, thank you so much. You have given us a commentator's curse, and I was like. That
well done.
Well, it's not really what I wanted to give them, as I was complimenting the team.
I wanted to give them a compliment, not a spin.
That's quite literally what sadly happened, and I believe it happened quite a few times in OCSS even afterwards, but that was the most memorable moment so far that I can get, as this time I will try to keep it a bit lower on the compliments, not because I'm mean, just to not give the commentator's curse on anyone while complimenting them.
Fair enough. I mean, I listen. I normally do F1 commentary, so it's much shorter races, but you know, it still happens now and again. You've still got an hour and a half, or however long it is, where you can still make that mistake and compliment somebody, and they all go tits up, basically. Part of the French. So, you know, it happens, but coincidence, probably.
Yeah, and right now, looking right now on the track, the closest battle right now, we are on board at it right now with the Arachnid Racing and Over the Limit. There we go, just as I say it, the OVTL team goes into the pit lane. Quite a spectacular, obviously, that's how it goes. I say something and the complete opposite then happens. Arachnid goes into provisional lead of LMP2, so now comes the battle where Over the Limit, I believe, has gotten that pole position in qualifying. Lopin was second, and Arachnid, I think, was down in fifth, if I'm not mistaken. I believe with their strategy so far, can you tell us, have they gone into the pit lane yet?
Who are we talking about? The Arachnids?
The Arachnid Racing.
Probably. Sorry, I was just checking up on the Discord. Number 12, Lifeless Racing, having a bit of connectivity issue right now. Had a bit of an incident with the Rima Motorsport 578. They've apologised for it in the Discord. Sorry, I was just checking up on that more so.
Nice to see that they apologize for mistakes. Here we go. Let's see the provisional leader, BMW Huizinfeld, lapping Arachnid quite in a way where you wouldn't expect it. Obviously, endurance racing, lapping is, you need to do it as soon as possible, but with an overtake like that, very risky, as you don't want to risk a mistake at contact. As talking about that, right behind, I say right behind, 2 seconds, is Project A, thirsty to get that lead back.
That whole thing is actually pretty close. So, you know, that we've seen that gap gobbled up in a few laps. So we could absolutely see within 5 minutes they're going to be right at each other's heads, or they're going to stay at about 4 seconds for another half an hour. That's how unpredictable sim racing is. Sometimes it works in your favour, sometimes it doesn't. Again, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away.
That's the way of the racing Bible.
Exactly. So there's three things, in my opinion, in the racing Bible. Golden rule of racing: don't hit your teammate. Traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. Just have fun, really.
Obviously, racing competitiveness is up there, but if you're not having fun, why are you even racing at this point? We've heard people say, people having a bad race but still say it was the best time of their life and still coming out with a smile, while we have also people basically getting second and then coming out with a frown saying this race was not fun at all. And in the end, who was the winners? It was the ones that have gotten that bad position because just they had the fun, they had the time of their life, say like that.
And that's why races like say, I don't know, Le Mans or, you know, your big 24-hour races, that's why they're usually so popular. It's because they're usually really fun for the drivers. So, you know, the important thing is in racing is if you enjoy it, right? That's why you do it, otherwise you wouldn't do it, right? Say, for instance, a Max Verstappen at the moment, he clearly, to an extent at least, enjoys F1, but he has said he doesn't want to do it for years and years and years. He said himself he wants to do stuff like endurance racing. He does GT3 iRacing. I mean, come on. There's not very many people that can say, I race F1 and I do GT3 iRacing. There's not very many people who can ever say that. So, you know, as long as you enjoy what you do, that's all that matters. There was a saying that I found years ago. I can't quite remember who said it, but it was, if you enjoy your job, you'll never work a day in your life. So, you know, it's the important thing.
That is quite the quote as well, as that's also quite a life lesson as well as.
Jesus Christ, we're getting philosophical here.
Next, we're becoming the next Le Mans commentators here, as we're talking everything except what's actually happening. As right now, the battle for the lead is getting closer and closer. Project A to BMW Zinkfeld. They have shown that Project A, before their pit stop, was about 18 seconds in the lead as far as I've seen it. That's a huge lead, and Project A is getting closer to BMW Zinkfeld. I believe BMW hasn't pitted yet, as far as I'm checking. So the BMW team here absolutely flying, but going for a complete opposite strategy than many of the other teams here.
Yes, they're going very much for the different strategy, and it's clearly working at this point in time. Whether it works for the whole race, we'll see in 4 hours, 21 minutes and counting. One thing I've just noticed is FC Racing has got a new video dropping later today. I've just seen them pop it in chat, so keep an eye out for that as we're on board with the number 21 over the limit car. This is for second place. In LMP2, 71 against 21, Arachnid ahead of them as they come through turns, I think that's turn 7, yeah, because this is the kink at 8, and then that's the kink at 9 there, and then it's braking zone at 10. I always get confused around that area.
Turn 10, really difficult here. You want to get as close to that apex as possible. The LMDH has shown us that turn, and there's a car off. Was that a car off? On the right, there it was.
That might have been a car. Well, full course hill has been deployed, so it would have been.
That was out of turn 10. As I said before, difficult corner to get correct. And just as I said it, commentator's curse strikes again. A car is spun off in that corner. And wow, as we said it just 10 minutes before, that the commentator's curse is something that happens. And
Mr. I don't want to be given a commentator's curse.
I've done it again.
He's done it again. If anybody have that on their Acco booster or anything, you can tick that one off.
It's the elephant race that's going on here, over the limit. It's going for the overtake during the full course yellow. What is happening here?
Remember, you can't go for the overtake, but you can go side by side. So the jump is going to be absolutely crucial once the full course yellow does decide to go.
This is gonna be interesting. We're gonna stay on board with over the limit, as they are the ones who seem to be obviously the fastest cars in qualifying. They seem to have that jump. This is for P2 in class. Full course yellow off in 10 seconds. Are they gonna reach the hairpin? I don't think they are.
No, they're not. This is going to be a dive into turn 1. Who's going to have the advantage? Is it going to be over the limit, or is Arachnid going to keep second place? We're on board with over the limit. He's got a brilliant jump off of that. 52's been disqualified for the FCY Delta. Not the first car that we've seen be given that penalty. As into turn 1, Arachnid has lost the position to OTL 21, and they're now in second in class.
That was the overtake done perfectly over them. They gotten that start beautifully right as the timer went out. They've pressed that accelerator right on cue. Arachnid got caught off and over the limit. Overtakes before the corner even started.
Gorgeous stuff.
Project A games crashed.
I was wondering where both the Project A and the 86 went, because both of them disappeared. Their game crashed, and now they're in the pits, possibly trying to recover. Could the chances for a win now have opened up to people like RSK, like ACX, like BMW Huizinfeld?
As now we've been told Project A is back, but that's gonna set them back quite a bit. As Ragnar Racing and Over the Limit lapping that GT3's Team Stray, I believe that was. So threading the needle there, that's not a corner where you want to lap, and beautifully done by Ragnar Racing. Over the Limit here, needing to find something. Obviously they have the pace, but now they are the lead car, and it has been said before, the lead car has a bit more things to worry about, has actually less things to worry about, but depending on the driver's stress levels. Ragnar Racing might have the downside, but also the upside. With the slipstream, they have to now calculate everything perfectly.
Locking up into turn 1 again is the number 21. And they're still having big issues as Project A, and they've been passed by RSK on track. You can see the second place Arachnid Racing. Both Arachnids in the top 3, doing pretty well so far.
Incredible work from them, but also BMW Huizinfeld finally in the pit lane. About 2 hours on that stint, and there's a car off there. That was, I believe, that is a LMP2 car getting off. Ragnar Racing now lapping them. We are still on board with Ragnar Racing, 12 overall. As that's HexAF, right? They have made a mistake, really happened, and now 17th overall. Looking at the gaps behind, they have not quite. They have a huge gap to the car behind, so that mistake didn't cost them too much. Big issues for Project A still.
Yeah, I was just about to update. They're still having issues. Heavens knows what they were, but from a team that was, I don't want to say near guaranteed the win, but they were looking pretty much set to get it. Now they're close to being down and out, really. At this point, if they can't fix the issues, it might be day done for the 161.
That's exactly what I've been saying before. In real life racing, there's car problems that can happen with suspension failure, brake failure, and everything in that department. In sim racing, obviously, we don't have that sadly here yet. But there's still possible other issues to come around. Project A has done their long stop, so they fused their issues to use a long stop. They first overall, so maybe all those issues can be minimized with if they get out on track now. Let's get on board with them. They are out on track. Let's see how they drive.
Thankfully, they're back on track. I was slightly worried for them, I'm not going to lie. Because, well, if they wouldn't have been able to get back on track, that would have been really, really bad for these guys. Because, again, they have the pace. It's just they need the internet. Which is a whole different set. I mean, Christ. My internet, hello. 86 BMW Huizinfeld has been given a drive-through for speeding.
Not optimal at all. That pit lane, you said it at the beginning. Very difficult to get it right, as you just get off a fast straight into a chicane as the pit lane goes right then left, and they've just misjudged it. And now they're going very slow as well. That's an 80 kilometers an hour speed limit in there. Not
that's
35.
what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe they're making sure not to speed by going more than half slower.
Have they run out of fuel, maybe?
Possibly.
That could be it. Oh, no, they still have gas. They still have gas. So that was a weird pit lane from them. Going 35 kilometers an hour in an 80 speed zone. If you do that in real life on normal roads, you get fined for that. But here, luckily, you don't.
Yeah, I remember saying my grandma was telling me where basically she almost got nicked by the police for that sort of stuff. So, yeah, you can very easily get told off for it. But anyway, we're not talking about my grandma. We're talking about the race. So we're on board with 12th place number 71 Arachnid Racing, 3rd place in P2. He's less than 2 seconds away from the back of OTL, who made the move coming out of that full course yellow. A very, very good move, mind you. As now we come into turn 14. Have you raced around this circuit before?
I have raced on the circuit years ago in a league, but I've had issues every time through that final sector. So every time I see a car or a battle going through there, that's where I always get a bit of the shivers, as those uphill ride acceleration points, very difficult to get right. Those rear ends really squirmy through there, but obviously difficult to get. Ragnar Racing here lapping 90 Hexa AF. I believe that was the LYS car, if I'm not wrong, the number 9. Yes, they lapped that on the straight. Obviously, LYS not giving you quite a battle there. Oh, lifeless internet issues going through the wall. The planet needs them, I believe.
Ooh, yikes. That's not ideal. I was going to ask you what's your favourite part of the track, but I think we've figured out what your least favourite part is.
Well, my favourite part, obviously, is this first sector going towards here into the hairpin. It might seem difficult, but I love just how fluid that is. Going through 100R, nearly flat, a bit of lifting, and then hard on the brakes with the weight change going to the front for the left-hander. That I quite like how beautifully it's made. But obviously this entire track, I like all of the parts. Even this final sector, it might be difficult, but once you get it right, you get that satisfaction of getting the beautiful main straight with so much speed. And that's also part of racing. That's why for many drivers the Nürburgring is a favorite track. Once you get it right, the difficult parts just feel so much more satisfying to complete. So sometimes the most difficult parts of a track are the most fun to do. And that's what I gotta say. My second favorite, but also least favorite, if that's how we wanna say it, is the final sector on Fuji here.
Yeah, the final sector is difficult. I've driven it on PC too, Project Cars 2.
Wow, that's back in the days.
But I still have it. I still play it.
That's I gotta say, one of the good games still out there.
I think we both know what we need to do at some point in the near future. And if anybody else has Project Cars 2, pop us a bell on Discord. I'm sure we can organise a little race at some point. But that final sector is really, really difficult. Like I said at the top of the show, you've got the uphill turn 13, 14, 15 as well. They're all blind to an extent. Final corner, absolutely critical in terms of exit. So, it's really, really important to nail that. And if you don't, well, you're going to be kicking yourself all the way down the front straight.
Yeah, also something to really look out for. We know that the setup work, I think I've heard it's half fixed, but still a bit of changeability being able to do. This track has everything in store. From fast corners to downforce sections, like obviously sector 1 being hard on that front, as you want to have the turn in. But then also with the slower sections, you want to altogether have the cornering speed. But then comes this part here, with the main straight, where you just want to have the perfect setup altogether, and getting that correctly, I gotta say, some teams here probably have had days and weeks of brainstorming to get that right, and now comes the play. Now they have to use it, and it's to me it seems like everyone has managed to get quite that balance that they wanted to. No team seem to have many issues with car drivability and also maneuverability. So I gotta say, nice to see that every team has put in the time in to get that perfect setup.
Yeah, I mean, it does take time to get right. So, setups aren't easy inherently. So, once you can nail it, then things become much easier for you. Then it just relies on the driver and all that sort of stuff to,
Right, so on board with Arachnid Racing, the gap to over the limit is still about the 1.5 seconds. Gotta have to see what they manage here. Just following that car there up ahead. Blue flags shown for the GT3 classes. There are a few lapped cars ahead over the limit, just getting past there. Silverhead's division, 24th overall, and oh, that's Project A in the inside there. Nice to see that they managed to get a car back up and running, but they have such a big time to regain here with that issues that they had. Now back out on track in 7th, sadly second to last, or even third to last in the class. Reimer Motorsports having issues by themselves as well, being down in 12th. Oh, we're right in racing contact with the division team there, 24th. That was incredibly close to a heartache moment. Turn 1, hairpin, very hard on the brakes, so I have to take a cut. And Arachnid Racing really pushing here, putting that rear to slide, getting that slip angle into that corner perfectly, as obviously people say you want to have as much grip through corners as possible. Then going more into professional racing, you hear people throwing words, slip angles, and more bigger technical words. And we just saw Arachnid Racing using all of the car's potential going through the Coca-Cola corner. And now up ahead, that's Project A lapping over the limit, which might give Arachnid Racing the chance to catch back up. Grass is flying in the air. That looks to me Project A has done a bit of issues. As oh wait, is that Project A? I think that seems to be another LMP2. That's Pablo Motorsports racing against over the limit through that final sector there. And important for Arachnid Racing to get as much time back to OTL. That's now up ahead as well for P4 overall. There is the Silverheads division, only 5 seconds back to ACX. ACX had a great race here so far, being up into P2 as well at one point. I believe Silverheads also breaking the slipstream to a driver behind. There's no one fighting them, so the Ice are mostly up ahead, overtaking that Silverheads division. Their sister team in the GT3 there. We saw the LMP2 of Arachnid Racing having issues lapping there, as that was quite a close moment there through turn 1. But now I believe Reimer Motorsports still issues getting overtaken by Arachnid Racing. That's them in the battle. There's issues between the Pablo Motorsports car again. The second time they've come together. Looks to be this time they managed to bring it back and running sooner than they wanted. Pablo Motorsports drive through for cutting at the 14. I believe that is the LMP2 car, so they've gotten a drive-through now. Well, here Reimer Motorsports trying their best to keep up with the LMP2, hopefully getting past soon to maybe have a look to fight back up ahead. But those cars ahead, that's Reimer Motorsports going off, and that's what I've been talking about before. Well, if you go off, contact with the LMP2 off Pablo Motorsports. Damage might be a big play here. Looks to me Reimer Motorsports just not getting that luck that they wanted. Big thing that they have to get together in racing, Le Mans racing, endurance racing altogether. You need to have that luck on your side, and Reimer here seems to have not quite that what they want. Over the limit, back in the pit lane. Let's check up on them. I believe they've come back in the pit lane as Reimer Motorsports has overtaken. That was probably a timing issue, as over the limit still here. Up in 8th with Arachnid Racing. I'll be just behind a few seconds. These two can fight it together. 161. That's Project A having issues again. They have disconnected. Big problems of our LMDH lead as Pablo Motorsports taking a drive through, and this makes this flips the entire LMDH upside down. There's no Hexa AF, RSK Motorsports, the Heusingfeld BMW are all fighting for that P1 battle, as BMW Heusingfeld gone for a long stop, switch their positions. They're down to P7th. That's them back in the race, and that's big news for the LMDH class, as now our leader is Hexa AF. Our lead so far for going into the 4 hour mark of the race. 4 hours left in this race until the checkered flag will be waving, and everything up ahead has flipped upside down. Hexa AF provisional lead so far. ACX does not want to give out yet. Hexa, that's it. Hexa goes into pit lane, and we might have a different leader now. Careful with the speed limit here, hard on the brakes, and they've done it. They have not gotten the pit lane penalty with speeding, as there's another car in the pit lane there. I believe that is an LMP2 up ahead. There's now eyes on Lifeless. What are they going to do? Let's check what LMP2. That's an LMDH up ahead. That's Rimo Motorsports. That's a BMW of Rimo Motorsports in the pit lane. On board with Lifeless to see when they come out. To the, I believe Hexa. Hexa is left, so that's a long stop from them. 2 hours in. Now is where you expect the first long stop to be, unless, I think I've thought about it wrong, you cannot take a long stop near the end of the race. So now I think it's a second long stop, and from now on, unless they go for 2 hour stints each, Lifeless goes into lead here. But now long stops, big play here, 6 hours. Logical thing is to say 2 hours each, not possible, as you need to have 3 stops. As there's a team coming out ahead of the pit lane there. That looks to me, that's the Octo AF LMP2 coming out in 21st overall. I believe that's not correct yet, but that's in 17th overall. Just behind Pablo Motorsports, who as well is having issues here. As Lifeless OCSS, the GT3, up to 14th overall. Great racing from them. They're playing everything correctly. As Octo AF exiting the pit lane, gets a drive through for cutting. So they have to go back into the pit lane again. And sad to see that it's that easy to get a penalty. You can have all the skill that you want, to get all the practice that you want. But one mistake, or 3 mistakes actually, to get that penalty in a 6 hour race is very easy to do, as I believe I've seen the S161 car, Project A, back on the leaderboard for a split second. They are, I believe, now down in, so far as I've seen, 7th still, but they've left the board again. So 161, big issues. Let's hope they can still manage to go till the end and finish this race, as we don't want to see a leading driver not finishing a race like this. As right now the car's still a bit far from each other. It's still a few cars in a few seconds from each other. Hexa AF versus LYS, 2 seconds between them, well over the limit, and Arachnid Racing having 4 seconds between each other. That's, I think, the 2 closest battles right now on track. Team Pablo Motorsports getting close to the GT3 of Team Straya. They're gonna overtake soon as well. There we go. Now LYS looking for an overtake too over the limit. Heusingfeld, BMW taking their drive-through. They've gotten a few laps before. As I've been told, 161 Project A is having PC issues. It keeps on crashing. Not optimal at all. They need to probably switch a driver and maybe switch the entire strategy upside down. If we know which driver it is, hopefully it's not Tong, as I believe Tong has put too much work into this. He said himself he wants to bring this to the end. Driver Motorsports, 2 out of 3 long stops. 1 more to go. They could do their normal strategy and going 2 hours before the end and have a very plain setup. Well, change, a grid change, as Pablo Motorsport takes the first long stop.
Yeah, first long stop. Bit late for a first long stop, no?
I gotta say, yeah.
Yeah, because you'd think normally, okay, average is about an hour and a half per each. Unless they're wanting to do maybe one stint, and then run the rest. But, interesting. We'll see.
Yeah, as I'm going to tell you again, I believe you've missed this part. Team Project A is still having PC issues. They've disconnected again, and are right now still out of this race. If they don't manage to join in late soon, that might be their race over.
Well, exactly. Wait, is Project 1 still having problems?
Project 8 is still having problems, yes. The PC keeps on crashing for the driver wanting to drive, and big issues. The lead car And now Lifeless has gone to lead as ACX was as Hexa was leading for quite a stint until they gone into the pit lane. So now the battle for the lead is wide open between Lifeless, RSK, Hexa and ACX. Hoizingford also might have a shot here as well. They're down in 11th with their issues as well. I believe they've also had slight issues an hour ago. So we might see the battle for the lead complete switch.
Oh, we absolutely love it when it gets crazy. I mean, listen, it all started really well with Project Day, and then unfortunately, and technical gremlins just happen. Really, I've had them myself. They're really not fun. But you know, it's not an ideal situation for them to be in, and I think that probably realistically is the race gone for them. The only benefit is it could bring Tong to the combat.
Oh, I hope Tong right now is not having a mental breakdown, as sadly we heard yesterday during that qualifying session. They've been working really hard for today's race. With that qualifying, getting pole position by himself. He has done that qualifying session, and now that lead, I think he's done also the leading the first stint of the race, getting themselves up with that 18-second gap. Sad to see that it's just that easy to lose it all. It's just that easy to lose it all. One split second, in a split of moment, just lose that hopes for a win.
Yeah, I mean, it really is one mistake and your race is done and dusted. So sometimes it can be just as small as, you know, going deep into one and letting a car through, and then you can't overtake that car for another half an hour. That loses you 3 positions at the end of the race. Or it could be a literal, you know, mega crash, God knows where. So, you know, and again, it just adds the unpredictability, that's the word, of racing in an endurance car. So, you know, you're fighting for long periods of time. Yes, 6 hours is comparatively long to most races. And, you know, it works. It works, and that's part of the reason why it is so fun.
Yeah, and with these long races, fighting for a long amount of time is really fun, but risk level just gets to the point where, do you want to battle that much, or maybe say you want to give out now and go later for a shot, knowing that maybe you find your pace later on. As I have to say myself, it happens quite a few times where I put lots amount of practice into a race, and then once that race starts, I find some more time as I get used to race conditions. As obviously during practice, you can only practice as much as you're given. Once the race happens, the race conditions will be adjusted to all the cars and all the temperatures. And once that happens, you find new lines, new time to gain. And maybe during the race, you find more and more where you can say, I'll give out now to the battle and then jump later on for the opportunity where it might have a better opportunity.
There's still plenty of time for a better opportunity. There's just under 4 hours left in the race now. We're a third of the way down. There's still plenty of time for all sorts of stuff to happen. We haven't as yet had a full safety car.
Yes.
Which is pretty good going. We've had a couple of full course yellows, but we've not had a full proper safety car on track situation as yet. Hopefully the safety car does better than the one in Monza, which for those of you that are unaware, yesterday on test laps, or the day before, the safety car actually crashed ahead of the F1 Italian Grand Prix.
Which was brake issues there.
Yeah, a bit of a brake failure for them. But we're looking on with the RSK Motorsports, Runen's Fair, and I hope I'm pronouncing that right because they're Dutch. As far as what they've told us, so I may fully be butchering that, and I can only apologise. Trying to chase after the Silverheads as Lopen is climbing up the field back to 7th place. He's got a half a minute gap on the OTL 21 car, who's second in class, and I think in go the Silverheads.
Yes, that's the Silverheads into the pit lane. RSK Motorsports take second. We have heard that RSK Motorsports is fighting against ACX on track. And now with Project A and BMW Zinkfeld having issues, RSK might have a shot to get the win here. And that's what we said right at the start of the race. Just because one car is at the front, we had this in Daytona where a car won from 10th off the grid. This time we might have the same chance again in the LMDH class. But in the LMP2 class, I believe Over the Limit as well, leading right now. Even though it was, I believe, actually, Over the Limit did get pole position, but Lopen did get second, and now third with a 19-second gap. And down in GT3, Lifeless OCSS as well leading, but Pending Systems might still also have a shot everywhere. So just because right now the gaps are still not as close as could, issues can still arise from any corner, and we might still get cars overtaking from a place where they've not really might get the lead from a place they've not quite gotten in qualifying.
Crucially, there is still plenty of time for stuff to happen, right? So, you know, you're talking about opportunities, you're talking about looking to make a move. You've got a lot of time, right? Okay, comparatively for an endurance race, okay, it's not the longest, right? Especially for Higgs, because we've had 10 hours, we've had 8 hours, we've had 12 hours as well. So, you know, comparatively, okay, it's not massively long, but it's still a long time in the grand scheme of things. So, you know, there's still plenty of opportunities left.
I have to say, just even if it's just 6 hours of racing, I have to say, my PC just tells me that the highest temperatures have been reached for the week again, which is about 31 degrees. Right now, I'm sweating, I'm not even driving, and I believe I'm not the only one in this group here that is during a high temperature situation. That's a BMW Zinkfeld issues and round turn 10. Ooh. Wow, that's them, the pre-leaders, the leaders being at the 5 hour mark, down in 9th place overall. Not the race they've been expecting.
Mind you, also, it is only RSK that is on the lead lap because of Silverhead's pit and then Arachnid being over 95 seconds, which is about a lap behind RSK. But yeah, there's lots of time for stuff to happen. So we'll see what happens. The BMW Zinkfeld thing, they could still, I mean, going deep into... Thank God he avoided that.
Oh, that's also careful. Penalty maybe. Wow.
Yeah. Going deep into turn 10, going through that chicane, okay, could be worse because it could be grass, but it's still a much slower solution than taking it properly.
I believe that is true, but also with turn 10, there is the shorter point where if you go deep and can't take the corner, you can still take the runoff, which is a chicane type build. You still need to be careful not to get a warning, but obviously with turn 10 issues here with BMW Zinkfeld has shown us there that even if you spin, you might have a bad spin and have to take the curb, and which they've done. But you have to rejoin in a very awkward way as the line through that corner goes to the point of left to the complete left of the track, to complete right, and if you want to rejoin somewhere there, very difficult. But let's hop back on to our Leagues GT3 as they've been racing a perfect race so far, as incredible work they've done here. I'm really surprised that no one really has given them the battle that in qualifying has said that I expected a few more drivers to go for that lead, but Lifeless has proven me wrong a couple of times now, and here again even leading to the point of Octo-AF having issues to get past.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the information that they've given us about themselves. The drivers are Kevin Klein, Taki Yakubo, and Felix Luz, I think? Something like that. Last time I did German was in high school. I can only apologise if I'm absolutely butchering it, right? So we spoke about these guys before, but you know, you've got two different countries on opposite ends of the world, right? Really bringing sort of sim racing together as such. One of the teams, I think it might have been Project A, actually, but one of the teams had an American who was starting the race at 4 a.m. local.
Wow, that's incredible. Waking up that early and still needing to put 100% of the strength into a race like this. Incredible work that they managed to bring it here as well. And we see the Silverheads Division GT3 class. We've seen them a few times. Also with LMP2s, a bit of issues as well. I believe that was the Hex AF trying to lap them once and having a bit of contact towards turn 1. But the GT3s right now are more of a Sunday drive, I gotta say. They've been mostly alone on track, but obviously just being alone doesn't mean you're still not in a race. You still need to bring your best 100% out, and just that's the most difficult part. If you're alone on track, trying to find out what the pace all around you is quite difficult, as you only have yourself as a reference. And I gotta say, that's also in racing, being alone on track is I believe the most difficult part in a race.
Yeah, believe me, I've seen people just simply make mistakes. Yikes! For a team with 12 drivers, in 10 different countries, that's not particularly brilliant, all things considered. I should also add to the point with the American. He's starting at 4 a.m. local. I went to bed at 4 a.m. my side, mind you. I was wanting to go to bed earlier, but then my phone happened. But yeah, so you know, again, really bringing the whole sim racing community together. Silverheads were on board with those guys, but they've got, according to again the information that they've given us, 12 drivers, 10 different nations. And believe it or not, a comparatively unlikely partnership at the moment is we've got in one team a Russian and a Ukrainian.
Yeah, I mean, still, sadly, with all the world stuff happening, being not quite. We don't want to get this into political
No, I don't want to.
Yeah, but still, really nice to see that from different countries, different time zones. You said America, you say from Japan. There's time zones just already from Britain to Germany. It's already 1 hour difference, and I mean, I have been there 3 weeks ago, and gotta say, it was already time and day change for me. I was awake very earlier than I expected, and then late at night, early at night, I was already pretty tired. And just with this 1 hour change, and these drivers here are bringing us time zones from 4 a.m. to, I believe there's also drivers running right now at pretty late at night. So interesting to see that they're all still willingly putting all this time in here and giving us the extreme action that we hope for.
Yeah, no, it's always good. I mean, listen, you generally judge stuff more on the racing action than who's really behind the wheel, because we don't actually, as far as I can tell, we don't actually know who is behind the wheel unless the teams actually tell us. So you know, it's always just brilliant to watch and see. Okay, this is what a team is doing. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but that's part of the beauty of racing. You've got to try something.
As we keep on saying that 6 hours aren't long, we're not even halfway there yet in this race, and right now I believe with the action, on-track battles have calmed down to the point where I believe everyone is now worrying and planning for their second long stops, where and when to do it, as the undercuts and overcuts are a big part of racing. Ooh, over the limit there. Pushes it over the limit.
Yeah, he really has gone over the limit, keeping it true to the name. Does exactly what it says in the tin, I suppose. But yeah, again, we've turn 3, Coca-Cola corner. The drivers have just got to be careful, because if we've seen penalties dished out for it, for going wide and not slowing down. So drivers have just got to be careful, especially through sort of that section into turn 10 and uphill through here as well. Is a dodgy section, I think, in terms of keeping it within track limits. Does he do it this time? Yes, he does.
Yes, right now, Bell's on track. We have the biggest lead right now in LMDH, with about 40 seconds from P1 to P2. But I believe they have gone into the pit lane. So Arachnid Racing, checking where they are on track now, might get the lead here for the provisional lead for the race.
Might. Probably will. I'm not fully sure by how big, though. Because that is going to be the big thing. Depends how far away they are from the other car. I think it was about 140 seconds, which is just shy of 2.5 minutes. So I think they'll get it.
They have gone into the lead, yes.
And they have. But the question is going to be, of course, by how much?
When are they going to come out? RSK Motorsports in the pit lane, still waiting. We know the driver's in there. Reimer Motorsports drive through for cutting. But I believe back in the 18th, we have a GT3 just shy of 5 seconds to the over the limit GT3. And this might come down to a battle later on. Lamborghini, I believe this is, versus the Lexus of the over the limit car. And I said it in qualifying, these manufacturers have different drivability. I know myself that the Lamborghini is more happy on the rear end and has funnier braking zones, as also the braking in this Lamborghini is quite different than the other GT3s. But I believe the Lexus is more similar to the Mercedes, being more balanced altogether.
I'm just Anno said, one of the OTL GT drivers, my first ever proper endurance race with driver swaps, right? This is not the surprising bit. This next bit is, I am racing with sub 30 frame rate on a ThinkPad. Now, for those of you that know what a ThinkPad is, I always associate a ThinkPad with one of those pretty crap laptops that we used at like primary and high school.
Incredible.
So, racing with a sub 30 frame rate on one of those, you know what? Credit for at least giving it a go. Because I wouldn't be surprised if your laptop dies halfway.
Over the limit, both cars are right now absolutely flying. Both of them are, I believe, on the podium step of the class respectfully. In LMP2 even leading, so that ThinkPad, I gotta say, I think there is maybe something behind that. Maybe the other drivers have to think about maybe even bigger real life teams have to, maybe instead of using those big pit lane PCs to check out the time, maybe this is a ThinkPad just is enough.
Maybe I need to invest in a ThinkPad, to be fair.
Non-sponsored.
Not sponsored at all. No, not at all. We are sponsored, but not by ThinkPad. But yeah, I mean, hey, if it works, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Absolutely.
So, as long as you can race at a good pace, for all I could care, you could be racing on a Commodore 64. Not that it could run this game at all, but hypothetically, if it could, and you were racing on one of those, so as long as you could drive, it doesn't really matter, really. Pablo, 15 seconds from race direction.
Oh, yeah, I believe that's Pablo. I've seen Pablo Motorsports, the 14 car, being involved in quite a few incidents already. I believe race direction has had enough and maybe given, but we don't know yet what has happened.
15-second time penalty from the 09 LYS Endurance. Reasoning being 14 is getting lapped. They should let the 09 by in a safe manner. But 14 ignores blue flags and proceeds to battle them, dive bomb them, causing a crash. That is the exact reasoning by Luca Race Direction. And so they've been given a 15-second time penalty, which being the first and only penalty so far, pardon me, being dished out by Race Direction. That's pretty good going.
Hopefully also the last one.
Less than 2.5 hours in.
Just about, yeah, but talking about here, that's over the limit right there. It's getting closer to over the limit for a battle. 18th overall, but I believe this is for second in their class. Podium battle. While this is unfolding, we talked about the setup that people have been using. Can you believe that? I think 2 of even 3 drivers here right now are using a controller to race.
I mean, yes, being a controller racer myself, it's not particularly easy.
Going on the inside, the Silverheads, that turn 14. I believe there's side-by-side action. Just ahead is that you can see the name tag, and over the limit has been overtaken. That Lexus really needs to find the pace here now. Maybe getting a good run here on the straight as the Venus Motorsport LMP2 tries to get through as soon as possible. Silverheads goes for the slipstream, I believe, and into the pit lane. And just as they complete the overtake, they go for their pit stop. Incredible, but also I think there's also strategy-wise, they've slowed down over the limit a little bit with that battle.
I mean, perfect timing. Some possibly would say unnecessary. Why are you bothering going for a move on your last lap? But perfectly timed, I think, just overall, as they pop by for a pit stop. We're on board now with the other car that was in that battle, the number 7 OTL car. As they come now into turn 3, very, very fast. Left-hander just about keeps it on track there, I think.
Yeah, and with the battles here, HexAF for the lead of LMDH is starting to get closer to Arachnid Racing. 12 seconds, I believe the gap was about a few minutes ago to about half an hour. So Hexa and Arachnid, there we go, the timing board has updated again, 20 more seconds as expected. But Hexa, ACX, Arachnid, and I believe it was RSK are all looking forward to get that P1 position, but there's only one car to get it, and as HexAF grabs their sister team there, the LMP2 team, giving them as much slipstream as possible, giving Hex also a bit of a run to turn 1. Perfectly timed as turn 1, the entire main straight. You want to have as much top speed and slipstream there from your sister team as perfectly expected to have, and this might give them the upper edge to Arachnid Racing.
Could do. Arachnid Racing do also have an LMP2 car, so they could use that to their advantage. The only difference being Hexa is fighting in both classes for the lead, whereas in Arachnid, at the moment at least, it's just the one. So HexAF, while yes, they can use their LMP2 car to help LYS need to try and sort themselves out, because that was not a very good run through there, is the number 1 Arachnid Racing, well, the first place Arachnid Racing number 72.
It's just trying to get past that LMP2 there.
I think with different classes, it's different to lapping the same class. When you're lapping a different class, it's up to 64 gets the drive-through penalty for cutting. Yeah. When you're lapping a different class, it's up to the faster car to get by safely. Whereas if you're lapping the same class, okay, it's you're in the same race, you're a lap down, you actually need to get out of the way. It's different. It's a slightly different kettle of fish. But hey, that's racing.
I believe doing lapping, you're allowed to just slightly race it as long as you're not being dangerous or, as people say, unsportsmanlike. You're allowed to maybe throw a bit of a bit battle here and there, trying to maybe spice up other things. But once race direction tells you you have to let them by. I would not risk fighting against race direction, as they have a bit more power over you than you think.
Oh, absolutely. They have a lot more power and a lot more information than probably you do as well. So they've got plenty of things that they can impose, I suppose, on your car. We're approaching 3.5 hours to go. We're here for the 6 hours of Fuji. Arachnid leads in first place, Hex AF in second, ACX in third, in Hypercar, in LMP2, OTL leads number 21. Behind me ahead of Venus Motorsport, back end being lost by the LYS Endurance car in 5th place in class, with Lopen in third, and in GT3 it's Lifeless number 33 that leads the pack ahead of OTL's number 7 and Silverhead's 77. I'm Casper, and I'm joined by Captain Foxy here for the day, I think.
Yeah, I will be here for the entirety of the race.
I probably will be as well.
We might also have a few more appearances by Luca Casale, I believe also a race director here, if I'm not wrong. And,
yes.
So we are here for the day. 3 commentators. Maybe Casper might have a bit of a time off. Sadly, I won't be able to jump away, as I have here also the role of showing you guys here all those battles. But Luca Casale will also be joining us later on in this race, so a bit of a different voice. It's also good to switch up this entire 6 hours picture here, if we say.
Yeah, I went to the toilet earlier. I'm alright, I think, for the rest of the stream, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We're on board with LYS Swedish car number 9. Coming through, trying to cut as much as he can through 12 and then into 13, one of 3 corners in a row, which has got a blind exit up the hill through 13, keeping it tight to the left, then going as far out as he can to cut back to 14. You really can't see the top of that hill, makes it a big challenge coming through there. And then the final corner at turn 15, Panasonic corner again, going wide, cut back, and then straighten up as early as you can, because then you've got the front straight, which is, I believe, over a kilometre of foot to the floor madness.
Absolutely, and to be honest, with these cars, this straight goes in by a flash, but in qualifying we noticed already, going out of the final corner, you want that lap to be over as soon as possible, and once that happens, it feels like an eternity being on that gas pedal. Once turn 1 happens, you feel like that straight never happened, as that's just funny how it feels like it has... That's just how adrenaline works. Sometimes something feels more longer, also shorter, once you think about it. And here, it's really on the limit there. I believe that's still inside of track limits. I believe white line. We've been told it's white line, but if on some point it's the curb as well. But we don't want to risk it, as obviously as once you go over that and that message pops up. As I've heard from qualifying, that message sometimes does not pop up. So the race direction is also live monitoring and giving penalties as the race goes on. As yesterday in qualifying, we have noticed that a few teams' laps have been invalidated after crossing the line, as the real penalty, sadly here, the software that's monitoring penalties sometimes isn't on that white line, and race director has to take it in on their own hands to give out penalties if it's necessary.
I mean, sometimes software doesn't always work, which is not ideal, but like I said, race direction sometimes has to step in and sort things out. Fun fact about Fuji. Did you know that in the 2020/2021 Olympics, the cycling road race events were actually held here?
Oh, that's interesting.
So, the individual road race and the road race time trials were held here. They were won by an Ecuadorian, an Austrian, a Dutch, and a Slovenian.
That's interesting. That's nice to see that tracks like this is being used more for also events that are not quite just racing cars. As I've heard, also, if we bring that up, I remember Tour de France this year has had a tour through the Italian Monza track, if I'm not mistaken. So racetracks being used more often than people expect.
Hold on, I need to look this up.
Oh, there's a spin. That is Hexa AF Hypercar spun round the P2 position, losing out. Are they gonna manage to bring it back? They are out on track again. But that has lost a massive amount of time, and ACX is right on 5 seconds to Hexa now.
I think they've lost about 7 or 8 seconds, which is a pretty big gap, all things considering that gap is still ever growing. Hexa Hypercar drive through for cutting.
Oh my, that's gonna switch up P2 again. They have a bit of time to take that drive through, so they don't have to take it immediately. Obviously, we don't know if the drivers will take it. It looks to me they are. I see up ahead the car going. I believe that's them going into the pit lane. Let's check up on them. Is that them? That is them taking the drive through. And ACX will take P2 in class.
Gorgeous stuff.
But I'm gonna have to say, that spot where Hexa went off did not look like to me a mistake. As after 300R, that was right on turn 9 where they were off to the left. That doesn't seem to me like a corner where mistakes can happen. Do you think there might be an incident involved?
More likely than not, I think. But we'll see what happens. I've just been doing some research into the Monza thing. I think they were more passing Imola than Monza.
Oh, Imola, right? That was it.
Yeah, they were passing more Imola because day 2 goes around Bologna and stuff. I think they might even pass through Misano because they go to Rimini, and that's not too far away.
Didn't it already happen to Tour de France?
It's already happened, yeah. It finished in Nice on the 21st of July.
Fun facts about motorsport here. But back to racing, RSK is right on the rear of Hexa AF. After Hexa has taken their drive through, they have dropped down to the complete end of P3 and might even lose it here. RSK might get back to the podium here.
Now, when we've seen RSK have a battle, we're used to seeing it with ACX. Racing so far. Is Hexa AF going for a proper pit stop? No, they're not. They're just going for the right hand side to defend, cut the slipstream if he can. I don't think he's quite able to this time around. It's down towards turn 1. Pablo going for their first long stop again, really late on the part of the 14.
That's weird. Didn't everybody take their first long stop? Is that a mistake maybe from the picture here?
Maybe.
I remember Pablo was one of the first LMP2 teams to take the long stop. Interesting. Maybe we're gonna have to keep an eye out for that. But RSK Motorsport here getting a way better line through 100R towards the hairpin, right on the rear of that Porsche there. Porsche versus Porsche. Who's got the better setup? HexAF goes wide on the exit. RSK Motorsport, good run towards 300R. Nearly side by side. Let's switch back to the TV camera. Look at that go. Towards the braking point on the outside. Who's going to be brave on the brakes? Goes to the curb is Hexa there. And we can't do side by side. But it looks to me, RSK bigs out. I'm sorry there.
Fine. I think Hexa's got it. The outside line was never really a possibility into Dunlop corner, especially with both cars being so equally matched on pace. That was never really going to happen. But to the final corner, here we go uphill. Oh, brave look for the Hexa car. Now they are side by side going down the front straight. We've got traffic that's going to be coming into play here as they come down towards turn 1. Hexa has the advantage. Can RSK catch the side drive? Yes, he can. Is he going to get boxed in by the OTL GT car? No, he's not. Is he going to have the lead now of this group? Will RSK? No, Hexa breaks considerably later. He's still got the inside line though, does RSK. And out of that first corner, down through the kink at 2 towards Coca-Cola corner at turn 3. They are still two abreast as they head into the third corner. He's got the inside line. Has Hexa. Does he go deep? Yes, he does. He might have to slow down. Otherwise, he's going to pick up a penalty here. We'll see in a couple of seconds, but he's got the position at least for now as they come through 100R into turn 7.
Incredible battling so far. They are trading that position like hot potato, and no one wants to give out yet. Hexa back in the lead. What are we gonna see this time? This time again, great run. Is Asuka gonna learn from the last lap and go for the inside? No, they stay behind this time. Oh, Asuka goes better on the brakes as Hexa goes deep into that chicane. And it looks to me side by side, but the outside line there might not work out. If they maybe get the switchback once or maybe even twice, and it keeps on switching these corners. Looks to me they're going to the back, but this time, Asuka last lap tried to go for the inside, as obviously the optimal line is the outside here. This time they follow through, maybe want to get a good exit, as the shot here is way more important than the corner. And it looks to me they've gotten that perfectly, as now in the slipstream, how much battery we're going to dump, as you need to keep out the battery for later on, but it looks to me they're a bit high on that battery usage. Side by side, towards turn 1, way higher top speed, dumping that battery towards the braking point. Hexa brakes way later. But is it gonna make it? I'm gonna manage.
That's too late. That was too late of a break. Way too late. Waiting deep into their opportunity for RSK to switch back and get back past. And that is third place, at least for now. But for all we know, by the time they come back to turn 10, this could completely change once again here. Third place at risk for RSK once again. And all this is doing is it's letting ACX and Arachnid run away. Deep goes Hexa.
Oh.
That could be the battle done, at least for a little bit there.
Incredible. RSK has put it together greatly. First with that for a last lap battle. 2 laps actually with that first one just learning the lines of Hexa, and then the second one using everything they learned to their advantage. Hexa then being a bit too aggressive into the braking point of turn 1, which put their downfall for this position. But obviously the battle is not over yet. Hexa and Asuka are basically on par, on pace, as we heard before in that interview. Maybe this time Hexa is the one who learns the lines from Asuka and might get the better run here. As now through the final corner, looks to me that Asuka really got that final sector down and runs away, and Hexa needs to get that together as they are out of the slipstream.
Yeah. Sorry, I've just been looking at the reports. Number 70, Pending Systems Motorsport, has just reported number 48, Venus Motorsports LMP2 car.
Hexa's on the grass.
Oof. I mean, I didn't think we were doing hypercar lawnmowers, but here we are. Into turn 3 we go. Yeah, it's a bit of a dodgy situation, that one. Just seen the evidence as well. Could be causing a problem, and they've just reported number 578 as well have pending systems for what happened there. I'm just watching the incident now. It's coming through 100R. Ooh, braking much too late into there. Completely wipes out the 70.
Oh yeah, with that, obviously mistakes can happen with teams. I believe was it the different class incident, as braking points will vary between the classes. GT3 having a way earlier braking point, as also lower speed. So as a higher class, LMP2 or LMDH, you really need to calculate that GT3 might not have that braking point. Even with tire wear, the braking point will move further back than you expect. And sometimes we say, wait, the braking point for the GT3 is, let's say, the curb. But once you get to the rear of the GT3, they brake 100 meters before the curb. It still might be on you, because the GT3 still has a lot of factors playing in, or any other class in that matter. So you need to really plan beforehand how you're going to overtake a car. Sometimes it's smarter to even stay behind a slower class than to risk for an overtake.
I think, yes, but with this incident, it was just that the 578 just went deep into turn 7. The pending systems car was on the outside already, and then just as it was sort of mid-turning, the Reba Motorsports car just hit it.
I believe that was the incident that we've seen about 2 hours ago. That with the carb heads were battling. We saw in the bike, not causing a full causality. I gotta say, let's not. I want jinx it, but we haven't seen a full Corsetto in quite a while, and let's keep it that way. While
let's
LYS
keep it that way.
Endurance gets a
Don't
drive
you
through
dare
for
say
cutting.
anything.
Well, you gotta have to say the obvious sometimes.
Sometimes.
But to be honest, a full Corsetto might spice up things again here. I'm not gonna jinx anything here, but you know, just saying.
Sometimes a bit of external involvement, I think is the right word to use there, can spice things up. Number 12 has just served their drive-through penalty as 71, number 7 even, OTL car. Fourth in class, trying to chase after the 70 pending systems. Merc.
Ah, there we go. Pablo Motorsports. We saw before that it said 1 out of 3. Whoa, over the limit. Careful. Nearly going to the back of that LMP2 LYS Endurance. Misjudged that completely. Great reflexes though to avoid an incident. But there goes the pending system, the distance to pending system increases. But as I was saying, I was mid-sentence saying the Pablo Motorsports team, we saw the 14 car first saying 1 out of 3 before, now it's at 3 out of 3. So Pablo Motorsports here, the car that just overtook, is now done with their long stops. So from now on, that driver who's in that car can now decide to run till the end and only do normal the short stops, calling them that.
Hypothetically, if you were a driver, would you like to be in that sort of situation?
Well, many factors factor in as, am I comfortable in that car? That did not look to me comfortable enough. But if I'm in a race car and I have the choice to drive for 3 hours 16 minutes, if I'm very comfortable, I could drive for 10 plus hours, you know. Maybe that's just me being a bit too overly confident, but
I can kind of get behind that.
Saying if a long stint comes in and people say I can drive till the end, if I'm comfortable in that car, I'd say sure. If my team allows me and says I can, and I feel comfortable, feel like I can still bring it till the end quite fast, I'd say sure. But if I'm less comfortable in the car and a driver in my team says they feel a bit more comfortable, I'd say let's just take it. Let's just go do that long stop and do one more. Because in the end, the time you lose being slower than your teammate is more than the time you lose doing a long stop. And with 3 hours 16 minutes, that still is a big factor. And so, depending on, maybe in that Pablo Motorsport, if that driver feels comfortable, he could go till the end. I mean, that sounds fair, but also, does he have time? We know some drivers here only have time to half the race, or maybe even quarter of a race. So there's many factors to count in, but for me, I would drive if I'm comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, and also if you like the track, because it could be that you absolutely despise this track for whatever reason. I quite like it, but you could absolutely despise the track.
I think one team here actually does. Oh, Reimer Motorsports round. Careful with the rejoin. That's not the track, Reimer. Gonna have to be careful with the rejoin. Gonna see. Look at the camera here. Are they're waiting for the next cars. That's good to know that they know when cars are coming. They saw another car come round. But they managed to just be ahead of that. Oh, that was close. That's our leading Trak Racing car.
Ooh,
we missed 100 laps counter.
Yeah, we did actually. I wasn't even paying attention. Again, just trying to see if we can get a driver to be going.
Ramo,
we could be getting one soon as well. I'm not going to say who. Just add a little bit of sprinkling into the mix. At VH. Okay. There we go. But yeah, listen, 100 laps. We're probably going to be going for, well, over 200. I can see like 220 maybe.
Yeah, I could see that. With 40 minutes before halfway. Plus, yeah, we're forgetting that this formation lap was also part of the 6 hours. So we might even see some more laps. Like as you said, 220 does sound like. If we're lucky, maybe we get the 222 as the final lap, and that could be quite a memorable moment here. As now Reimer Motorsports hopefully have figured out that issues. Maybe they have overheating issues, as I said at the beginning of the race. Some drivers have reported During practice and during qualifying, that overheating is a big thing happening on this track here. And so obviously of those fast corners, 100R, then 300R, turning and being about above 150 km an hour. Those tires really warm up. And then going to the final sector, you want to have the tires in perfect temperatures. Oh, Raimo, aggressive on the curb, nearly spins it round again. Incredible save there. As for 20th, exactly car right ahead of this, ahead of the Raimo, is over the limit. Only about 5 seconds behind the behind the GT3 of pending systems, just ahead. There they are on track. As looking behind that Venus Motorsport car should be the OTL.
OTL, yeah. OTL behind 7 seconds. Not quite sure if you're going to see them on track as such.
I believe I just see them. That's them there in the back. That chunky Lexus car. I gotta say, the way it looks, it's a bit wider than all of the other cars, but it drives really well here, so just the aerodynamic downside isn't really noticeable. Or the heavy, on the heavy side, is obviously, I'm not gonna say just because the car is wider, it's heavier, but it could be that maybe if the bob system, also the GT3s have been bobbed, maybe if the Lexus here, still very close with the rest of the classes.
Yeah, I mean, GT3, like Hypercar, you're given pretty much a similar concept where you've got to hit a few certain values, but beyond that you can go for whatever you want. That's why, again, like in Hypercar, there's so many different shapes that you've got in that class, and so many different engines as well. As long as you're producing X amount of horsepower, or however many it is. I think it's about 600 in GT3. I'm not fully sure on that one. I think it's about 600 ponies. Then you're A-OK. That's why you've got small Lamborghini, but also massive Mustangs and Lexuses. So that's why there's so much of a range of shape in that class, like with a hypercar. And again, just adds a little bit of uniqueness to the class.
I believe you have someone in here with us for the interview. I believe Azam is going to be the next driver to interview us. I believe he's in there, in this over the limit car here. So once he joins us, I don't have many questions, so I'll give you the lead here.
Ah, awesome. Azam, part of the number 12 Lifeless crew in 6th place. The 6th place Porsche in GT, not GT, in
LMDH.
What's the group?
Le Mans Hypercars?
Yeah, Hypercar. That's the one. That's the one. I'll bring him up. If I can, of course. We'll drag him up on Discord. Bosh. Hello, Azam. Hello. How are you, mate?
I am doing. Quiet there. I'll try to turn you up.
Have you just come out from behind the wheel?
Yeah. Now Jeremy is driving.
How was it?
We had a drive-through right from the start, but then somehow I recovered back into P1. Now we have some technical difficulties, so we are back to P5 now for P6.
I think you're P6 now. You're 2 minutes off Silverhead 64. We're halfway through the race. How has your team's race gone so far? How do you think overall?
I would say it was a decent stint from me. Hopefully, if we can keep it clean and if Jeremy keeps his pace and coming on Tyrone as well, I think we are on for a podium, honestly.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. We've seen that track limits has been sort of an issue for various people. Has that tracked for you guys as well? Because I know a place like Turn 3 have been a bit of a pain.
Honestly, I did take a note of what you can actually extend your track limits. So it wasn't much of a trouble for me. But
Okay.
Lumia is still figuring it out.
Okay, so you've got it sort of nailed down then, have you?
Yeah.
Good stuff, mate. Good stuff. Well, half down, half to go. What have you guys got planned over the next 3 hours?
Don't die.
Right, fair enough. That's yeah. I mean, I can't really argue with that. Tell us a bit more about yourself and your team, I suppose.
Lifeless Racing. We actually started our journey in Over the Limit. The people who we are racing in the GT3 class. So it's sort of like the mentor and the student fights.
Oh yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, and basically there's not much. It's just a boring thing,
There's no team that's ever boring. What do you mean? any team that's down to races is never boring. There's always a story behind it. So you're partnered with the 33 Lifeless as well, yes?
Yes.
Yes, just to make sure. Have you heard anything from those guys?
They're just flying, man. They're dominating the field. They're even fighting LMP2s at this point, which is insane.
Yeah, we are seeing them sort of. Sure, it's just off the back of LMP2 pace sort of thing, so it's actually pretty cool. Have you got anything else, Foxy?
I do want to say, is that your logo? Is at the end of turn 1 on that billboard there? Because I believe I heard you have helped creating this here, if I'm not wrong.
Ooh.
Yeah, I did work on the stream graphics, the intro with Adam. So yeah, I did get my name up on the wall.
Oh, incredible! I gotta say, those were really high quality. I myself, once seeing that for the first time, got goosebumps myself, wanting to do that. So, oh, your team side race through turn 11. Oh, nice car control there, but I gotta say, this stream, just seeing those intros, just gave me goosebumps myself, wanting to get into the stream as soon as possible. I believe Casper had the same reaction after seeing that intro for the first time.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I'm used to doing just intros off the top of my head, but that was a brilliant set of graphics. Kudos to you, my friend.
Thanks.
But yeah, I very much like it. I might see if I can pop you a message to figure out how the hell I can make it myself. But anyway, besides the point, that's for later post race. So who's behind the wheel now?
It's Jeremy Ashibel, and in about 1 hour time, his brother Taron should be getting in as well.
Okay.
Tyron, can't wait for Tyron.
Are you going to be getting behind the wheel at any point, or was that your last in?
Whoa!
Oh hell no, I am not getting.
Oh hell no. That's straight to the point.
Fair enough. Just talk to me about this track. Do you actually like it? Do you like it? What's your favourite bit? Sort of.
Honestly, this might come off as controversial. Sector 3 is probably some of the most fun I have because it requires you to focus quite a bit and get the line straight. And once you get it right, it's one of the most rewarding feelings you have.
That's exactly what I said before, wasn't it?
Yeah, we were saying it before. Turn 13, 14, 15, the final 3 corners. They're really difficult, but if you can get them right, oh my god, it just looks, feels, and sounds absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Pablo Motorsport's got a drive-through for cutting just now as well. So, also, just one last quick question: Who do you think's going to win? It's a bit of a loaded question, I know, but who do you think's going to win?
This is endurance racing. Anything can happen. We went to the lead. Arachnid is in the lead. ACX was also leading at some point, I believe. Project A and BMW as well. So anything can happen. So who knows? Maybe one of the LMP2s could win as well overall.
God, he's gone for the media answer.
That could. I mean, look, we had already LMP2s being ahead of LMDHs. If out of nowhere we see an LMP2 in the lead, I wouldn't be too shocked.
It'd take a lot for it to happen, but it wouldn't surprise me. Alright, have you got anything else to say on stream?
Honestly, no, man. I just want to go get a drink and sleep.
Fair enough,
definitely.
mate.
Fully
Go
deserved,
get-
mate. Fully deserved.
Go get yourself
Whoa.
a drink, mate. Fully deserved. As those rear tyres are going to be absolutely cooked as he comes into turn 10. Thank you very much, Azam, for coming in. Azam, part of the number 12 Lifeless Racing crew. Thank you very much, buddy.
Good night,
Thank you,
Azam.
and good commentating as well.
Thank you, buddy. See you soon.
Right as that's happening, I believe in P20 we have the battle in GT3 between Over the Limit, as you heard before, mentor versus student. I think these are the mentors here versus Pending Systems ahead. I believe Pending System has also quite a bit of a story behind this race here, so
Yeah, they've been involved in at least 2 different instances where they've been spun around by 2 faster cars. So they've had to fight through multiple incidents like that. And full credit to them being still in 3rd place. This is for the podium in class, by the way. It's for 19th overall, but it is for 3rd in the GT3 class. So, it's brilliant to see that. Despite all the stuff that's been thrown at them, they're still fighting. Too close. Too close.
that's probably the battle over for that during the Coca-Cola corner. We have heard said that Sector 3 is the most difficult part of this track, but I think I'm gonna throw something controversial through here. Coca-Cola corner might be one of the most difficult corners on this track as well.
I'm not going to argue that.
Getting there correctly, that it's basically a nick in the straight, like a 90 degrees type thing. Like, you don't have a actual corner, it's a full-on edge, and trying to get there correctly with a line through that curb, very difficult to get correct. And Over the Limit has shown us what can happen if you don't take it correctly.
Yeah, I mean, well, not only over the limit, but we've seen plenty of times people go over and get penalties for cutting for it. So, Coca-Cola corner needs to be taken with a great deal of respect, and if you don't respect it, then it will chew you and spit you right back out. It seems like a simple corner, but you're going so fast that it really isn't, and the amount of runoff that you've got, it's sort of just trying to tempt you to take the runoff, and you're not supposed to. So, OTL 21, 10 seconds.
Leading GT LMP2 class.
Yeah, we're going to get a decision from Race Direction. They're just typing in there now. We'll see. I'll let you know once it all comes out.
That's incredible. That's a surprise, as they are still quite far in the lead. 15 seconds might not hurt them too much. But 15 seconds, you're gonna have to think, even if, let's say, they make a mistake and be 15 seconds ahead of P2, that's basically gonna be dead over. So you're gonna have to calculate it near the end of the race with the end of the strategies as well.
Here we go. Number 21 has been reported by number 578 Ramen Motorsport. They've been given a 10-second time penalty because the LMP2 was speeding under full course yellow, rammed into the back of us, giving us red rear wing damage. The exact reasoning being, and I'm going to try and quote from Race Direction if I can, 578 slows down for the full course yellow, however number 21 keeps going at the countdown. As the countdown is still going on, number 1 tries to avoid them but still hits 578, citing rule 8.9.1. where an FCY badge appears on the driver's screen for the 10-second timer. During this time, you should start slowing down to 80 kilometers an hour and crucially be cautious of the road ahead. So I think that's part of the reason why they've dished out that penalty.
As I see here, the gap between PHIL and Lopen got closer to the point where PHIL decided to go for the pit stop. Maybe this is no strategy thought, undercutting Lopen. For maybe when Lopen comes back, that when Lopen pits, that PHIL jumps them. As that's the long stop here now, they have left the session. As I believe there's also going to be a battle here for the lead soon. 3 seconds between RSK and Hexa AF.
Plenty of stuff going on, yeah. And also, by the way, I don't know if you noticed, but we've just passed halfway.
Oh, Oh, that I didn't notice. So
yeah,
now
we are 3 hours in. Hexa AF leads the pack halfway through this race. RSK in second, Arachnid in third, Silverheads Division in fourth, and ACX Racing in fifth place. In Hypercar in GT3, Lifeless 33 ahead of Silverhead 77 and Pending Systems 70, your top three with Over the Limit, and 1-2-6 Team Straya, your top five, and then P2 in 8th place overall, but in first in class is OTL number 21, Venus Motorsports in second, Hexa AF LMP2 in third, Lopen LMP2 in fourth, and LYS Endurance behind the 578 Rima Motorsports car in fifth place. Welcome to the 6 hours of Fuji. Half down, half to go.
Also, to remind everyone, there's a donation link at the bottom of the description if you guys want to support OCSS and have more of spectacular races like this. Just maybe check it out. Maybe a little bit of donation. It will help out greatly for every organizer here, and also a feel-good moment for yourself. Something like that, yeah. But
Yeah,
here
well,
now, oh, that's the switchback from SK. Sorry for cutting you off. They're trying it down under. Turn 14, they went for the outside. And it's, I believe that's not it for position, but that's, that's, hey, I believe there was a lap cut as Reimer Motors was nearly going into the side of RSK, which gives RSK the downside for the battle to Hexa AF. And this is going to be huge, as Hexa AF has now gained about 3 seconds to that. As they've gone in the pit lane. Hexa is now second, and RSK takes the lead. That came out of nowhere.
We've seen multiple times where drivers.
What was that?
What on earth was that?
That was Reimer Motorsports trying it very happily through to down the inside there.
Was that Reimer Motorsports trying to copy the move that we saw about half an hour into the first hour, and not succeeding anywhere near like what I think it was the 51 did?
I believe that was a team that's now gone. There was the ID.
It was the Hyping, I think.
Yeah, Hyping Racing. I believe there are also issues, but still saying a big shock that Project A isn't back out on track. So that's probably it for them, sadly. Tong might not have a fun time there, but obviously that's what can happen in racing altogether. It doesn't matter if it's a simulation race or real life race, there can always be factors that you cannot calculate in, and sadly Project A has been victim of that.
Yeah, listen, technical gremlins happen. I've had them happen to me while streaming many times. So it's unfortunate, but you know, you've just got to unfortunately live with it. I mean, sim racing is still plagued with it. We saw the virtual Le Mans a couple of years ago have a whole host of server issues. So it's not the first time, won't be the last time, but unfortunate to see, especially because Project A had the pace. That's the Reimer Motorsports.
Nearly round, and Arachnid is back up ahead, but going back to P19 and 20 between Over the Limit and Pending Systems. Over the Limit has catch back up after that mistake out of the Coca-Cola corner. They are back, so Over the Limit has the pace, but obviously they just have to bring it together, put 1 and 1 together for that overtake, and sometimes it isn't as easy as putting 1 and 1 together.
It's never easy. You're trying to solve the equation 1 + 1 = 17 and figuring out how the hell do I add 15 more into that equation in terms of racing, because there's so many different factors you've got to consider. It's absolutely insane. Rumble with the OTL car, number 7, 19th overall at this point in time. I should mention, you can see 21st and 22nd, Yapton and Luca. Don't worry, they're not racing. Yapton is him. Yes, my fellow man in the box. Luca is one of the 2 race stewards as well. You might see VHK as well. He's the other half of race control, as it were.
Yeah, talking about race control and us here. Obviously, we have to. The race control here has to check it live, but we're here for the cameraman, so those names might appear. But that means now that a few teams have left. Now that we're gone, showing us that all the teams are back out after their long stop. So we're gonna see now on the bottom right, some drivers completing their long stops. But I believe also battling wise, we're back to a point, minus here the over the limit car, where everyone wants to maybe look. I believe also now a fatigue from a few drivers that have been driving a bit now is gonna factor in too, as the more you see these corners, and it's psychologically proven, the more you see something that you like, the less you'd like. The same thing is the opposite thing. Is also the often you see something you don't like, the more you'd like. So maybe we're gonna start to have a point where the drivers start noticing the corners to the point where it's getting more annoying for them and getting alternative lines. But here now, battle again over the limit versus pending systems. Mercedes versus Lexus. Who can get it here?
Well, let's have a look. We're on board with the OTL car. The Lexus ahead and closing down on the front straight. Is he going to be closing up by enough? I'm not quite sure it will, if I'm honest. He's closing. No way they're closing enough to move into turn one. Is that the Welsh flag on the pending systems car?
I believe that is. I believe.
Looks it, yeah.
A Welsh driver is in that car there. Nice to see. Also from less known countries. I believe I don't know many people from Wales. So.
Well, nah, Wales is part of the UK. And I live in London, so I kind of have to know this stuff. But Wales, I think, has got about 500,000 people, maybe. It's not a big country in terms of numbers as such.
That's it.
Yeah, I wish I was one of them. Wales is a beautiful country. I cannot suggest enough for people to go. Likewise is Scotland. I've just been. Gorgeous, absolutely. But yeah, I live in England, the worst of the three. Go figure. But anyway, yeah, I think I saw the flag earlier. I wasn't sure if I was seeing it right, but I think did I see the flag for a nation called Swaziland?
Sorry.
It's an actual nation.
Oh wow.
My mouse has decided to not work.
Right.
But it's an actual nation. I think it's in Africa.
Oh.
I think I did see their flag. Actually, give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to grab new batteries because my mouse does not work.
Right, so while you do that, let me just quickly go over this battle here. Over them, it has a great run out of the final corner into the slipstream now, tugging himself, looking for the inside now, side by side across the line. Great run for over the limit. And are they going to do something here? Are they going to respond to the pending systems car on the outside? Maybe a switchback over the limit very early on accelerator and managing to get that move done. There is the OCSS car as well in the background, so they're going to lap here. And that's going to maybe make a huge difference here. It's not through the Coca-Cola corner. OCF over the limit. This time no mistakes here. Pending system following very closely. Pending system more on the inside, but they're going to have more of an outside line on the end of this corner. Lifting more. Ooh. But it looks to be they're right on the end here towards the breaking point. Pending system is right on the rear end. Over the limit goes a little bit wide. Gets a good run though. Pending system still not catching here. That's a bad run from pending system towards turn 10. Hard on the brakes. It's going to happen soon. Let's hop onto the TV camera. We haven't used it much here. And now onto the breaking point. Over the limit. Goes very deep. That's not the line you want to take. I know the Mercedes is right on the rear end. Who's going to pop up first? It's the Lexus towards the left-hander. The Mercedes right there. But that's OCSS Lifeless right on the rear as well. And an LMP2. So 2 lapping cars that have to go through soon. That's an LMDH, I'm sorry. On the inside of the Mercedes and over the limit. Might have a shot here. As when they lap, it's going to be on the straight. The LMDH stays behind the BMW. Goes a little wider as the over the limit car. And that's also the OCSS car now side by side with the Mercedes. Let's see what it looks like from the camera of over the limit. Side by side there. No one wants to lift. So I believe the Mercedes is not going to lift. Tugging themselves in the slipstream to get a tow. Might they bump draft even? As possibly. I know it's... Well, that's into the wall. What has happened there? They've gone into the wall.
What happened there? Yeah, first of all, I just want to say, insane pace from the lifeless car. If he's lapping third, he's very close to lapping third place in class. That's an insane pace from the Lexus. But I'm not quite sure what happened there. Probably a little bit of contact. Maybe in a spot that's not ideal for the Pending Systems car and was almost in the wall. We've seen it before in various different races. So it wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. Pablo Motorsports served their drive-through. Not quite fully sure what they had it for.
I believe what happened there between the Pending Systems car and OSSS, I believe they tried to bump draft, but the physics were kind of wonky, I believe that happened, and they flung to the right and managed to catch it just before the wall, so they only scraped the wall, but still not optimal. That lost them definitely some time to OTL. And OSSS now in the back of OTL. Maybe let's check out that. They're through the drifting and now round! Pending Systems round.
Trying to replicate Tokyo Drift, but that's not worked for him.
Some initial D might fit through here now. Where's Pablo? Oh, what was that? Very close to Pablo Motorsports car. To the Mercedes.
God, I've not heard initial D in God knows how long. Oh my word. Oh, there you go. Musical throwbacks here with Foxy and Casp. Right, we're down the front straight. 2:47 to go in terms of time. So we're well into the second half of this race, and now the drivers are good. Well, let's ask Foxy, what will the drivers be thinking coming into the second half now?
Oh, there could be many thoughts here. Maybe one thought is finally halfway done. Can't wait to be done here. As we heard Azam straight up saying hell no to another stint. So I believe some drivers here are starting to feel, maybe also feel the aches of tiredness. But also they are focusing to get as much as possible. Here Silverhead's looking to get that P4 of ACX, and I believe they're not the only ones out on track looking to get as many positions still. But obviously it's a Saturday, and heat issues are still rising as the temperatures for me has risen to the 10 degrees now. It's 31 in my room, very hot, and I believe some of our drivers here are also completely sweating their way through this, as I'm not driving and I'm already full of sweating. Imagine driving and basically doing a workout for 2+ hours. For obviously it's a normal workout time. Some drivers even doing 3 hours. Try doing that in a heat like this. They're probably gonna lose a few pounds here.
I mean, we've heard from in real life again, so it's a slightly different environment. Oof, I thought he was going to lock up the brakes there. From the environment, people like Lewis Hamilton on the Graham Norton show, of all shows. He said himself, in places at some races he could lose between 4 and 8 kilograms worth of weight just because of sweat. So these drivers, okay, maybe they're not going to lose that much because they're not actually moving a car, but they're still going to lose a little bit of weight just because the amount of effort, especially if you've got a proper rig, that you need to put into this sort of thing is insane depending on the amount of force feedback you grab.
As now ACX defends the inside through turn 1, late on the brakes. Here's Silverhead's nearly going to the back of ACX, but managing to just stay behind. And now towards Coca-Cola. ACX still ahead. Silverhead still has to battle the dirty air through this first couple corners of the sector. It all goes wide. Penalty, maybe they slow down. That's another warning if that slowdown wasn't late enough, but that loses them a few tenths to the battle here. ACX, bad corner from Silverhead, going very wide. ACX knows that Silverhead is feeling the pressure and just keeping it together. It's just what they have to do. Silverhead's here trying their best to get past, and it seems to be they're trying a bit too hard to get past and doing a few mistakes here, missing that apex again. That's not with the line that we see the other top drivers do. Project A has been running basically over their curb like Silverhead loses the rear through that curb.
Losing the car through there, that's risky. That was very, very risky. RSK in the lead at the moment. These guys battling for 4th place. However, of course, we are still waiting to see how things like long stops and all of that sort of stuff shakes out across the rest of the race. One thing to keep an eye on as well is the Remo Motorsport car. They've just passed the PHRL Endurance car 12th place overall. They're still 8th in class, yes, but they've just got past. In fact, also the two Pablo Motorsports are together on position. The 21st and 22nd, yes, okay, it's at the bottom of the field, but they are still close together on position, and I do think that's quite cute.
I believe Pablo Motorsports LMP2 issues 600 seconds.
That's
that's not a normal gap here. Oh, ACX tried to lap Straya, and that cost them a bit too much. And Silverheads is right on the rear end now, and now towards turn 10. What is Silverheads going to do on the outside? We haven't seen a move work yet for the outside, but with the LMP2 here, there might be something. Who's going to pop out ahead first here? It is the Straya, it is the ACX. But Silverheads try with the switchback again, staying behind. ACX is not really taking all of the track here. Silverheads trying to take a bit more, but it looks to me that messed them up a bit more on the exit. And towards the left-hander, both go very inside there. Oh, nearly on the rear end goes Silverheads. Let's hop on board towards on the straight. Slipstream, battery usage. Who's going to use more battery? It looks to me they're both on the same battery strategy here for on the slipstream, but Silverhead's just a bit more momentum. Plus the slipstream gets the fake on the inside, goes to the outside, very late on the brakes.
Can he
Too
make
late
it
on
work?
the brakes.
Is going to be
It's
the big
gone
question. He's technically still within track limits. He's not quite gone off track. That right front tyre saved that car. But yeah, that's not ideal. He's lost more time ideally than he would have wanted. If the gap's still relatively close, means within about half a second, but still not really ideal as such as they come into 7, locking up once again the ACX.
This battle will not end anytime soon if that's how they drive here. Guys, you still have 2 hours 14 minutes in this race. Don't risk it all here. But they don't care. They don't care. They go very late on the brakes. They're lapping that over the limit car. And they try their absolute hardest. Now towards the final sector. On here, this very curvy part, the uphill sector. Are they gonna do anything? Silverhead's right on the rear end, on that rear wing. Are they trying anything? They try to take as much track as possible. This time going for an outside-inside line. Is that gonna help them this time on the exit? Oh, that's ACS having issues with the acceleration. On the accelerated part now, on the slipstream, there's another GT3 on the inside. No one's to back out. How is this gonna look like? On the inside they go. On the inside is ACX. Who's going to be later on the brakes towards the corner? ACX, Silverheads is just ahead in the corner, but I can't really choose the correct cameras. Oh, they tried to go very inside and nearly cut in the corner, but ACX, great defense, back up and forth.
That's brilliant stuff from both drivers there. Coming into turn 10, trying to use that Lexus GT car to make the advantage, then down into turn 1. Attack from Silverheads was brilliant. Defense from ACX was even better. Going just deep enough not to allow the switchback, but not so deep as to lose too much time. Brilliant stuff on both of these guys. This battle is top-notch quality, and again, we've still got almost 3 hours left to go, just shy of. So, you know, you'd think these guys would be thinking, oh, let's preserve the car so that we can actually make to the end at this point. No, sod that. I want to race it.
Also, is it just me? Is the track has gotten more dark, meaning that the time of day is slightly changing. We might have a sundown for the end of the race, but ACX, Lifeless Racing, drive-through for cutting, number 12, 6th overall, 6th in the class in LMDH. But look at this run Silverhead's had. They're trying for the inside, getting squeezed towards that wall, but they're still ahead. Let's see what's going to look like towards the breaking point. Thank you, camera work.
Let's see.
On the inside, I think there they are. We can still see them on the right-hand side.
He's
side
just
by
about held the
side.
outside, though. He's just about held the outside, though. I think it is still too wide.
They are still side by side.
3. Ooh, is it? Yes, it is. He's just got a nose in. Not anymore. Silverheads finally making that move after about 3 laps. He's up to 4th place.
Is ACX going to accept this? No, they're not. Diving to the inside there. Slight contact. You saw the car jump. And now towards turn 10. Where the cameras, there they are. They're looking at them right here. Towards the breaking point. Who it's gonna be later? Oh, it is ACX Slater nearly into the back. Switching left, right towards the chicane. Out of the chicane now. It's still the Silverheads who's leading this battle here. But ACX not giving out now. Silverheads was the battling car. Now it's the leading car. So they have to switch up the entire defense. The entire brainwave. So they have to now think as a defensive car, not as the attacking car. And this might be actually better for Silverheads as they get a great run through there.
Great run out of the final corner. Drive-through from race direction for 578. Number 12's drive-through was actually cleared by race direction. It seems like it was just switched from one car to another. There's probably a reason for it. I'll check the decision in a little bit. But brilliant drive out of the final corner for the Silverhead 64 as they come into turn 1. Slightly wide on the apex, but still very, very pacey indeed. Nicely handled.
As this looks to me, they're done, but I believe one car is not done. Is the LMP2 Lopen car, as right up ahead there is the PHRL Endurance. These two have been duking it out, I believe, for the entirety of this race, and they're still very close on track. Who might be this time the winner here from out of this battle? Lopen was more of the leading car here, but wasn't Lopen also in P3 in that class?
Lopen? Pretty sure they were. At some point, I think they might have gone in for a pit stop because it does seem, yeah, it does kind of look like just under 3 minutes, so possibly a long stop. But I couldn't quite confirm that.
So now 2 hours 37 minutes till the checkered flag. Everyone is still pushing the absolute hardest. Lopen here. Looks to me they're losing now a bit of time to PHIL. But also, oh, that was not the line for Lopen. I believe that's also a track warning. But I believe they still have a bit of a buffer to take these. Great corner from Lopen there, but PHL did not lose any time. So they're quite similar on pace here. It goes really well. These drivers are finding their groove and they're perfecting it each lap.
Yeah, like I said, the opening start is the most difficult because... well, one of the most difficult ones because obviously you've got the start and the chaos that comes out of it, but also you've got to try and get yourself into a rhythm and get going and get good as such. Because if you struggle to get yourself into a rhythm, you're never really going to be fighting for the win for the podium for even the top 5. So the important thing is to get yourself into a rhythm, into a consistency, and then you can sort of go from there. That's the important bit.
As one car, look at the intervals, is finally back in a battle. It's the BMW Heusinkfeld. Bad race for them the entirety so far, but they've taken everything and are catching back to their class respectfully. And are now about under 10 seconds to Lifeless Racing, or just around the 10 seconds. I'm sorry, that just jumped up. So, just from being in the midst of the LMP2 class, they've gotten their way back into their respectfully own class. And let's see maybe if the BMW Zinkfeld gets anything as in qualifying. They showed us they have the pace, they have everything it takes to bring themselves back up there. Sadly, one team that also showed us, which is gone, is Project A. Whoa, what happened there? Time of day just changed.
Couple of reports have come through. The 578 drive-through penalty was sent in. Well, both of these were actually sent in by the 70 pending systems about an hour ago. So the dive bomb into turn 7 that I was talking about, that gave the drive-through penalty. Locked up and just drove into them. They were not alongside at the turn point, citing rule 8.8.1. And then 70 against 48, similar incident but a little bit less severe, gives Venus Motorsport 15-second time penalty. It's sort of side by side, two LMP2s having a battle. And then the 70 is sort of basically collateral damage as such, which gives Venus Motorsport a 15-second time penalty.
Penalties playing a huge role. That's RSK round. Oh, careful! Ooh. That's life. I believe that was Lifeless round. RSK, no, it was RSK Motorsports round. Wait, what was that round? That's Silverhead's round. I apologize for that. I've just got complete confused. That's Silverhead's round. out of the curve, taking a bit too much.
RSK drive through for cutting, but I imagine that's going to be cleared because that was easily evasive action.
Oh yeah, definitely. That was sadly the Silhouettes was still mid spin, couldn't do much. RSK tried to avoid, had to go off track. Nice avoidance. I just saw those inputs. Those were incredible split-second decisions. Wow, that was very nicely done. Sadly with the penalty, but hopefully it will get deleted soon if we don't decide it. But it looked to me that wasn't intentional or to gain time. Wait, are they going to the pit lane? Are they taking the penalty?
Maybe. Oh.
Oof, this might be a big switch of events.
I don't know if they're taking it or not, because I don't know if that's going to stand. I'm just chatting with VHK, who's part of Race Direction. I think they're taking it.
They're taking it.
I can't say I fully understand, but okay.
As that's the penalty taken right as they got it, and now that was it. That was the battle between them and the Silhouettes. Where the Silhouettes up ahead? They are already through 100R, and now they're back up into 4th. But oh, that was sadly a mistake from the both of them. I believe from the both of them, but Silhouette's mistake has cost them the battle to ACX, as I believe those two were battling before, and now not anymore. So that was with that mistakes. The later we go into the race, I believe the more mistakes we'll see. So yeah, that's sad to see.
Yeah, I'm just chatting with VHK saying they could have waited to dispute, but they don't know what to tell you. So I don't think that's going to get pulled. Their mistake. They could have waited, but they had the opportunity. They could have, and yet they didn't. They probably would have had that penalty taken away as well, because I mean we caught it on stream. We were on board with them, so I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It's very much their mistake on that one.
To give the race direction the what was that? To give the race direction obviously a bit of feedback. They are looking at every car right now, so they can't focus everything. Split-second decisions. They are working their hardest, so I can see how maybe that can go through. But wow, we just are on board with Silhouettes through the main straight. It looked to me they're slightly going to the right. Is that maybe setup damage, suspension damage, or was it just a setup not really aligned well and going onto the grass? What do you think?
I think it's either just general damage for the car, or what it could also be is just it's 3.5 hours into the race. Fatigue is setting in. It could just be that the driver has accidentally got their, let's assume it's a proper rig, got their steering wheel slightly to the left side while thinking it's straight, and then thinking that'll be fine, and then you hit the grass and it's like, oh goodness me, what am I doing here?
Whoops.
Pull back to the right slightly. It could just be fatigue, but we haven't quite got enough information to be able to tell.
Now another battle that's about to unfold is the battle for 6th overall. Lifeless Racing versus BMW here Zingfeld. They've managed to catch back up to an LMDH class, and now we will see the raw pace that this BMW has against a battle. We've seen that in the start of the race. They were on par nearly with at Project A until Project A ran away. But this time, BMW is still having issues with that rear end here through the final sector. But that's, I believe, Lifeless OCS blocking slightly, I believe, the other Lifeless car. Sad to see that happened between sister teams. But now BMW is hoisting for had a bit of a rougher last sector and has lost more time through there.
It's important not to lose time at this stage in the race, because the time is dwindling in order to try to make it up. And that is absolutely going to be irritating. If you make a mistake in the last lap and you lose a position or even two from it, you're going to be absolutely kicking yourself, because it does get really, really irritating as through Coca-Cola we go. Just about within track limit, maybe. On the grass as well down the inside. Yikes. Not a great run through there that time around.
You know how it's been said, to be a professional and good racing though, you need to take as much track as possible. I don't think that taking that much grass for a right-hander is quite the optimal line, but I guess it's all for them. As Lifeless Racing here issues with another with an LMP2 of Octo AF Racing, and BMW Zinkfeld is right on that rear end, and Lifeless needs to find a way here, a way soon. BMW Zinkfeld also a bad place to catch the LMP2, going nearly into the rear, sliding off onto the grass.
Oh, not much you could do on that situation, to be fair, because the car, the LMP car, was just sort of in the way under braking. I think he realised too late he had to check himself up, and that's why he's lost so much time. I mean, the gap's almost 4 seconds now.
It's now for the BMW. He needs to find his way back. We know he has the pace to get it, but maybe is he gonna find that pace again after that mistake? And so wait, that's Lifeless off. Lifeless is gone completely off the track, and there's the gap diminishing again to about 2 seconds. Oh, that's not how you take Coca-Cola. There's also a spin ahead.
Yeah. I think we're okay. I thought the back end was lost by that BMW there for a brief moment as well. Jesus Christ. Into what's happened there? A little bit of contact, I think. We're on board with the Husinkerveld. We've got the Remo Motorsports sister car with the BMW as well. Lifeless ahead. And they come into 10, 11 and 12 now. Here the chicane.
Open LMP2 for drive-through for speeding in the pits. Oh, that's not how you take sadly the pit lane, and that penalty might not be to get taken away. So they have to now. So the bad thing is, imagine you're going into pit lane for a pit stop and you get a drive-through penalty. You want to do your pit stop, so you lose time doing that, and then you're gonna have to do another lap and then go back into the pit lane again to use your penalty. To take your penalty, and that loses you even more time. And a car that's near Lopen is Octo AF, and with that penalty, Octo might have a chance. I believe Octo has not gone past for the pit stop, so I might have seen wrong. Maybe LYS has a chance as well.
I mean, the thing is, right? You've got to bear in mind that it's a big problem, simply because, we'll go into the whole pit lane speed thing in a moment. We're on board with the life. I should mention the number 14 Pablo car has retired due to not actually having a second drive to take over, as here comes the Husinkerveld down the outside, gets the switchback. He's going to have the outside through 11, inside through 12, and he's going to come out ahead into 13. Is he going to have the better line? It's the inside for the Lifeless car, a little bit of contact as well. He actually manages to keep it on track, though, to his credit. And coming into 14, the BMW Husinkerveld is on the charge. He's in 6th place. Incredible
overtake by Husinkerveld with that switchback. Beautifully done. That's a by-the-book switchback, and now BMW eyes ahead. Sadly, the RSK is about 100 seconds, so about a lap ahead. The only cars that hasn't been lapped up, I believe, are Hexa AF. The rest has been lapped. So for BMW Zinkfeld to get back for P5, they need to find a pace. Maybe with a few pit stops, maybe if the final pit stops come through, they may unlap themselves to RSK. But Zinkfeld is not over. Battle of race is not over yet. They are still on the charge. 2 hours, 24 minutes remaining. A lot can happen in that time.
Absolutely, lots can happen. We should go quickly back to the pit lane speed thing.
Yes.
It's a pretty prominent issue just in sim racing in general. So games have to be harsh on it, of course. Recently, in the new F1 game, they've upped the penalty from 5 to 10 seconds. And that's screwed up quite a few races that I've done comms over. And here they have drive-thrus for pit lane speeding. So, games have to be harsh on it, because otherwise pit lanes aren't really going to do anything because the stakes are considerably lower than what you see in real life. That's why people think, oh yeah, I'm going to speed in there a couple of extra miles an hour. Hopefully I can pick up some positions through that. I'll be alright. And then it turns out you get a penalty and then screw you, basically, sort of thing. So I'm surprised there's been this many. But, you know, we'll see. We shall see indeed. 2 hours 23 to go.
Obviously, the time you lose in the pit lane can be diminished as much as possible with the entry. As thinking about it, you slow down to those 80 kilometers an hour, but the faster you slow down before the line, the less time you lose. Now Lopen is going for that pit lane penalty, but who goes faster into the pit lane? Those are seconds that you can even gain if you are fast here. Seeing as Lopen is now not risking anything, they could have probably gone a bit faster. Now imagine someone have gone through there a little faster with the 80 km an hour. That's about a few tenths that you can gain there, but obviously a bit too fast, and there's seconds that you lose with the penalty. And now let's go to LYS. I believe LYS is passed. Yes, they are. And now it's the battle for, is Lopen going to come out soon enough to maybe catch back to LYS?
Gap probably not going to be too big. The drive-throughs takers, they've just come out, so it'll probably be about 8 seconds, maybe, give or take. Actually, it's a little bit more than that. We've got someone in pre-interview as well. Not quite fully sure what's going on. Who's in there? Owner of Arachnid Racing. Ooh.
Oh, Arachnid Racing, that's a team that I have to talk to.
Oh, there you go. Oh, he's just gone. Oh, well. But yeah, to be fair, Arachnid Racing doing very well. Got to give them credit, at least in Hypercar.
Leading the pack here, 62 seconds. They are absolutely on a flyer here. They've done everything correctly right now. I was about to say they've spun. No, that was just a braking zone. They've done everything correctly so far. Have you seen it yourself? I was about to say.
Don't scare me like that.
Yeah, no, they've done everything right so far. Done everything correctly. Now, 50 seconds gap to HexAF. They've done a pit stop even between them and P2 if they wanted to get a quick tire change. I feel that's incredible work from BMW here Zinkfeld to, I believe Hexa was in second, to ACX was in second, with Project A being first. And now this BMW has shown, the underdogs have shown us just what they can do in Bathurst, being the first race they've joined, and now back here for Fuji. And oh my god, from that GT3 class in Bathurst, there wasn't the best race sadly from them, but now this time they are leading the class here. They have done everything correctly, and if we maybe can talk to them, if maybe they've come back, it would be nice to maybe have a word with the owner.
Not yet. I'll pop him a message, see if he's still up for it.
Yes, they've given us quite a bit of information as well for the team, which I'd love to talk to about. But obviously, race. I keep going back onto this. 2 hours 20 minutes in this race. One long stop left for many of us. I believe in 2 long stops. I believe Arachnid Racing only has done 1. There's might be still a battle for the lead here. ACX as well said that they can here get a shot. LSK is being on par with ICX, but I believe 1 long stop behind. Still many cars looking to get that lead here.
We're on board. Yeah, there's still plenty of cars that could. I mean, I'm just looking at the lead gaps. The likeliest to change is probably the GT3 class, but even then, like, Lifeless has been just charging ahead.
Has something happened to the BMW Zinkfeld? Haven't we seen them overtake Lifeless?
We did see them overtake Lifeless, so there must have been some sort of mistake, because he's now 4.5 seconds down on the number 12 green Porsche. I'm not sure what would have happened there.
Now that's interesting to see. off camera while we were looking at another car. They've done a mistake. Spun maybe. I don't know what the sector times are telling, but maybe now that they cross the line it won't be visible. But I believe a mistake has happened. Obviously this track we can see every corner. There can be mistake happen. That's not an English sentence. I apologize for that. Turn 1. Turn 1 is the corner. I've seen the less little. I'm having issues here speaking proper English. Turn 1 is the corner where we've seen less mistake happen across the board. Coca-Cola being one of the biggest corners where mistake happens, but also in the final sector there are a lot of mistakes there to happen.
Yeah, there's a lot of different areas that mistakes can easily happen. So, I mean, like Azam said, the final sector is really good if you get it right.
Limited, careful. That's not what you want to do. That line there on the grass, braking on the grass, is not optimal for the tires. But luckily, no major mistakes. Also letting past LMP2 here. Nicely done, actually. Not big mistakes, but. Talking about the LMDH here, the BMW Racing Ford, they've catch back up to 2.5 seconds. They have the pace, but I guess with that mistake, they've lost it all. As obviously, consistency is half the battle, I've heard some famous person say.
Sorry, we're just trying to sort something behind the scenes. Yeah, that works. Cool. Right, 2 hours 17 to go. We're on board with the BMW Q6 number 86 car. They're in 7th place. There is another BMW in the lead at the moment. That's Arachnid Racing, number 75 Hexa AF Hypercar. In 2nd place, ACX Racing in 3rd, Silverheads Division in 4th, number 64, the RSK, the brother duo, in 5th place. From Holland, LMP2, OTL, we're absolutely dominating in LMP2. I think that's about a lap's gap in between 8th and 9th place overall, 1st and 2nd in class. PHRL Endurance in 3rd place, with Venus in 4th and Octo-AF in 5th place. And GT3 cars, I think we've only got 5 left, and that is the 5 at the bottom of your screen. Life Associate SS in the lead, over the limit number 7, Silverheads number 77 in 3rd, Dependent Systems and Team Stryer 4th and 5th. Meanwhile, we've got the Irishman, who, well, I'll keep back what we were talking about before the stream. Hello, Tom.
Hello, sir. Apologies for the abuse you got before the stream. That's just me. Yeah, you guys are doing a great job. How's it going?
Very well for us, but I can't sadly say the same for your team with what happened. Can you give us some information what happened sadly with your team?
Yeah, it seemed like the game didn't really want me to finish the race with my great pace. I know BMW actually short stinted, and I know I was catching them, and all of a sudden the game crashed. They said it was a CSP error. I switched CSP, joined back nearly a lap down, but I reckon I could have recovered it. And then the whole PC just crashed, so it was game over there.
You were fighting the BMW Zinkfeld, right? I can say to you, they're not having the best race, sadly, after a few mistakes from them. They're down in 7th, about a lap down to the leaders. So if we'd have managed to get it back, maybe get back to a good position here.
I don't think they were really part of my race. I know we had a 20-second gap before the pit stops. They had good pace as well. I had to do an engine repair, which cost me 25 seconds, which was a bit unplanned. But yeah, I don't think they were part of my race. They did a short stint when I was catching them just before the game crashed. So yeah, we don't know really how it could have worked out. But it's disappointing we didn't get to find out.
Yeah, it really is a shame because you're absolutely pulling ahead. Well, now that you're not in the race, who do you think could be gunning for that win?
I honestly don't know. I've spent the last hour trying to figure out my PC. RSK, I'm very surprised RSK and ACX are that far back off Hexa and Arachnid. I don't know if it's long stops. I haven't really been keeping in tune with it, but I don't think Arachnid and Hexa have the pace that ACX and RSK I know do have, but it depends on drivers at the end of the day. If BMW can maybe find a bit of pace, maybe they're a long stop behind, I reckon they can still be a shoe-in, but obviously, mistakes here and there, they seem to have added up, so we don't know. It could be someone else's game crashing next, maybe Arachnid, Hex or something like that. Hopefully not, touch wood.
Hopefully not.
With the lead that Arachnid have, I reckon they could be a shoe-in for the win.
Okay, now that you're Racer, I'm going to ask, what would have been your race plan for the 6 hours?
I kind of was aiming for 1 hour stints, because I could keep the soft tires. I know a few people went onto the mediums at the start, which I thought was a bit weird, and then soft tires I could keep alive, keep the pace up. So really would have been 1 hour kind of stints, and I was looking after the tires through the first bit of the first phase. When I got back in, then of course it went flat out. But no, realistically the plan was to look after the rear tires mainly through the first half of the stint, and then try and make it to an hour, especially if full course yellows come in, you can save fuel.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, we've not actually had full course yellow in quite a while, probably at least an hour and a half.
Well,
if not longer. Well, that's what I'm saying. We've not had a full safety car at all either.
BMW and Lifeless could get together, and I think Lifeless are smoking like a chain smoker. So, stay tuned. Stay tuned. This could be the next full course yellow.
We've just seen a move, sorry, there from the Huizinkerveld BMW on the Lifeless car, the number 12, getting past through 100R. Yes, 100R. You heard that right. Into 5th place overall. 2 minutes down on the RSK machine. That's about a lap and a third, roughly, give or take, I think. So plenty of space to catch up, but if they're going to keep going at that pace, I reckon it's a bit of a challenge, but not out of the realms of possibility.
No! And that's
Speaking of, they go wide. Shouldn't have said anything. Shouldn't have bloody said anything. Worse than you.
So, thank you, Tom, for that insight, and hopefully touch wood that these two won't come together, but thank you for that insight, and really sad to see that your team, who was leading and going for that good position, P1, couldn't finish the race. Hope to get a CE maybe in a later event where maybe you can finally get that win. As both tandem drift routes and one, and my Lifeless just gets ahead. Sorry, Tom. Have a rest of the evening. It's still a Saturday, so it's still much you can do.
Yeah.
Obviously, we'd love for you to stay here. The BMW's in the wall.
Off they go! Off they go! Oh my word! What happened to the Huizinkerveld car there?
Going too hard on that curb and losing the rear out of the Coca-Cola left-hander and going into a wall. That the first time I've actually seen someone go into that wall. Incredible stuff there, but I believe Lifeless right ahead is also not quite on par with their car, also having issues controlling that. And to be honest, why could it be now that they're starting to have this many issues? I said before that maybe fatigue can start, but this many mistakes, there must have been some issues with tires. That's Lifeless off there. As I said it, Lifeless is off turn 15.
Ouch. That's, I mean, thing is, constant mistakes by these guys, all this is going to do is it's going to let people like RSK, yeah. I thought it was RFK for a second there. RSK Motorsports just run away with it, really, and give them fourth place, unless, long stops come into play and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, now these two are, I believe BMW Zinkfeld has a bit more pace, but also doing more mistakes, and someone hasn't read the racing etiquette rules. He's half the battle of racing is consistency. You can be the fastest driver out there, but if you're not managing to keep those laps out, well, you might be the slowest car out there.
Yeah. Unfortunate, but sometimes you've got to I don't quite want to say suck it up, but you know what I mean. Ooh, I thought that they were going to smash into each other there. Into 10. Too close for comfort. A little bit too close for comfort. The OTL number 7 goes off.
Oh!
Whoa!
That's not optimal. Lifeless as well.
And there
And
it goes
round
as
is
well.
the BMW. Contact with
Jesus
the
Christ!
car.
Contact with the OTL car as
believe
well.
Jesus has
As
nothing to do
through
with
goes Silverheads as well. These guys are all really close. They're with 3 cars within about 3-4 seconds of each other. So, plenty of battling to happen, I suppose.
Yeah, I believe with those lapped cars, big mistakes. I believe also that now I see they're going into pit lane. I think tire wear was a big thing here as well. And now them going into the pit lane, that changes out everything. But wow, look at those gaps between each of the cars. Everyone is driving their own race so far.
Into the pits he goes. Oh my goodness. Right, looking on with leading number 21 over the limit car in LMP2. They have got over a lap's worth of an advantage on the Hexa AF 90 number LMP2 cars, 104 seconds. I think the lap's about 95 to 100 seconds, so just over a lap's gap. As Silverhead's trying to also defend from the, I think that is the Hexa AF behind them, right?
I believe the Silverheads was ahead of the Hexa AF, but after they went to the pit lane, no, Hexa AF are a second right now in class, so I believe behind them was the BMW Zinkfeld versus Lifeless, but Lifeless now ahead, so BMW Zinkfeld might be the car behind them. But I believe the Silverheads division came just out the pit lane, so they have to now fight against the Lifeless racing car, which we saw before had massive amounts of issues. Maybe they figured them out, but now with another car behind them, the pressure will come back up to the top.
Yeah, and of course, plenty of pressure, and there's going to be even more pressure coming towards the end of this race. So that final hour, that final half hour is where it's going to get really, really interesting. But we've still got 2 hours before we get there, even in the first place. So let's not stress about it too much. We're on board with number 6, T4. Silverheads division. LMDH Hypercar, the Porsche, one of 2 different brands that we've got in this race, because we've got the BMW, don't forget, as well. And I think we've got 5 brands of GT3.
I believe we have 5 brands of GT, but only 3 currently on the grid. 5 to grab, but 3 were only the fan favorites, obviously being the Lexus, Lamborghini, and Mercedes. But I believe the Audi also once would be a great choice, but no one picked it. So I mean, everyone for their own. But here in the LMDH, it's interesting that people picked the BMW, as I've heard the same, going with Porsche being the better LMDH, but BMW still being a pick for some of the drivers, and shockingly, a BMW is leading the class.
Maybe it's just personal preference, I suppose. Because, you know, maybe the BMW drives better for the drivers, or the Porsche just isn't quite what they hoped for / wanted. It might simply just be that. Because obviously each car does drive differently. It's got a different kind of driving style. I've not driven either of these, as Sinkerfeld do their last long stop, I do believe.
That was their last long stop. 2 hours now for that driver. Let's see how it goes. To be honest, this hour was the longest so far, as I believe the strategies in this one have been incredibly interesting so far. But now Silverheads behind Lifeless for P5. How's this battle gonna come out? Goes bit deep is the Lifeless car, and Silverheads right behind towards the final couple corners of this track. Very difficult to nail. Lifeless has had a lot of issues through here. Are they going to have issues again this time? It does into the breaking point here. Here's where they often lose the rear. This time they don't, but go a bit wide and give Silverheads a bit of a better run. And now towards the final corner, top front right, lock up for Silverheads, but oh, losing the rear a little.
Out of the final corner is not ideal at all, because obviously again you need a really good exit, and here they come down the front straight once again. 2 hours 4 minutes and just under to go, and there goes the number 64 past the number 12 down into turn 1. He's got a big gap. He's going to have that position heading through that first corner unless he goes too wide, which he doesn't. 578 has got a drive through penalty for cutting corners as they come now into turn 3, the Coca-Cola corner. And the lead has done 150 laps, by the way.
Oh, perfect. Let's see when. That's just the end of the 150th lap, sadly, going for 151. But yeah, 2 hours 30. We're about a fourth done here. And yeah, it's with 150 laps. I believe we're going to go way above the 220 laps this time. We've been about the 3 hour mark, about the 120 lap actually, so we might even go to the 300 laps if pace keeps this up. But going back with Lifeless in 6th, they've gotten the distance a bit down through the middle sector, and now for the final sector, Silverheads up ahead. They do seem to be more stable through this last sector, but lose the rear out of the exit there.
Oof. Good. Close racing, that's what we absolutely love to see. Another close margin as well is 19th and 20th overall. 70 and 7 pending systems and over the limit, but as I say that, the gap's just doubled. So I probably shouldn't really said anything.
But now that's the Silverhead Division's GT3 car on the inside there, giving a bad line for Lifeless, going very deep into turn 1.
Yeah, and he's going to let the GT car pass. Of course, you know, the hypercar is still going to blast past anyway because of the speed that they have, but it's still not something that they would have wanted to have needed to deal with. 86 drive-through penalty for cutting.
It's not optimal for them. They've just finished the final long stop, and now again a pit stop. As I believe that's not the first one for over the limit. Again, an issue there. I believe that's the second one for over the limit. Oh, down the inside there is ACX lapping BMW Harry Sinkfeld. They were battling at the start of the race, weren't they?
These two, I think they were. To be fair, ACX was battling with a lot of people, so it wouldn't surprise me if they were, although I do vaguely more remember ACX fighting with RSK more so than anything. Yeah,
the battles have calmed down altogether. Lifeless is is losing out a bit more to Silverheads, but what I'm looking out for is when Lifeless goes into the pit lane, that's when we see these two cars battle again. That's LMP2 flying by. That's the speed difference between the classes is incredible.
Yeah, that is astonishing stuff. As they come into turn 1, do the Lifeless Racing crew, the number 12. 2 hours and change left to go. Arachnid Racing still leading, 150 laps just over into this 6 hours of Fuji. The final third of the race is still to come. My name's Casper, happy to be all along with you. I'm with Captain Foxy. We'll probably be here for the rest of the race because we're absolutely gorgeous, and we absolutely deserve to be. Yeah, you heard that right. Hey, I'm trying to give you a compliment here.
Oh yeah, I'm very thankful for that, but
you're welcome.
Maybe sound more like selfish here, which. I'm not. I'm more humble. I feel like I'm humble.
That's what they all say.
This doesn't make me look humble, though.
That's what they all say. Over the limit, still leading LMP2 and Lifeless OCSS still leading in GT3, but that gap is increasing pretty heavily. OTL LMP2 car in the pits.
That's interesting to see. 2 hours left in the session. 2 hours is the perfect time for the final stint for a driver. We heard Tong say 1 hour per pit stop. Doesn't mean 1 hour per driver. So one last pit stop after this one for OTL, and then it's gonna be a final run, and that's when we can say it's a sprint till the end. Because when that happens,
Oof, it's gonna be good.
yeah, it's gonna be all-out racing for all of our drivers here.
And that is what we absolutely love to see. The 71 Arachnid Racing is right at the very bottom. I'm not sure if they've had some technical gremlins or something like that. But everybody's in a spider sandwich. With one leading and one being at the very, very bottom. Other than Yaps and Luca and VHK, of course.
Yeah. But now, up ahead of Lifeless and Silverheads are quite a bit of traffic here, so Lifeless might gain a little bit more to that Silverheads division car.
Yeah, he's trying to catch. I think they are quite similar on pace from what it seems, because they're sort of overtaking each other. And had the Husinkerfeld probably not had a penalty, then they'd probably be in this mix as well. But I think they've served their final long stop, so that's probably helpful. 71's got, I think this was a stop and go penalty, the 71. But again, they're at the bottom. It's not really going to change much in the grand scheme of things. But crucially, the 72 is now, I think, in the pits because they've been losing a lot of time, and I think they are in the pits because Hexa AF has just got past. So I imagine, well, there we go, pit lane.
So now our leader so far is Hexa AF, but I don't think they're on their final stint either. So we have to see where Arachnid comes out to RSK. As Arachnid is doing the long stop. Let's see RSK here. They're one lap down. Let's stay on board for this lap and see where they come out. As now they've unlapped themselves to Arachnid. And we know a long stop takes around 3 minutes. That's around the time you take for 1.5 laps here. So RSK might come out just ahead or a bit more ahead than to Arachnid and might get that second place here.
3 minutes is closer to 2 laps more so than anything, because you've also got to factor in the pit lane time that you've got to go down it. And the laps are about a 1:35 usually, I think, sort of on average. So that's 95 seconds. So yeah, 3 minutes 10 roughly, I think, for about 2 laps. So it is closer to 2 laps, I think, more than anything. But it's still going to be interesting to see how it all shakes out, because don't forget, each team has got to do 3 long stops to help with like driver changes and all of that sort of stuff. Arachnid 71 has served their drive-through.
Arachnid Racing just still in the pit lane, while RSK is rounding the final couple corners. This could be it. This could be what makes or breaks P2 here, as I believe that's why the gap was so big in between the two. But with that line, it looks to me now they're not going to the pit lane. So where is RSK going to come out? Is Arachnid going to come out soon? Or is Arachnid going to keep that P2? And he's going out here, and he's getting overtaken now. There's Arachnid. RSK is just ahead.
Nice. Nicely done by RSK. Now the crucial question is going to be, should they need the pit stop? And has Hexa AF really got that 2-minute advantage? Because if it's just a long stop, well, that could easily be negated.
That's RSK going very wide there. That's not the line for RSK.
No,
and now
made a
Arachnid
mistake.
side by side. There they are.
Defend, can't make it work. Nicely handled, though.
That was not the line for the Porsche there, going very wide at 100R. Then getting a bad line for the braking zone for the hairpin left-hander. And that gave Arachnid back the P2 that they wanted. And now the focus is to just keep RSK behind and hope that Hexa AF's pit stop might take longer, might take enough time for Arachnid to get back that position.
Yeah, it might take them a little bit of time because, of course, we have seen Arachnid has got a lot of pace. There goes the Hüseyin car trying to get past. I think that's the Hexa AF car. As now they come down the front straight into turn 1 once again, start another lap. Because Hexa AF has gone into the pits, I think, for a long stop from what I can tell. RSK does get past under braking, does also get incredibly close to the back of that BMW. He came really close, to be fair.
That was nearly a tap, and with those speeds, that tiny tap might lose the entire control of the car as Hexa AF is back into the server. And where are they gonna come out? Ragnar needs to complete another lap after this one to be ahead of Hex, I believe it is. 50 seconds. No, actually, they're on the same lap here.
Yes. At least for now, they still need to actually come out of the pit lane.
Oh, that's a BMW off there. Jump scare from us. Wow.
The crucial thing is that the Hexa AF car still needs to come out of the pit lane.
Where's the Hexa AF car?
In
Being
the pit lane,
on board there. So there they are. And Arachnid is running to those final couple corners. Is there on the final corner now?
I don't know.
Oh, this might be close for Arachnid, Hexa, and RSK. This might be a three-way battle for the lead if Hexa comes out soon. Engine is still on neutral.
He's going to get passed by both.
Arachnid is now through.
In the lead. RSK as well. Question, how far behind is Hexa going to be?
Looks to me,
because he's still not moving. ACX Racing is still on the lead lap as well.
In my timing board, it does say that. Hexa still in the lead, but it might be wrong. It needs to still update. And that is weird, as now Hexa now still out in the pit lane. Weird stop from them as longer takes. I believe wasn't Hexa fighting for that second place as well. They might come out just behind ACX. As for me, it still says that Hexa is in the lead, but in P4 now, ACX is passed, and Hexa drops down to 4th.
Hexa's off the podium at the moment, so realistically, what it looks like is it could be a win between either the 72 and the 4 at this point in time. But again, there's still plenty of time for something and anything to happen. So, we shall truly see 13th place PHRL Endurance. By the way, also, we do have a donation link, a PayPal, in the description at the moment. So if you would like to donate, if you can, if you are able, then we would truly greatly appreciate your donations.
Support this OCSS, OC Racing, endurance races here with also all the work that comes through this. Any donation would be happily accepted, and the support that you guys are giving. So already just watching the stream is already great support here, but there's still an extra support in the description. But right now our focus is for this race here. Arachnid is still in the lead, but just about for 1.5 seconds. Here they are going through the same couple parts of the track, and it is going to be interesting who gets the best run. As traffic can still play a huge factor, as Life with OCSS is the first traffic they get here. Sorry, as first Arachnid gets past quite fast, but as Asuka gonna have the same thing. This sector here not quite good to overtake, and no, that's a bad line for them. Arachnid can run away with that.
Crucially for Hexa, they are on track. They are on the lead. Pardon me, on the lead lap. So that was important for them. So should a safety car come out, hypothetically, they will still be on the lead lap and in a very, very good position to attack such. in such a way that they might even be able to get themselves onto the podium. However, the battle really for the lead between Arachnid and RSK were on board.
Yeah, that's the closest battle out on track. And most important, it's the bad for the lead of the race. There's a full course yellow. The full course yellow is out.
Oh my word, finally.
Finally. As what is that out there? That is a car.
As cruel as that is, we haven't had one in at least 2 hours.
126 is
Dead.
crashed. That's a 20 car.
Team Stryer.
It's Team Straya.
Yeah, they've not had the best luck, really, have they?
They have gone up once to P17. Sadly, with the long stops then happening, they've dropped back down. And it looks to me that's not optimal at all, being 86 seconds behind the next car ahead. And that being over the limit, not having quite the good best race here in GT3. While over in LMP2, they are right now dominating it extremely well, being about 117 seconds in the lead. Very well done by over the limit in the LMP2 class.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, a lot of good stuff being shown. Full course yellow is coming back in. So we're going to be going back to full green now. Ha! As if I knew the countdown.
That was a beautiful start from Team Straya again. From that start. Quite early on the accelerator there, right as it went out. Hex AF there on the inside, lapping themselves. Careful to not have any contact here, as we know it's very easy to understeer into an GT3 or the other way around, a GT3 understeering into you. As one car that I see in 13th, a good run, a good restart from PHRL. They're about 5 seconds down to LYS, who is just one corner ahead. And that's not far at all. With this pace, if PHIL keeps this up, very soon we might see them catching back for a battle.
I'm not quite sure what's happened with Hexa AF under the full course yellow, but they've been able to basically halve their deficit to ACX during that time period. So they've managed to make something. I'm not quite fully sure what exactly, but something has worked, and therefore they have been able to get much closer. Now they're within 7 seconds of ACX, and the podium is most definitely on.
And Arachnid is behind again for a pit stop. That's a shock and a half. Weren't they in the pits like 20 minutes ago?
Is this possibly a penalty? It's not been given.
Stop and go. 181 seconds by the 71 team.
That's for the teammate, though.
181 seconds is still huge.
There's nothing in the penalties that says it needs to be taken. I'm not sure what's happened. Maybe some technical gremlins?
Oh, not technical issues for the new leader here. No way. That's incredible. 1 hour 50 minutes. If that now comes the technical issues, now it hurts the most. If near the end of the race you get technical influence. They've been now lapped. They've left. No, they've left. They're down to P4 now. Incredible. What is happening for them? Are they doing it a full long stop? Is the driver in there not feeling well and needs to get out?
Maybe. No, I'm just checking the Discord just to see if there's anything that gives any remote sort of information about this. But there's nothing really here. I can't see anything either in the team channel or in the or just in the Discord in general. There's no decisions that have been made, no reports on the 72. So I'm not quite sure there. Actually, well done. The 181 seconds was for DC. They went out again without doing the time.
But that was for the sister team, for the 71 car. So that's what happens if you don't respect the 3 minutes. But what's happened with Arachnid Racing 72 here? That looks to me they're taking a long so. Why is the question? That's a big surprise here. So, also, the OCSS GT3 has pitted, and Silverheads might regain a bit of time there.
They're going to switch drivers soon. Just been tagged by Azam in the channel. We are going to switch drivers soon. Fuel savings so the third driver, Taron, can make it. That's their plan.
So for Taron to join in their car, but that looks to me like a very bad timed stop if they had to do it again. Maybe it's for a splash and dash, as you said, but that might have cost
this early?
This might have, yeah, for the pit stop for Taron, this might have cost them that lead.
Oh, right. So, sorry, I thought you were talking about Arachnid for a second there. Still, this early?
Still, yeah, but as you said, later on they're going to switch driver anyway. Doing now a long stop wouldn't really make sense, would it?
Because the thing is, right, logically, a splash and dash, you'd do 20 minutes to go. You'd sort of plan it now, and sort of see, okay, we need this much fuel to make it to the end. If we pit here and here, we'll be fine. But you wouldn't actually commit to it 1 hour 45 away from the end of the race. That just seems unnecessary, I think.
Well, whatever has led them to this pit stop has cost them everything, and they're down to P5. And I didn't see no message saying that it was a long stop, so whatever this was has cost them everything.
Yeah, I'm just checking now. I can't see anything. I'm still scouring the Discord chat with VHK and all that, and there's nothing here that says anything. It might have literally just been a similar thing to the 71.
But still, for 1 hour 42 minutes, Arachnid Racing might have probably done something that we can't see. As obviously don't have all the information of the cars and fuel and everything. Maybe they've done something that we haven't planned for, and it still might give them the lead.
Because the thing is, a hypercar fuel tank can last. I think they all last about an hour. So they have to pit again anyway. So I can't quite see the strategy here.
This looked to me like a Ferrari type strategy over here. Maybe haven't thought, maybe the thoughts haven't gone enough into this, or maybe we are not thinking enough into this. Maybe we haven't understood something behind this ingenious move. You know?
Maybe there's a whole grand strategy behind this that we are too mortal to understand.
We are too commentator for the drivers. We don't see what the drivers are seeing.
Oh, well, that's very true. So, you know, maybe they've got something, maybe not, but purely on face value, I'm not sure.
Well, yes, trying to leave RSK past, goes off the track. Hopefully no penalty for them. But Hexa AF closest car to a battle here for second actually. Against ACX. Hexa might have a shot here. But 1 hour 40 minutes, it's not, I won't be saying it from now on, it's not long anymore. So, if anything happens, it doesn't change much anymore. It can only go in the bad direction, not in the good.
Yeah, we're after this minute, we're going to be in double digits of minutes. We've been in triple digits for the whole race so far, and now once this 30 seconds is up, we're going to be in double digits. That increases the stakes. Because again, you've got less and less time to, if you make a mistake, to recover from it. Such as a drive-through or just a 10-second penalty or whatever mistake, which could have happened there. But yeah, we're just passing minute 100 to go. We're on 99 minutes, 59 seconds left.
Yeah, that's interesting here. As drivers fatigue is kicking in for everyone, as even if a driver is going to jump in for the final stint, they have been here probably supporting their team for the entirety of the 6 hours, and I could say if I would be jumping in a car right now, I would still be completely fatigued. I'm myself starting to feel weak from watching this incredible race so far, and there's still so much going on. With all the surprises getting thrown our way, with Arachnid Racing surprise stop, maybe we still have a big race still going on.
More information from the 33 base. Taron, who is joining the 33 crew. He's joining just after a 4-hour race at the Nordschleife.
Oh.
Yeah. Which, fair dues for cracking the Nordschleife. I've in Project Cars 2, I've tried to do a few laps in an LMP2 car, which ended usually pretty interesting. But to go from Nürburgring to Fuji, it's a complete opposite in terms of circuits.
Absolutely, the Fuji is more of a, like, how can I say, a more modern racetrack, while Nürburgring is still a blast to the past. But I'm gonna say that might be a interesting warm up to a race like this. Jumping from one endurance race to another. Well, I haven't heard many people do that.
Sorry, I do.
It's an interesting part to see. Surprises being still thrown our way, back to back to back. As LMP2 Lopen gets another penalty, and Hex AF Hypercar, that's the cars we're on right now, gets a drive-through penalty.
For cutting.
Incredible. So right now, this is shaping out to be a interesting final 1.5 hours.
So again, assuming we go full green, or at least without safety car intervention to the end, we're looking at top 4 being basically decided. Top 3. Because Hex AF's going to go down to about half a minute at least, possibly even 40 seconds. 40 seconds in an hour and a half. Not impossible, but unlikely, dependent on long stops and all that. 50 seconds from RSK to ACX, same goes. Silverheads aren't going to catch third. So Arachnid could catch Silverhead in 4th place to try and salvage whatever's left, I suppose. That sounds mean, but you know what I mean. And Lifeless likewise. But I don't think Huysingerveld is going to be doing more than 7th. But Lifeless is coming into the pits now anyway.
I still want to understand what Arachnid's strategy is, because you say the top 3 is decided, but what if Arachnid's part was just a normal strategy, just a bit pre-planned? What if all the top 3 drivers are gonna now do the same just a bit later, and Arachnid jumps back up to where they were, or close to where they were? Obviously undercuts, I've seen them working quite a bit here in this race, and I say undercut, I believe undercuts depending on what strategy I was running, but an early pit stop does help so often here drivers. The number 70 pending systems goes for a long stop.
Yeah, they've just finished all their long stops for this race. They're going to have to pit one more time at least for fuel. But that's all their actual stops done for the day. I know we've still got an hour and a half left, but any standout performers?
I was about to say Arachnid Racing, but I can't say now with that pit stop, but I'm gonna say, till now, Arachnid Racing really has blown my mind with how well they've planned the strategy, until obviously it happened, but LSK as well, I haven't seen, I was full-on surprised how the LMDH class has switched up from after the mistakes, the issues with the BMW Huysingerveld and the Project A issues. So I can say everyone in the MDH class is blowing my mind right now. And in the LMP2 class, there's also a lot of jumps going on. Over the Limit and the Hexa being the only teams who are right now where they were on their qualifying. The rest is jumping around positions. And in GT3, the Silverheads division and over the limits battle that happened before. Interesting that how that went out, but out of right now, the drivers that are really were written in my book were RSK Motorsports and Arachnid Racing.
Yeah. An update, the information that was from Azamth about Taron, that's for the 12, not the 33.
Oh.
So Taron is jumping in the 12, not into the 33, which still, going from what I assume is a GT3 car, especially because ACC, so it will be definitely GT3, or at least some sort of GT car anyway, to a hypercar prototype is it's not too far away, I suppose, as the Racing Phil gets another drive-through penalty for cutting, not the first one we've seen, and
could you maybe elaborate
what
you mean with GT cars not being far from the LMDHs?
The reason I say that is there was a lot of drivers that jumped, especially for like the Porsches and the Ferraris, that jumped from GTE to LMDH, and that still race GT3 now and again as well. That's the main reason I said it, right? And the drivers said, okay, yeah, this does feel sort of like a GT car. So that's the main reason why I said it. I've never driven either, I should add. Not in real life anyway. I don't have the new Le Mans game, and I've driven a GT3 a few times. But think of who's actually in those cars. You've got your Kevin Estras, you've got Jack Aitken, who does pretty well in GT3. He's in the Caddy. You've got people like Sebastian Bourdais, who did IndyCar, did F1. So, just those three names. It's a whole sort of, I don't want to say like amalgamation, but you've got all sorts of different disciplines coming in together, and yet there's still a lot of GT drivers that come into play. Even people like Valentino Rossi are being talked about for a BMW C25 or 26 in hypercar.
Two drivers names that stand out to me in LMDHs are Giovinazzi and Kubica. As those two were in Formula 1 pretty much a few years, and now driving LMDH, and I believe they are also quite strong there. And well, I think LMDHs are like, how can I explain it? More like cars that once you do a few laps and you feel already comfortable in, like a quick learning curve.
I think, especially with Kubica, and again, personal bias because jestem Polakiem, I am Polish. I do think he does incredibly well.
I can say the same with Giovinazzi.
Same goes for Giovinazzi, but for Kubica especially, because of all of the things that he's gone through. Christ. I mean, Montreal 07, the rally crash, right? And yet he's still up there fighting for wins at Le Mans, leading Le Mans. So, more credit to the man, because he's an absolute legend, whether people like it or not.
Absolutely. I mean, many names in Le Mans stand out really well. What's happened there? RSK? RSK's in the pit stops. What? That's again a shock. Is that just a normal stop, or have they gone for a long stop like Arachnid Racing? And if that's the case, is Arachnid Racing gonna come back out where they were before?
Question. Is there a point in the race before which long stops need to be finished?
There is, I think, in the final 15 minutes, the pit's close.
Okay.
So they have that might be it. Yeah. Now I should think of it. Now I say it, thinking about it, there might be they might have to do the splash and dash earlier than you think they would have to.
because the reason I ask, well, not even that, because let's say you pit with an hour 45 to go, right? You pit let's say an hour 5 later, you still got 40 minutes, fill up most of the tank, and you'll be fine, right? The main question, the reason I ask, is because what if it needs to be completed like an hour before the end or something like that? I'm not fully versed in the rules, so I don't really fully know.
Right, so
but if that's the case, but RSK's come out quick, so that was just the fuel stock for them, maybe tires.
Then what was Arachnid's plan? I'm shocked here. That was, I'm out of words. I don't know how to explain this or what has happened. Maybe the driver, maybe the driver inside wasn't feeling well or didn't have time or had to switch anyway, so they had to do a long stop. There's still many factors to come in, but without an explanation, this just came out of nowhere. But now here the battle for the second place in LMDH and second overall is back out and hot. And a first battle again after 1 hour and 20 minutes of more of constant driving. So this is going to be interesting to see how the drivers switch their mentality back to racing.
It's going to be really interesting how it all pans out, especially I can't quite understand what they're trying to do, either Arachnid or RSK. I don't know. I'm still trying to make heads and tails of it, but I'm not fully sure if I'm gonna be able to at all. But you know, we'll see. We'll make it work. As I always say. The truth will
come out one day, or maybe it's gonna be a secret forever. But it's gonna be if it's gonna be a secret, it's gonna be a secret that costs Arachnid maybe the win. Maybe at the end of the day, maybe it could just be a bad strategy call, and they just don't want to talk about it. And you know, you don't want to talk about how you've lost the lead because of a slightly bad strategy call. But in the end, we still have 127 minutes. Pit stops are still able to happen, and I'm gonna go back to my sentence and do say 127 minutes is enough for stuff to still happen. And Arachnid Racing might have fought ahead and maybe got a bang-on strategy here.
I mean, 30 seconds is still enough for stuff to happen. Someone could have a spin. There could be a massive crash for all we know. So, but I know what you're trying to get at there. Yeah. Listen, it's still an hour and a half to go. We're 3/4 of the way through this race. ACX leads, I think, for the first time in this race. RSK in second, XAF in third, Silverhead's fourth, Arachnid in fifth place after, let's say, a puzzling decision by the leading BMW crew. Lifeless in sixth, BMW Hustingfeld in seventh, and Remo eighth in class. Over the limit leads LMP2. Hexa AF LMP2 in second place in class. Venus third. PHRL fourth. Octo AF in fifth. LOIS Endurance in sixth. Loped in seventh. And then all the way at the bottom, Arachnid eighth in class. And then in GT3, we've only got 5 cars left in play. Lifeless OCSS leads by about half a minute to Silverhead's division with the number 7 OTL. So over the limit doing quite well in both of their classes they're competing in. 126 Team Straya, and then Pending Systems round out the GT3 field. 1 hour, 25 minutes and 25 seconds to go. We're here for the 6 hours of Fuji. My name is Casper. As you might see at the bottom of the screen, happy to be with you all as always. Captain Foxy alongside me, manning the stream and doing all the heavy lifting while I just get to sit and watch and talk.
That's a nice way to explain what your role in this is. As Hexa, wow, that was way too aggressive there. I was about to say Hexa isn't managing to build down the gap to RSK. Those fresh tires really working in favor of RSK. But maybe we've been going at this wrong. Maybe we've been talking about tires. Maybe what's going on is that we've gone with the fuel fault. Maybe the tires aren't going to make it till the end, even with that hour. So maybe they had to do a stop anyway, and to get the most out of the tires, they do want to go as early as possible. And maybe Hexa and the other teams are risking it and staying on this used tire which we saw the BMW and Lifeless having issues, and there we go, Hexa spins it round.
That's not ideal. I was just about to ask how long are those tyres really going to last, because let's be honest, they're probably not going to last all too long, all things considered. They may have to pit. Right, 72, drive through for cutting. That was the 72.
That's a 72, our pre-leader here, they were leading, and now it's all falling apart. It's going to shambles for Arachnid Racing, and that's not good at all. What is gonna happen here? The lead of LMDH is just switching around. They're just giving it to each other at this point. They're saying, I don't want it, here, you have it.
I don't know if you watch, do you watch Formula E?
Yeah.
Yeah. You remember last year, the 2 Berlin races?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nobody wanted to lead. It feels like a similar situation here.
Yeah. As Arachnid Racing now takes a drive-through after that mistake, after the drive-through penalty, which really heartache to see. 1 hour 23 minutes, you're basically on your final home stretch, and it just falling apart just in front of you is not really what you want to see here. But overall, racing full position here has calmed down a little bit. The next class in battle that might happen is LYS Endurance versus Octo AF LMP2. They're about 5 seconds from each other. Arachnid has taken the drive-through.
He's taking the drive-through, he's served it, and he's still in 5th place. Half minute even down on Silverheads in 4th place. As they now try to get onto the podium, possibly, I think is what they're trying to drive for into turn 1. Rumble with the Octo AF LMP2 car, 14th place overall. That makes it 7th in class. 7th in class? 6th in class even. And they're trying to chase after who they're trying to chase after. The LYS Endurance car. We did see them fight quite early on. I think it was it with Over the Limit? Early in the race? I think it might have been.
Yeah.
I think it might have been. So now they're trying to fight after fight against Octo AF for 12th place overall. As we're counting down the minutes here at the end. Mount Fuji in the background somewhere. I'm not sure if there we go. You can just see it in the background there, central to their 3.5 kilometers of height. And it's just beckoning over the circuit.
Yeah, with already 40 meters of elevation change on this track. I mean, this track is already pretty high above sea level. In real life, I already heard teams being with the engine power might already be at a slight loss as the higher obviously density of air gets lower, and obviously the engine does work quite a lot with air pressure. So I think already in real life here in Fuji there's only a slight drop in power of the cars.
Yeah, because obviously engines need air intake to come in. That's why also circuits like, I'm just saying again, I know a bit more about F1 because I stream a lot of F1. Tracks like Interlagos, like Mexico City, all quite high up. And they've got a similar problem where they've got loss of engine power. And it's also why in Mexico City they go full downforce because there's not enough air to get it down with the downforce through the S section on the back half of the circuit.
Just gotta have to say here, the elevation change is always difficult to navigate through with cars that are high on downforce, as obviously going through a acceleration point that's going upwards, you lose all the sense of rear end. And this final sector here is really noticeable, as how many drivers here have been already fighting the cars through there, sometimes even drifting through those corners. I mean, we already saw a tandem drift in turn 1.
Yeah. I mean, listen, elevation does add an extra challenge, but when you've got track that knows how to play with elevation, it's simply magnificent. It's why I love Portimao. it's called the roller coaster for a reason, because it goes up, down, up, down, up, down. It's a brilliant track to drive on. The racing is relatively good, but the actual racing experience is up there with the best. Because you've got a really fast turn one, you go downhill, you've got to flick it in. Even in a bike, I've got the MotoGP game, it's incredibly challenging to make turn one at the circuit of the Algarve. So, you know, each track should have its own sort of challenge within itself. Silverstone has got the massive long straights and really high-speed corners. Maggots Beckett's comes into play as well. Spa has got Eau Rouge, and this track has got, well, the final sector.
As we go through it now, this is when you think of Fuji, you mostly think of all the changes they've done over the years. I'm sorry for that stutter. You're gonna have to think in the this track only existed back in the 60s, and it was basically just a complex of about 5 corners. This entire final sector didn't exist back then. It was just one long right-hander, and over the years, I think the final change on this track was back in 2008, where they added a lot of that final part of the track. I think the final sector actually got added in 2008, if I'm not mistaken, or 2007.
Well, it was part of the Tilke remake. So yeah, it did used to be parts of the circuit. That final corner used to have a lot of banking as well. Which is part of the reason why they had to redo it, because of all that banking not being particularly safe way back when. So that's part of the reason why Tilke redid it. And then 2 F1 Grand Prix happened, and then they never went back.
This Octo AF LMP2 here is slightly catching to the LYS Endurance team. The red car over there, that's them. BMW Zinkfeld, and another drive-through.
For speeding this time instead of cutting.
Oh. Interesting. Concentration levels are starting to drop all over the grid. I'm noticing myself more and more mistakes are happening, but the cars are still driving like they're on rails, like they're just pre-programmed to just drive this beautifully. Yeah,
I mean, Christ, there was a lot of penalties at the start, and there's going to be a lot of penalties at the end for exactly the reason you mentioned in there. The drivers are just going to be tired. I mean, I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit tired after 4.5 hours of comms. I don't know about you, and I don't know about the drivers, but they're definitely going to be.
I'm more sweating over here. The temperatures are absolutely destroying me. I've probably lost as much weight as these drivers here just by sweating with the 31 degrees Celsius here in my room. Hopefully the drivers are feeling a little bit better. Hopefully they have also AC blasting fully on them, as I wish they have AC right now on me, but that would ruin my quality of life.
I've got 19 degrees Celsius.
You're making me jealous over here.
Well, what can I say? British weather being British weather. And it's a bit cloudy as well, so the sun's not quite out. It's meant to be 27 degrees and cloudy tomorrow, so you know, we're not quite out of it as such.
But now the battle between Octo AF and LMP2 is right on here now. Always looks to me the pace has just slightly dropped, and it's important that they keep up this race, as I believe behind Octo is just PHIL, just 6 more seconds behind. It would be sad to see that in the final hour, and 50 minutes, you drop 2 more positions. Octo AF turning on the lights to show how aggressive they are in their slipstream. No battery, no MGH, so it's all raw power. There's the XAF on the inside. Outside, I'm sorry. Who's gonna be Octo AF on the outside? Who's gonna be late on the brakes? There's no good camera angle. Yeah, all right ahead they are.
Just about got ahead before the apex. Nicely handled by the Octo AF LMP2. Puts them in 4th place. Now, the third place is almost 4 minutes away. That's about just under 3 laps. That's not happening anytime soon. So now you've got to defend the secure fourth place. Full course yellow has been deployed. Ooh, contact there a little bit. I'm not sure if this is because this is why the full course yellow is going to be coming out as we're out in playing out.
What has happened? Are we going to get information? One team might have done a mistake. I hope we get it soon. But I believe that a full course yellow doesn't come out just for a slight spin. It had to be a big one. Hopefully it was just one car, but knowing as it looks like the car has already recovered. So this might be a good shot for LYS to get a run back to Octo. And now the green light is out. That's bad corner to get the green light.
33 had a mistake spin for the lead in GT3.
That's a lead in GT3. Yes, that's a lifeless OCS.
Could the lifeless OCSS win in GT3 just be spinning slowly out of their hands if they make any more mistakes like these? Do you see what I did there?
I was about to say, nice joke there.
Thank you very much. I'm here all night.
Casper's going
for the next
back
hour.
to his Casper jokes as Octo AF goes into the pit lane.
Believe me, I've done worse.
You're being the Casper of the king here.
Believe me, if you talk to some of the guys that I've done comms with for F1, I have done worse.
Oh no, I know how you're in comms. We've commentated together a few times already.
Yeah, but in F1 I do even more.
That's great. That's great. That's good to know. That's beautifully.
So I'll send you a few links if I've got them.
As also for the lead here in LMDH, it's getting closer together. ACX is losing out to RSK. RSK on the fresh tires and better fuel load, I believe. Obviously, the setup maybe worked for heavier car, and RSK is catching slightly to ACX, but behind HexAF is also not losing the plot here.
Yeah, they've just got to make sure that they don't actually lose the car or make any major mistakes, because if they do, it's going to make it even more difficult to catch up. They've still got an hour 10, 70 minutes, just over left to go. So, you know, we are coming into sprint territory here, where cars are just going to aim to be going flat out this late stage in the race if they can. However, they've still got to look at trying to manage their tyres if and when they can.
Yeah, and now, obviously, final hour. You can now say it's a sprint. 1 hour is usually the length of a usual race in different classes. So now comes it. You cannot say you're still racing endurance. You're going to race now. Full on, 100% power till the end.
I mean, the IMSA sprints, the really short distance races they have is 1 hour 20. So this is already shorter than what they do at those sorts of races. So yes, we are very much in sprint territory here. As we're watching the RSK Motorsport number 4 try to get down into Dunlop Corner with less than 1 hour 11 to go now. Coming through 10, 11 and 12, really technical part of the circuit, this back half here towards turn 13, again uphill. Uphill right and then uphill left. You cannot see the apex from there. You've just got to judge it and hope to God that you've got it right. And then similar story here, but you've got to go ultra wide through here because the start finish line is across here as well. So important to nail this final sector because so much time can easily be gained or lost here.
You need to get a good shot out of the final corner. It's the top speed here. Is Mendes, that's the car over the limit, is stopping. What has happened? What's over the limit doing?
What's happened? Have they maybe got some damage?
What has happened there? They've just... What's happened? They're stopping.
No.
They've stopped.
No, the lead car in LMP2, the lead car in
missed the
LMP2.
pit lane and reversing into it.
No.
Incredible. Incredible.
That's going to be something that they could very easily be told off. Huizinkoveld gets a penalty for speeding, but that doesn't really matter at this point in time. The leader in LMP2 has screwed up the pit entry and reversed into the pit lane, which I'll admit, first time I'm ever seeing anything like that happen.
I'm out of words. So
am I.
Huh? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I cannot figure out. I guess they miscalculated their fuel or whatever it was. Just went past, saw their fuel loads or just whatever they wanted to pit for, and gone past and decided that, man, I really have to pit this lap. Reverse into pit. I know in many games that's a auto disqualification reversing into pit lane. But
I don't know what's going to happen here. It might be. I kind of hope it doesn't, because it's a brilliant performance by OTL21. But what on earth just happened there?
I cannot explain this. I'm speechless. This is incredible. This might be over the limits crumble of the lead here. They've been perfect throughout the entire weekend so far, getting pole position in LMP2 and then disqualified. They've been disqualified. I just seen the message to the bottom right. They've been disqualified from the session. That's them out.
Oh Christ! I'm just chatting with Vigo.
That's them out of the race. That's them getting disqualified in the final hour of a 6-hour race. The heartache, the tears are probably coming out there. No way. No way.
All I can say from Vigo is they said they forgot to pit, so they decided to reverse.
That was
not the brightest decision that they could have made. Let's put it that way. I think that puts it very nicely. However,
mistakes can obviously happen. There's obviously so many things you have to work out for. But I believe that was a if we go into Italian commentary, there's always Valsecchi saying colpo di scena, which means it's been a scene of I don't know. That came so. I didn't think that would happen, and sad to see they've been disqualified.
It is a shame to see that they've been disqualified as a car off track. I think that was a hypercar. I mean, you're not allowed to reverse into the pit lane. That is a given. People understand that. Why they tried to, I'm not fully sure. It's not the brightest decision that they could have made. It's, well, could be, there's even worse decisions that they could have made. They could have fully driven backwards into the pit lane like that, but let's not even entertain that thought, right? But it's just the way that they've done it. It's just completely against any manner of pit lane etiquette as such. Because reversing down the pit lane, normally you've got people in there, right? You're only supposed to go one way. If you've got a car coming the other way, you're putting people in danger.
It's basically a one-way road, and as the Italian commentator colpo di scena, it basically means plot twist, and that was, I have to say, one of the biggest plot twists in endurance racing in OCS so far, and OC racing so far.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay,
that's one of the big. That is going to be one of the big, if not the biggest story of the race, because it just happens out of nowhere, and the leader in LMP2, who I reckon probably had the win in the bag if they'd pitted normally, had come into the pits the wrong way around and got themselves disqualified. Pardon my words, on their own incompetence.
We have to now think, what were the other choices they had? Let's say if it was for fuel, they wouldn't have managed to bring it back to the pit lane anyway, and I believe in a split-second decision. That was the smartest they could have done, thinking about it, to maybe finish the race, and well, Race Direction didn't think that was the idea, so sadly they have been disqualified. But right now we're still on board with the RSK car, who is slowly and steady catching the way to ACX.
Oh my goodness, I'm just looking in Discord. they are actually, for some reason, arguing it. I can't say I understand why, but Jesus Christ, that's going to be probably looked at most likely post race if they even decide to look at it, because that is an egregious a mistake that they made. The idea of a pit lane is for you to go slow, so that there is, you're trying to keep, again, hypothetically you're trying to keep people safe and all that. Not only if you go backwards like that do you endanger people, but you also destroy the whole entire concept of the pit lane.
There's an overtake, Team Strayer on the inside, on the inside of Silverhead Division. On the hairpin, that was beautifully done. Beautifully car control on that braking zone, and they just decided, I'm going to take that inside line, thank you very much, and they've just gone past. Incredible overtake.
And that is, mind you, for third place.
That was on the podium of the Silverheads that has been caught napping. I wouldn't have seen this coming. Silverheads probably haven't seen that coming, and Team Strayer just decided, now is the opportunity, now I send my car and lick the stamp and send it.
Yeah, absolutely. Bosh, off they go. So, very good move into turn 7 by them, as we're now approaching the final hour with, a very, very dramatic development here in this race. ACX Racing still leads, RSK second, Hex AF in third place at this point, but that could all change, because ACX Racing is being chased down by the RSK brothers. At a rate of knots, from what I can tell. They've already caught up within a second, so that's going to be something to keep an eye on.
PHIL Endurance are still on the still looking to get LYS Endurance, the red LMP2 car, blue versus red, a color that many children back in the days were fighting to say, this is my favorite, no, that is my favorite, and now you guys can decide who your favorite color is and say, I want LYS versus PHIL, blue versus red. Who would you say would get it?
What, in terms of colors?
Well, in terms of livery, looking at blue PHIL versus the more red LYS.
I think the PHRL gets it. Just a little bit more variety in the actual colour. Just the actual scheme as well looks a little bit better. Don't get me wrong, I do like the LYS car.
Oh, there's been a position change for the lead. That is ACX in the pit lane.
So this will probably be their final stop.
Arachnid is still way too far for this, unless this is a long stop. But would it be a long stop? Do you think there's a long stop? To be honest,
I don't know.
I haven't seen ACX's third long stop yet. Let's stay on board to see if they leave. They left. That's a long stop. That's a long stop. Arachnid Racing is gonna get past. And now Hexa is in net P2, and RSK leads our LMP2 LMDH grid.
There's a lot happening here at this point. I'm not sure. We could be getting an insight into what RSK are planning at the end of this race. I'm just chatting with Sphere, the other brother of RSK. We were talking with Rune quite early on in this race, as we are now 23 seconds away from the final end. Right, RSK, no more long stops, only a short stop in a little bit. That is their plan. That is, I have from one of their drivers,
1 hour.
What they plan on doing with now less than an hour to go is short stop, add whatever's required of fuel, and that's that.
It's the final hour. you reminded me of that. It's the final. Well, it's the final hour here in the race, and well, action is still up to 110%. And with the strategies, that's 120% of strategies. That's very interesting. As ACX is back, still in the pit lane.
And with all the stuff that's happening, it might even be 130, 140% even, because, oh my word, Arachnid Racing, this is going to be interesting to see how they come up. If RSK don't need to go for a long stop, which they say they don't,
they have it in the bag.
Could be, yeah, the only person that could really stop them is Hexa, but it depends again on how much they've got in terms of a long stop and how much they can really catch up to the back there. So, I don't know.
ACX still in the pit lane. Arachnid is going closer and closer. It's edging their way closer. ACX still in the pit lane. And onto the main straight now. Let's hop to ACX. Still there. There they are. They're revving the engine.
They're getting ready. They're getting ready.
Was that Arachnid?
That's not quite them. No, this is the Arachnid.
And where's ACX going to come out on them? Now they're
moving now. They're moving now. Have they got it? Have they done the long stop?
There they are.
Yes, they have.
That's the final long stop.
And they come out, what, about 10 seconds probably? Just over 11. See what comes out after turn 1. The gap, 13.5. That's catchable.
That is manageable, yeah.
That is easily catchable.
We have to also say, ACX, new driver, fresh tires, fueled for the rest of the race. They are set for a perfect stint here, because if the driver in here is a new, fresh driver who hasn't raced yet today, so they have all the full power of the mind, so no tiredness, they're not going to be tired, or maybe not as tired as drivers here. Fresh tires that warm up basically immediately, as this track is very strong on those tires. You just need this 2-3 lap to get used to the car, which maybe even be less, as we know Fernando Alonso and Vettel, how long does it take for you to get used to the track? 2, 1.5, 1. And so maybe ACX here also just needs 1 or 1.5, and if they manage just 10 seconds to Arachnid, that might be, well, possible.
Well, they've closed up already by, well, it's just opened up, but they're briefly closing up by quite a margin. Again, that left-hand side, careful, they're not quite straight as they would have wanted it to be. 15 seconds is the gap now between third and fourth. The first and second is about half a minute. Other close gaps include 11th and 12th, the two endurance teams, LYS v PHRL. The two most banging liveries, I think, are fighting for a podium space. They're 9.2 seconds away. Battle for second place as well. Team Stryer and Silverheads. Second and third place. Pending systems could get involved. It's 45 seconds. It's a big task, but not really out of the realms of possibility. You could drag over the limit 7, the only remaining car after what had happened. And is there much else really? No, everything else is sort of really spaced out there.
Well, yeah, now 56 minutes. We are in the final hour, so no more hours. Now it's just a matter of minutes. Laps still being different between the drivers. I believe yesterday was 25 minutes per team, per group on track. Now 55 is very short. This can go by in a flash. If you're the driver as well, you might just be focusing corner after corner, and then each lap the minutes just count down. Let's say each lap is 1 minute long, 55 laps, and each corner just comes by and goes so fast that you don't even notice it. This is now, you have to full on give it your best. No more long game run, now it is. Now you have to push it, and RSK right now seems to be still smart. They're about to lap Arachnid for the second time. That's Arachnid up ahead. But still, this might be just a gap for a long stop if RSK needs one. But you said it yourself, RSK doesn't need a long stop. So, are they set?
They seem to be set. They only need a short stop to fuel up at some point, but they don't need a long stop. Interesting thing about the what are they called? The OTL car that was disqualified for reversing. Azam, our good friend that we were talking to earlier, brought up regulation 2.7 which specifies if an issue is not covered by the regulations, it is up to the administration to decide what is to be done. So basically, should an issue not be covered by specifically by the regulations, it is up to the admins, those that run the league or the event, to decide what will happen next.
My apologies. There was a car in second that is not gone for a long stop. There are still long stops planned for drivers. Arachnid might move up 2 seconds.
Ooh.
That's Hexa. Yes,
Now-
Hexa has done the long stop now.
Now, doesn't that throw the cat amongst the pigeons?
Sorry.
It's a British saying.
Ah, okay.
It's a British saying. Basically, the cat. If you throw a cat in a load of pigeons, the pigeons will just go mental.
I think the cat will go as mental as the pigeons, but yeah.
Exactly. Right. So my point is, if you throw a cat in amongst the pigeons, everything's going to go crazy. Same thing applies here.
Yeah.
Sorry, I forgot you were German.
But we have some sayings as well. I think our sayings are more brutal. Like the thumb
Polish
licking,
is
like the thumb licking child who's got the thumb cut off because he was just sucking on the thumb.
Oh, I've vaguely heard of that one.
Yeah, or just the guy. Yeah, we have all sorts of things, but I would rather not say them here.
Yeah.
But now back to XIF, they might get ACX might catch them here, but they're about to get lapped by RSK. Are you sure RSK is on 3 long stops? This seems
according to their driver, all they need is a short stop.
They've gotten if they haven't calculated this wrong, if they haven't missed out on anything, they have probably done here the strategy of. I can't even explain it. The golden strategy. They've mastered it. They've calculated this perfectly to the second. They've done it perfectly. And now, again, a switch up of positions. We thought at first that Arachnid might get the win. Then we thought ACX might get the win. Now it's RSK who might get the win. And there's a car off.
At this point, it's RSK's to lose. Because it's really, they're going to pit, okay, for fuel, so let's assume a minute. They're still going to have over a minute's lead.
That's incredible.
Which is, if you think about it, absolutely insane.
Absolutely. That's that as well, those strategies. I said it before at the beginning, 3 long stops. That's the contact between the BMW Zingfeld and the Hexa AF Racing. Still side by side. Oh, that's not going to end well going into Coca-Cola corner side by side.
Yeah, I think one of them might give it up. The thing is, it's a lapped car. You shouldn't really be fighting them too much. Contact, yeah.
Switchback attempt by the BMW, but no, they believe they give out now. What was that? That was incredible fighting. Sadly, not for position. But wow, that gave me a scare and a half there, going side by side into Coca-Cola.
I was quite worried. I will admit.
Whoa! Look at the mirror behavior. Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. I was worried as well. No, but what I mean is, obviously, it's lap car. You need to let them pass, or the lap car needs to let the lapping car pass, right? And I know you can fight a little bit in the endurance racing. That's fair enough, but contact could be argued as possibly a little bit too much.
The BMW really said, I have nothing to lose here, and just went full 110% fight, and that was incredible. I mean, sometimes being ballsy into the last 15 minutes with a back marker, I mean, that's not what I meant before with going full 100% power, as you still want to finish the race, obviously. Now any mistakes, you have not enough time to redo your mistakes, regain the time that you lost during a mistake, but Zingfeld said, I don't want it, I want to fight 100%, and they tried it, which, kudos to them. Good attempt there.
To their credit, can't really complain too much about, trying to fight. But, you just got to be a little bit careful with who you pick your fights with. That's all I'm going to say. 18 Team Stryer in the pits at the moment. Number 126 down to 19th at the moment. That's off of last of the 5 GT3 runners. The last remaining OTL car is in 18th place now, in 4th in class, getting past left and right, literally, by both a hypercar. I think that was another hypercar, or was that an LMP2 car? Couldn't quite tell.
That was still very... those pit stops now, I believe, they're going to be now to more of a surprise, as with the timings. You might say, I would want to put my pit stops as separate as possible. So let's say 2 hours each driver. That certainly doesn't work with a 6-hour race, as obviously in the final hour pit stops do close. So many people might think to go the first hour full on push, then pit, and then do the 2 hours each, which that works. Or do 2 hours, and then 1 hour long stop 1 hour, which some teams have done here. But some teams are even pushing it to the point of doing 2 hours, and then 1.5 hours, which Ragnet was not keen on doing that. They were the first one out of the first 3 to pit, and I believe they are still fighting there for the podium position. ACX is a bit too far behind to do something here.
What's the gap? 14 seconds, 48 minutes. Doable. Difficult, but doable, certainly. Yeah, I'd just keep an eye on ACX. ACX has got a lot of good pace. Octo AF is now closing up to LYS. Endurance PHRL got past as they come into turn 7. Trying to unlap himself is the ACX car. I think he's been lapped twice.
It does look that way, but also we only have seen lapping so far. Unlapping, what are the rules there? Can you go deeper in there?
Into where? Turn 7?
Into the rules of how unlapping works. Yes, I know that's allowed, but there are still
as
rules
as far as I'm aware, I'm not fully versed on it, but you can unlap yourself, and then you are given a little bit of time to try and pull away. But I'm not really sort of fully versed on that side of things.
Yeah, that's as far as I know, you can unlap yourself to your driver, to the lapped car, as long as you do it safely with no issues. But I believe that was the RSK car. They have been unlapped once now. I believe that wasn't dangerous at all. So as long as ACX now doesn't block RSK, they're in the clear and the green, and they can then focus more on the car they're actually fighting, which is Arachnid Racing and P3. But that's not the line for ACX.
Not ideal. Closing up is RSK. Now realistically, again, they might be shown blue flags. It depends on sort of their pace and how and if RSK catching. That's the main question. But also because they are still lapped technically, so there is that to come into play. I don't know. We'll see. There's 45 minutes left to decide. But, this is going to get pretty interesting.
Yeah, now with RSKs are still right now the main cars that I want to focus on, as I do still, and I don't remember quite when their last pit stop was. So you said one stop is there, and a car can go till a bit more than an hour, just a bit lower than an hour, 45 minutes. I haven't heard anything yet about when the pits close, so the cars are still here fine. The cars are his car still seems fine here, but when will they go to the pits? When will he say, I want to go now and not risk for the pits to close? But also, it just seems to me like the way he's thinking here, it's more already concentrated on when to cross the line. He's not more planning he's not planning for any more strategy calls.
VHK saying pits don't close. I'm just chatting with them. The pits aren't actually going to close, so you can just pit basically whenever you want. Just depends really how much fuel they've got, because if they've got enough fuel to pit with 20 to go, they could do that. If they've got enough fuel to pit with 5 to go, that could be an interesting story. But again, it just really depends. I'd say if you pit anywhere from now till the end, just slap on a bunch of fuel, you'll be fine. Maybe tyres if you need them, because you've got the buffer anyway. So it's not particularly too much of a problem. It could be worse.
As the closest car right now on track is Octo AF LMP2 versus LYS. The PHIL car has gone past. I believe they were behind. I believe the LYS car has gone to the pit lane and has come just about 5 seconds ahead of Octo AF. There they are. That red LMP2 car up ahead of these LMDHs is the car that this driver here is focusing on. 43 minutes to have enough time to maybe catch. I don't know if Octo still has any pit stops left, but LYS is set till the end. Are they gonna manage to bring something here?
Well, they've got 43 minutes to do so, and I know I'm focusing a lot on the time, but that's because there's not much left. I know it seems blatantly obvious, but they're not quite counting down the seconds, but there's not really that much time left. So if the driver wants to go for a move, they've got to go for it, ideally now, and run. So for example, for ACX need to close up to Arachnid now, so that they can make, within those final 10 laps, which is about 15-16 minutes, they've got to be able to make that position and then just be able to try and keep it if they can. Because if they don't do it now, they're not going to be able to do it at all. Flat out. Nada. Out.
What still vexes me the most is what Arachnid Racing was thinking with that very late long stop, as I believe that was one more than they had. ACX here catching way more to ACX, about 7 seconds now to Arachnid Racing in front, and these two here might give us just that head-to-head battle till the end of the race.
Oh, we do love an end of race battle. It's going to be really interesting, especially with a few of these battles going on. Arachnid Racing finally off of the bottom of the grid. They've just overtaken Team Stryer. That is for 19th place overall, but no position change in class because they are still dead last. Over the curbs goes the ACX Racing number 3, third place, number 66, even behind them. Unless I'm going to ask.
Racing?
Yeah, Arachnid Racing behind them is 50 seconds down. Question: if they don't need to pit, which I'm not sure that some of these guys do, could the podium finish as is here? Other than RSK pitted, obviously.
Even if RSK pit, I believe RSK might manage to get the win here. Hexayev is a bit clear to ACX unless they've miscalculated a pit stop. Then it might get very close, but Arachnid Racing here has done their stop, and I believe they have not managed to get that podium battle here. Behind Silverheads does look to be quite safe from Lifeless, and the BMW Zinkfeld is a bit behind Lifeless, so I believe they might not have a shot either. So the LMDH class right here till 7th does look to be set. Raimo might manage just near the end to get Hexa. If not, Hexa seems to be set for that LMP2 win. Obviously not jinxing anyone here. We don't want to jinx anyone here. Then Venus, to be honest, everyone looks to me set except 2 or even 3 cars. And I believe 2 cars here might have a chance to switch up the positions to between 12th and 19th. And I say 19th, but that's an LMP2 that got passed. So
yeah.
I'd say just between 12 there might be one more shot for a battle, unless ACX has miscalculated something or Hex has miscalculated something. We might not. We might see one more battle between P12.
Well, it's actually closing up really nicely. It's 2.5 seconds away. You can see him just over the top of the hill there. They're on the right hand side, just going into Panasonic corner, the final corner on this circuit. We're less than 40 minutes to go, and it's all sort of building up to a relatively calm crescendo, unless obviously something happens. 40 minutes to go. RSK leads, does not need a long stop, and yet their advantage is still pretty big. 40 minutes to go. I'm Casper. He's Foxy. He's also Yapton, because that's the name at the bottom. And it has been... It's been a calm race, but it's been pretty entertaining overall.
Okay, I've just got to know the BMW Zinkfeld is disqualified. They have had a mistake, went into the wall and teleported back to the pit lane, which cost them the win. The race position here, I believe 7th it was. Now they're down and dropping, as I believe they're out now. So, sad to see that. Just in a split second, touching slight grass and losing the rear into a wall can cost you the entire race.
Ouch. That hurts. Especially considering sort of, again, the amount of time. Okay, you weren't necessarily in it to win it, sort of thing. Fair enough. But the amount of time that you've put in, the amount of effort that's gone in, it's just a lot. And for it to have all gone down for nothing, essentially, it's a shame, because they really did have a good set of pace. They just couldn't really use it.
Always Endurance drive through for cutting, while they have, I think, bigger issues just behind with the Octo AF car.
Ooh, here we go. Down the inside comes the Octo AF LMP2 car down into turn 1. Does LYS Endurance return the favour? He gives it a damn good go. Octo defends pretty stubbornly, and he makes that position. But LYS does have the drive-through, could be losing even more position. He's going to lose one to Remo Motorsport, definitely. So Remo is going to be in 8th place once all that comes through.
Yeah, these two here are the final, I believe, battle on track. If they bring it here, LYS, bad happen. Turn 7, I believe that is, bad corner there, and lost out most of the time that he had on Octo. But also, don't forget, they have a drive-through that they have to serve at sometime soon. So these LYS, I think, has already given slightly up on this position and just are thinking on bringing it to the end.
Bit of news. I've just got a message from one of the guys at ACX, and basically what's happened is there was a glitch with one of the long stops that happened, so they've done 4 instead of 3. And apparently, Vigo's acknowledged it's a bug, so we may get a bit of time back after the race, and they might be able to beat Hex. So he just wanted to explain why we did the long stop in the last hour instead of short. Thank you very much, Noah, for that. Much appreciated for that information, but that does throw the race into a little bit more jeopardy at the moment. They think RSK will still win, but P2 could be open depending on what they do with that extra bug slash glitch slash whatever one would like to call it.
So depending on what the students decide for the drivers here in ACX, there might still actually, now to your questions they asked before, will the podium's position change? Oh, Octo, very aggressive on that curb, me losing it. Might the positions like here come till the end? I'd say now no, knowing that information that ACX's position is dependent on what the stewards think, and I have to say the stewards are quite light-hearted, so if it's a really bad, like something that really was a honest mistake, to be honest, it needs to also be discussed with Hexa if obviously it might be unfair for them knowing that they lost a position because Stuart is closer than I. So if everyone is okay with it, there might still be a position change, but if not, obviously racing is hard racing.
Yeah.
If you made a mistake, you made a mistake. Glitches in the system are as comparable as a slight brake failure that resolves or anything similar to that. So if a mistake happens on that part, I might also just say you messed up. Sorry about that.
First of all, it's more of a bug. It's more of like a bug / glitch, not a mistake. So it's slightly different scenario, but I get where you're coming from. 15-second penalty. You might have just seen as well from the 09 for the 09 LYS Endurance. It's because of a penalty that's just been given by race direction. Basically, the 09 went into the 64 on entry to a corner. There's no video evidence, unfortunately, that I can see, but it's in the decision thing, so it's probably set.
Yeah, what I meant with the glitch just that glitch, just you can see it more as a let's say a brake failure in real life, or just a slight mistake with this any issues on the car that can happen during racing that resolves themselves. We can see it. It might be like a same scenario in sim racing. It can happen. Glitches can always happen, and sadly that happened to them. And I gotta say, if something like that happens, it has to. Sometimes gotta have to fall back on their shoulder. But obviously we are not here to decide. We are here to commentate over this interesting race. It's a really nice race that's still going on now. In the final 32 minutes of the race, it seems to me that it's all calmed down to the point of we might see these positions till the end. So, do you have anything to talk about the track or anything that you liked so far in this race? A highlight.
Highlight. Listen, there's too many highlights to mention, but some of them include, you know, that move into turn one by the high ping, that reverse entry into the pit lane was a whole thing. So you know, there's lots to mention, and I'm sure it will be mentioned if I haven't already. But one thing about this track is, I mean, you can tell there's lots of spaces where you can overtake. So, you know, you're thinking, well, we're on board with the PHRL Endurance car. You're into turn 10. You can go 2 wide through here. You can go wide. You can go 2 and 3 wide through here. Difficult, especially if there's traffic in the way. But through here, especially if you've got a battle going all the way up through from turn 10 at Dunlop Corner, you can really go for it. Go up the inside, possibly. It's not a great exit out of turn 14 or 15, but it is still doable. Very much so, don't get me wrong. Down the front straight, side draft, bump draft, standard draft. You can do plenty of stuff down here. You're talking over 1.5 kilometers worth of pure, unadulterated speed going down here. It's one of the longer full throttle sections possibly in the world, if not at least on a standard calendar. Into turn 1, big braking zone again. Great opportunity for a move. We've seen loads of those today. Turn 3, Coca-Cola corner. It's been more known for track limits than overtaking, but you can sort of go for one into here through 4, 5, and 6 that makes up 100 up, and then into 7 as well. You can go for a move. We've seen a couple of incidents coming into here as well. Cars coming together at just around about the half an hour mark. So, you know, for a 6-hour race, the selection couldn't have really been much better.
Yeah, and also, as we are on board with PHRL, I also decided to go on this car, as I might have been wrong before with the grid being set for the end of the race, as just up ahead, that's the Octo AF LMP2 car. And all now depends on the pace difference between these two cars, but also, I just see a bit of GT3 traffic up there, slowing down Octo. And I gotta say as well, the way you said it before with the corners, all the highlights you said about the corners, Coca-Cola corner, I gotta say, one epic overtake I saw for you there. Well, that's Octo going to pit lane.
Oh.
That's interesting. So Pietro takes another position, but with
And they're on the podium.
that was for the podium position. That's sad to see that with a sad lifter strategy that they just see running in P3, just knowing that at one moment it will just slip away from you without anything can do. But I want to say with the Coca-Cola corner, there was one overtake, even if it wasn't for position, between the BMW, the Zinkfeld and the ACX car. That was really well done here, the slight battle that we saw through this corner. And I gotta say, there was also a few more moments through that corner before, and yeah, it was just very beautiful done, as I believe Octo isn't out yet of battles, as they might join just behind LYS. Maybe there might be, maybe Octo with fresh tires can fight LYS till the end.
I mean, for fourth place in class, you'd think they should be able to, but of course we are waiting for late pit stops. We're also waiting for a late pit stop from RSK. We know that that's going to be coming at some point in the relatively near future. They are only waiting for a short stop. So literally a splash and dash, and off they go. Question is, how long is that going to be? Is it going to be a couple of seconds of fuel, or is it going to be 10, 20 seconds of fuel? Really does depend on how things are going to go. Could even, I'm going to go out on a limb and say, if the fourth long stop is taken into account, and you know they write off some time for it, could put ACX in a good position to win, depending on how long RSK takes in the pits. But that would very much be a post-race thing, not right now. We wouldn't be able to confirm it.
As I've now noticed, the driver in the 86 BMW Zinkfeld, name's called James Dunn. He was in that car when that sad incident happened, and he just said, well, we can say that their race is done. As a bit of a named play here, James Dunn. Their race is done.
Dun dun dun.
I'm sorry. I should have. I should have.
That's ever so dramatic.
Exactly. Done.
We do have fun here at OC Sim Series. And if you want to hear, and listen, on a slightly more serious note, if you want to hear more events like this, more fun like we're providing, make sure to donate. We've got the PayPal link at the bottom of the description. Make sure to send us some money if you're able to. If you can't, then obviously don't stretch too much.
Just watching the stream is already enough of a support.
Exactly. Believe me when I say just watching it is already a lot of support. So thank you very much for those of you that have stuck with us for the past 5.5 hours. We'll keep going for the next half, and yeah, we'll go from there, I think.
We're about to enter the times that qualifying length was. So in qualifying we only saw cars going full 100% speed with nothing to worry about. Now we have 25 minutes. Let's see if this again mentality of the drivers changes and they decide to, okay, let's give it our full best again. It's near the end. I want to give it all. If I do a mistake, maybe say, well, I've done my best till now. I accept it. Or obviously the drivers just want to end the race. Say, I wanted to be honest. Oh, Raimo there, full on sideways through Coca-Cola. Overtakes P9 and overtakes P8 and goes into 8th. They might still have a chance to get into the final LMDH position just ahead of Hexa AF. 56 seconds. We know the LMDHs are about 10 seconds faster a lap. It takes them 5 laps, say 6 laps to catch to Hexa AF if this keeps on going. Obviously, Hexa AF
that's definitely doable, yeah.
Could be doable, obviously, if we don't count mistakes in or any other scenarios like lapped traffic or similar stuff. They might have a chance, but 25 minutes, 5 laps are about 7 to 8 laps, 7 to 8 minutes, but obviously with lap traffic or mistakes, those 7 to 8 minutes go up to 10 to 15 to 20 minutes. Or even to 25 minutes, as the race is just that long now.
Well, it's even less than that now. So, you know, it's listen, 25 minutes, all the drivers are going to be go near enough full pelt. I think RSK have stopped now. Because the gap is, or at least they're in the pit lane.
Yeah, that's now... strategy call can still play here. We've now known that the pit stops won't close, so you can have your final stop basically a minute before the end.
Yeah, I think they've just had it. Because the gap went from about 130 seconds to is now 80.
Yeah, to RSK. Let's hop back on them. Are they still in there? They've gone out. So 80 seconds, 80 seconds to Hexa. RSK has counted that beautifully. Beautifully done right now. That race, I'm gonna have to say, that's phenomenal. That's breathtaking even. It's going from, I believe, down to from 5th up to the lead here with sadly BMW Zinkfeld and Project A's issues. RSK here has managed to bring the best out of all the heartache that's happened and everything around there. Right now they've brought it together. 23 minutes left in the session.
Yeah, it's 23 minutes left in the session. I don't think I've ever heard anybody call a race a session.
Well,
no, I'm being pedantic.
Oh, you're bullying me.
That's just me. But it's gonna be close. Octo AF 2.5 seconds away. Venus Motorsports, well, he's just been passed by Remo, who's got 10 seconds of a gap now on him. So there's still a couple of fights still there. Don't forget VHK and Yapton are 0.3 seconds, 0.3 of a second away. They have been for quite some time. So,
right at the end, Vigo gets me. That would be quite a heartache. We do final lap. The commentator cast just do one final push lap and to finale. Yeah.
I don't have the game though. That's the thing. So, I don't have the game. I don't have the mods.
Yeah, as we have one battle here that might still go out. Octo AF versus LYS. So after they left the pits, Octo were about a bit more than 5 seconds behind LYS. It's gone down to 4.3 to even 3 seconds. With this gap, what you say? Do you think they managed to get the position before the race ends?
I don't think they come on. Octo AF could easily catch up. It's not a massive gap. They've got 20 minutes just over. Half a second a lap of an advantage and then 5 minutes to pass. Do it on the final lap. Very, very doable. I don't see why not.
Yeah, I mean, these two are completely pushing it till the end. The only drivers out on track who have to push it, or else one loses the opportunity or the other one loses the position. And we don't know yet what of the two will happen, but Octo AF doesn't seem to me there. They are pushing. They're stopping to push. So I'm sorry, I just had a brain blank. So the Octo AF doesn't seem to be stopped pushing, so they might get it here near the end.
Yeah, they are pushing pretty heavily, but so seems to be LYS Endurance. They are really having at it with the Swedish team, the number 9. Behind the 99 PHRL that passed them a couple about 20 or so minutes ago. Hex's gap is just bouncing between 79 and 80 seconds, just a minute and 20, which is near enough a full lap. The full lap's about 90-95 seconds. Is there anything else that's kind of going? Not particularly. It's all been sort of relatively calm. OTL, number 7, could catch for 2nd, but that's a big ask. Likewise, Stryer for 4th.
Whoa, Octo AF. That's not the line through that corner. Internet
What's
issues.
Happened there?
Don't tell me they're gonna disconnect right before the end of the race. That's not what you want to see of a race car. Also, if you're close to this car, you want to have your distance, as obviously the collision still counts even if they fly left to right. So that looked to me that's still actually. They're going to the pit lane. I believe they're... Oh no, I think they're changing drivers here.
Possibly.
Look to me, they're fine now again. What is might be the reason for this pit stop? Let's stay on board to see if they leave.
We'll see.
There they stop. And give them the time to click that leave button. It's just a pit stop. It's just a pit stop. They're staying here for a pit stop. Hopefully the internet issues are going to be resolved during this. And, well, that's going to be a big heartache as they're fighting for P3, I believe that was.
Well, they were fighting for what was P4?
P4, yeah, it was LYS Endurance. And now, Lopen behind is a bit too far behind. But if Lopen has the pace, they might make it here.
Well, they very well they very easily could. Ooh, back end losing it through here. Oh, there's less than 20 minutes left to go as we round off this race here in Fuji, the massive mountain, the mammoth of a racetrack that it is here in Japan, in East Asia, one of the best in this end of the world.
Have there been movies recorded with Fuji being in the background, or?
Oh, there's got to have been, surely. Movies.
I know
with
Iron Man
Fuji
3,
race
Monaco had an appearance. Well, obviously not a racing movie. I'm talking more with Iron Man, with Monaco appearing, but I believe there was also another movie where Monza appeared, but with racetracks, it's always funny to see being a race fanatic and you watch a random movie and then you recognize, let's say, turn 5 out of a corner, like, oh, I know that, I know that. And it's always those moments that make us as racing fans, those moments make it even funnier. It's like you just see a racing driver like have a camera in a movie/series, so a track just appearing on the corner of a camera shot, and like, wait, I know that. That's hilarious. Well, yeah. My expertise is coming to play.
Yeah, I've literally googled movies with Fuji racetrack, and on IMDb it shows it's a TV series called Racing Life with Dilantha Malagamula. I'm probably mispronouncing that.
Just a little bit, maybe.
2016 to 2019.
Well, obviously in a series like that, racing tracks appear.
I don't know what that is, if I'm honest. And it also it's registered when ITV covered Formula 1 and went to Japan in 2007.
I think that in Drive to Survive it had a appearance. I might be wrong, but I think in Drive to Survive it had an appearance.
There's
obviously
there's also literally a movie from 1972 called Love and Death at Fuji Speedway. It's 1972. The overview is by the moviedb.org. The movie was inspired by real-life test driver Yukio Fukuzawa, who on 2nd of February 1969 unfortunately lost control of his Toyota 7 at Fuji Speedway near wherever that is. Unfortunately, I'm not. Nakinata, I think, Japan, and fatally crashed into a signpost in the movie. Keikiyama's pop singer character meets the doomed racer when he happens along, and she's thrown her own records into the sea. From there, things get even cheerier.
Well, obviously the 1970 version of this track is quite a death trap, as I remember after there are tiny walls at the edge of the track after like 2 meters off the racing line. And then you just have a massive amounts of trees. I remember that era of Fuji was quite dangerous. Luckily with Herman Tilke's redesign, it's a bit safer now. It's way safer.
Yeah, it's much safer now. Yeah. Let's get back to what we've got at hand. Chatting with No from ACX Racing. They think they may have lost around 45 seconds of time. What's the gap between them? It's 44.7, so could be interesting. They're still quite happy with the podium. I asked them out of pure curiosity, anything you think could have gone better for you guys across the race? The first thing he says, well, you could have driven quicker. But he also says we pretty much had some sort of small collision resulting in aero damage in every stint, but I think we got away better than most others.
Yeah.
So I think ACX not dissatisfied, but could have gone better. I think that's what I'm getting.
A podium position is still very much respected
definitely.
here. I mean, see it like that. First place, you're the winner of everything. Second place, well, you're the loser of the winner. And then third place, you got your position still on that podium. I mean,
third place is the second best place to be on.
yeah, you're like, I managed to beat, you're the best of the rest, basically, saying like that. You managed to get that final position. Getting second, that's where it hurts. As you know, you lost the win. And you don't get any special. P3 is like, you managed to get that final podium position. You are just enough to be the greatest
And again,
on there.
fourth place is the second worst place because
yeah.
you didn't even get onto the podium.
You missing out on the podium, that is also very hurtful.
That is painful. That is generally pretty painful. 13:30 to go. So that's about, what, 8 laps or so? 8 or 9 laps?
1 minute 30 per lap. That's about
Just over, yeah. So it's like 8 or 9 laps. Is it time plus 1 lap?
time. I believe there's one more lap after this. Yes.
Okay. I thought
With the white
I thought I
flag
read
waving.
somewhere.
With the white flag waving at the end. Yes.
Oh, white flag! White flag! Sorry, I've been watching a lot of American racing recently.
That's what it means, isn't it? White flag.
Yeah,
means
yeah,
the
yeah.
final lap.
White flag is final lap. Sorry, I've been watching a lot of NASCAR recently.
Bit of American racing by a British fan.
Yes. Listen, with regards to NASCAR, I don't like the format, but the racing is pretty good. That's what I'm gonna say.
Well, in NASCAR, it's pretty much rubbing us racing, and sometimes what I don't like is just the drivers taking each other out on purpose because quote unquote I don't like that driver, and I've heard that way too many times.
I absolutely don't approve of that at all. No, but just crashing out for the sake of crashing out sometimes it's just funny.
Overtake for P16.
Way, Arachnid Racing. Could he clear the? No, he can't clear the rest of GT. No way.
Well, there's still an overtake full position near the end of this race. So.
Very true.
But
We could be seeing
also-
another as well because he got the 77 ahead of him as well.
This might be also a chance for Over the Limit taking that slipstream in their favor and maybe getting like a bit of a tow to Silverheads up ahead. So
this would be
this
a
might
battle
spice us
for-
up, yeah.
Yeah, it's really a battle for the GT podium.
Yeah, this might spice things up in the final 11 minutes of the race.
Why not? Absolutely, why not? But yeah, we're on board with the Arachnid 71, I think. One of the Arachnids that's had the worst fate, all things considered. Because they've had lots of drive-throughs, a good few penalties as well. It's an unfortunate situation for them to be in, but sometimes you should gotta make do with the hand that you're given. There's 15th place. This is going to be for position as well.
Yeah, here we go on the inside. Coca-Cola corner. This second time we see a great overtake through here. Wow, that was risky.
And that's helped also by, again, we were talking about this about an hour or so ago, I think. Braking markers. GTs brake earlier, generally, especially for faster corners. Whereas, because they haven't got as much aerodynamic grip as a prototype. That's where that came into effect.
There we go, over the limit, 4.3 seconds behind. It was a bit higher before. Over the limit is slightly catching, but I believe with this rate, just not enough. They need to find those tenths. They need to even find a few seconds maybe to get that podium position. And even if, for us, it's at the very bottom of the leaderboard, if we get rid of all the other classes, this is right up there. And we want to see maybe for the final switch, switch positions, that would love it. But oh, did you see that? About a 1 second gain. Just to say it, they gained a second.
Yeah, you can see the car just there, sort of a little bit in the distance. coming down the front straight here at Fuji. 3.2 seconds to get now. As they're going to cross the line, 3.9. So I think a much better exit for the 77. What's happened to the 71? Because he's fallen back behind the 7.
Oh, let's say pit stop. Let's say spin. Have you missed that? They're in the pit lane. They have gone for a final pit stop 10 minutes before the end of the race. Incredible. Oh, we have to look out for that. MP2 lapping the Silverheads driving. Oh, that did not lose them enough time, which Over the Limit wanted to see. But, oh, there's another car on the outside. Oh, careful! Whoa! Wee.
Nice!
Wee.
Nice one.
Might have nearly been not nice, but incredible car handling from the both of them. But that is bad for Over the Limit as they lost time to Silverheads.
Well, that's part of the reason what makes a good move. The fact that any inches in the wrong direction makes it not nice.
Well, my heart went into the wrong direction.
That's why the best moves are known as the best moves, right? You're thinking, well, let's keep it in Japan, right? You're thinking Schumi and Alonso at Suzuka, right?
Yeah.
At 130R. 1 inch in the wrong way, and Alonso is sent spinning.
I think he'd be sent to the afterworld.
I don't quite think that far, but he would have been sent spinning, right? So, that's why the best moves are known as the best moves, right? Because 1 inch in the wrong way, it can go very, very badly. Think Valentino Rossi, Jorge Lorenzo at Barcelona in 09, I think, or 08, one of the two. Valentino down the inside of the final corner at Catalunya on the final lap, where no such move has ever been done before.
Again, did it. They are into the final LMDH position, so we have LMDHs, LMP2s all split perfectly together. Slightly of Arachnid Racing, it won't be the same with LMP2s and GT3s, but still, we now have nearly all the positions in their classes respectfully. But going back to Over the Limit and Silverheads right onto each other towards turn 10. What is going to happen?
Ooh,
Late dive on the inside.
Can he make a corner? Yes, he can. Block pass? Yes, he does. He's got the inside through 11 as well.
Beautifully done.
Gained there for... that is the Over the Limit car that's got passed for second place overall.
Beautifully done there. What a move. That was very late into the break, but they said, we don't want to wait anymore. We only have 6 minutes left on the clock. Let's just send it there, show ourselves in the mirror. The Lamborghini has seen it, but didn't respond fast enough. And with the Lexus, they just send it on the inside.
Isn't it just brilliant move from the guys so far? Oh my goodness, what a race, what a race. It's been cool, it's been calm, but it's still been very, very good regardless.
Not quite cool as a cucumber, I gotta say. It still was very hectic at some points.
Absolutely. Absolutely,
oh,
it's been hectic.
Over the Limit, slow down. Oh, that was a slowdown for Over the Limit, and Silverheads might have another shot here. 5 minutes till the end. I cannot hold myself still at this chair.
4+1 is roughly, I think, the lap count that we're looking at. So we could be looking at 230 laps. So see, when I said 220, I wasn't too far off on that one. I'm quite happy with that.
25, yeah. Gotta have to think LMDHs are a bit faster. So, yeah, 4 minutes, yeah. 4 laps could still be possible, but my eyes are still on this battle here. Over the Limit now only focuses to gain a bit of distance, but I believe they've just focused a bit too much and went wide out of turn 1. Just don't make any mistakes Over the Limit. You've got this in the back if you keep it ahead, but Silverheads is not happy with that and do want to get that second place.
No, they're definitely going to be having at it, especially because it's second place, and who wouldn't want second place on the grid, especially if you're still fighting with 5 to go, which also you're still fighting with 5 to go for a podium place. That's pretty insane in and of itself.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, we did say P2 is probably the worst position mentally to get, but in this scenario, it's the best we can do. As if you get third, that means you've lost that spot at the middle step. And obviously Silverheads might not be happy to get that, but I believe Over the Limit just has that upper edge on them and
Just about,
slides off into the distance for them.
Yeah, I think they've just about got that extra edge which they need, and it's brilliant to see.
Trak Racing with their pit stop has lost the chance to get these two drivers, while Raimo managed to get finally into LMDH. We can see the gap they had, 582 seconds. How much do you think that is? About four laps?
Yes. How much time again?
586 seconds.
586 seconds. You're looking at more like 6.
Oh, 6?
Yeah, it's quite a while.
Arachnid Racing catching to Lifeless Racing here. Well, still on board with Over the Limit. There's this cars here. Even if bit further ahead, obviously lapping cars still being a big thing that can still switch up the entirety of the positions here. PHL next one to lap Over the Limit. Might there something happen? 3 minutes, 20 seconds. The timer is getting closer to that 0-second mark, and oh boy, can't wait for that to happen. I've been here constantly talking. My voice is also starting to see the end of it, but
I'm
going down to P19.
I've not had to drink in quite a while, but it's going to be brilliant. A little bit of extra news, sort of aside from racing, and I think this is possibly the first time that this might have ever happened. In the Formula 2 sprint race, tied for P8, both Hauger and Bortoletto crossed the line at exactly the same time.
Wow.
At the end of in Monza, so they both have, so they get half a point each.
Oh, that's interesting. Interesting.
Yeah.
That's how they settle it.
I don't know, mate. I'm surprised about that either, but as well. But
are your eyes on the screen or are your eyes on your phone? Nah,
sort of
now with the
flicking
P19
between both. No, I'm joking. No, I'm joking. I had to check something that my mum sent me on Instagram.
Oh, hopefully.
And that showed up on there.
Okay,
And
well,
that-
my
and that
family's on
showed up on
Instagram, but interesting.
Oops.
Anyway,
Sorry.
no, what's more interesting is this battle for
Right.
P18 here.
Right. Okay.
Sorry, what did I say?
That's fine. It's fine. Don't worry.
Right, for P18 here, the battle might come down to just a few attempts. The pending system is just slowly edging their way closer to Team Straya each lap. And it's now gone down to 2.9 seconds towards the final corner here. About one or two laps before the white flag comes out, and then one more lap.
Yeah. So they're probably gonna have. Depends where the leaders are. They're gonna have this next lap, maybe another lap. So 2, maybe 3. Is the lap count that we're talking about, but again, it just depends where the leaders are in terms of the actual time. So this would now the leaders from now would start the penultimate lap. I think is how it would work. As now into turn 1 we go. The leaders are leading by almost 90 seconds, which is near enough a full lap around here. As
On board. After this lap will be the white flag, so then there will be another one. If we're not wrong, this might be also the final lap after he crosses the line here, RSK Motorsports.
1 minute left to go. The penultimate lap is being started because don't forget we've still got +1 to go. As far as we're aware, we've not been told otherwise. So down into turn 1, and I mean, what a strategy the RSK guys have played.
Incredible. I've seen also some other drivers saying, how did they do that? How did they manage to plan it so beautifully? And I gotta say,
I don't know.
they have calculated every possibility in the right direction. So much to plan for, and they've managed to get it correctly here. 88 seconds lead here. That's, I think, a huge lead. And do you remember where RSK started here?
I can quickly find out for you.
Because I believe they started down in P5, and with a great race like this, planning everything perfectly, getting first, beautifully done.
RSK
RSK Motorsports.
second.
I have
They
mistaken.
started second. BMW HWRT started in 5th place.
I've mistaken them. But still, RSK with BMW, Howie Singfold, and Project A running away at the beginning. RSK managed to get it quite beautifully back in the lead with a huge lead. HexAF tried everything. So, we're in the negative now, so this is the final lap here. It's waving white flag might be waving now, unless he goes across the line. It says checkered flag on there.
That might be it. White flag. Okay, cool. So this is the final lap here in Fuji. After just under 6 hours of racing, of chaos, of penalties, of disqualifications, of controversial moments in some cases, it all comes down to another 4-kilometer tour here around this magnificent circuit in Japan. Around 100R he goes for the final time into turn 7, heavy braking, making sure that he gets it right. He's got a 90-second gap so he can take his sweet time with it if he wants to. Coming through the kinks now at 8, 9 and down towards 10. He's got is that Hexa AF behind?
Just about, I believe that's them, yes.
I think he's lapped them then in that case. That's pretty good going for RSK, being the only man on the actual lead lap, which, well, that's pretty interesting. Into 14 for the final time. We spoke to those guys early on in this race. They're two brothers from Holland coming around the final corner now. And I don't think that starting second, this was on their cards, especially by the way that they've achieved it. RSK comes to the line to win the OC Racing Sim Series 6 hours of Fuji. Hexa's been disqualified for missing long pits, but I don't know if that's going to stand. It might do, it might not. It's been sort of a bit glitchy today, so there's going to be counted post-race. That's what we've been. That's what I've been told earlier today. Hexa takes second, at least for this point in time, and ACX takes third place in the standing. Yeah, saying ignore the long pits DQ from Vigo. So the long pits disqualifications are all going to be sorted later on. Arachnid in third place, apparently. Well, no, yeah, because ACX is going to take third place. What a race we've had today.
Yes, yeah, that was beautifully done. Each driver has taken it beautifully, some more than others, but in the end they've all respectfully gotten their position done. That's like can't spun around with happiness.
I think that's the Hexa. Yeah,
I believe, yeah, Hexa round.
Well, the Hexa LMP2 car has won in LMP2, and the 33 lifeless OCSS car has also won in GT3.
I mean, was it even a question? Lifeless OCSS has been flying through this entire race. This is 6 hours and no mistakes from them ever. They fully deserve this position. Fully deserves to get his entire happiness out here. And now with also RSK being very happy here, I mean, they deserve to do their happy donuts.
Oh, absolutely.
Here. Everyone deserves as well. Everyone who survived the 6-hour race mentally, I mean, kudos to everyone for driving for so long on a race like this. It's very mentally challenging to finish a race like this, and everyone has shown that they were able to do it, and kudos to everyone. But obviously more kudos to our winning teams here. They've gotten everything planned to the wire, and they've all done and got it together. And incredible race for this.
Yeah, I can't say much more other than well done to everybody, because that was a brilliant race in its own way. I can't really think of what else to say other than that is going to be very, very good. We're going to have some interviews now as well coming through, as far as I'm aware. But the big headline are that RSK has won the 6 hours of Fuji here for the OC Racing Sim Series. Hexa wins the LMP2 class, and Lifeless OCSS wins the GT3 class. that is how that is going to be looking. And we're going to take another look at the circuit because it's going to be absolutely brilliant. I mean, we've got the race winner coming in. We spoke to his brother beforehand. We've got Sver coming in for an interview post-race as well. We're going to have a look at another look at the circuit that we just raced on, because you can really see the challenge that the drivers had to face. It's 4.5 kilometers of pure pace. I mean, just look at it. It literally looks like a gun. That's why you should be scared.
I'm more associated with always, a gun, yeah.
You can sort of see it. You can sort of see where I'm coming from by saying it looks like a gun.
It kind of fits with the Spa being more of a one-hand gun and Fuji more of a two-handed holding gun. But let's get to the interviews, as obviously we don't want to talk about the.
Yeah, we've got interviews coming in. We spoke to this man earlier. It's Rune, part of RSK Motorsports. You have won the OC Racing Sim Series 6 Hours of Fuji. How does that feel?
It's amazing. We worked a bloody amount of laps for this, and it's amazing to win it with this margin as well. Dead mad practice in this, and it's amazing.
Oh my word. How's your brother feeling?
I will give him to you.
Hi there.
Hi, you've won the race, the OC Racing Sim Series 6 Hours of Fuji. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm really tired. It's been a day. It's been amazing. We had a great strategy, and especially Rune, he drove effortlessly. He made no mistakes, so I'm just very happy.
Yeah, we spoke to him after the first stint, but how was that race for you?
It was tricky at some points. Lots of traffic, of course, so it wasn't always as easy. Luckily, as the race went on, especially my second and last stint, they became a bit more quiet, and I could just drive my race. So just enjoyed it a lot.
I know. You know, you had a 90-second lead. You had lapped everybody, right? But is there something that now that you look at it post-race that you think could have gone a slightly different way?
Well, I made some errors, of course. So those could have gone a bit differently. I may have at some point. It was during the interview with Rune, actually. I made contact with the GT, which was a bit. I could have done better there.
I think we saw that one. Yeah.
But apart from that, it was pretty much just driving on, and a lot of traffic was very nice as well. So the lifeless GT car, especially, they were effortlessly. So it was brilliant.
Brilliant. Have you got anything else, Foxy?
Oh, I want to say, you guys have planned your strategy beautifully. You guys, with those pit stops, you guys had us on edge, as after the final hour, when the final hour came around, you saw everyone around you going for their long stops, while you guys were already done with your full long stops. I had to say, I was confused on if you already had it done, but you guys have planned it beautifully for the entirety of the race, and you fully deserved. Also, with those battles, while your brother was in the commentary booth, we saw on board there's the live battle between, I believe, that was the ACX car. A beautiful battle between them. You suddenly came out of that battle, but in the end, it didn't matter as you won here. So, just show us one more time the feelings you're feeling right now.
Yeah,
I'm just very happy, and Rune is here beside me. He can't stop smiling as well.
I can imagine. Yeah. So what's the plan?
It was amazing.
You guys what's the party after this?
Yeah, brilliant. What's the plan now? What are you gonna do to celebrate?
Well, I think we're gonna order pizza actually. We haven't eaten yet. So
I've not eaten since breakfast either. I should probably get myself some food as well. So chin.
you guys deserve something. The broadcast was very nice to watch as well.
Thank you very much, boy. Right, we'll let you go because we've got a lot in the pipeline. Anything else you want to say on stream before we let you go?
Just thank you for the opportunity, and we loved every moment of it.
No worries. Thank you very much, Rune and Sver Coleman, the winners of the OC Racing Sim Series 6 Hours of Fuji. Thank you very much for coming in, boys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Take care, mates. Right, so and after you guys, we'll have the winner in the GT3, the 33 lifeless OCSS drivers, and yeah, we can't wait to see them celebrate here. They've
Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Cord, how are you, buddy?
Hello. Yeah, we can't be better after the win, right?
Well, that's very true. You've won the OC Racing Sim Series 6 Hours of Fuji in the GT3 class. How was that?
Absolutely awesome. Yeah, it's just feeling great, to be honest. Winning is always great. Yeah, it was a mega race from us. Everyone did the superb pace. Yeah, from the finish, from the start to the finish, it was almost clean race. Yeah. I did a small mistake after I left the pits. I had a small bug. When I came out of the pits, my car went into backwards, rear. I don't know what is it called, in the gearway who went backwards, and the engine was almost red. But luckily it doesn't take, you don't lose time in ACE if your engine is almost gone. Got a spin and yeah, pure. I think we won by pure pace.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that pace you exhibited just across that was brilliant. How do you guys have a lot of training before the race, or was this just sort of like not quite like a last-minute hash, but sort of? Do you know what I mean?
Well, from my side, I can say I didn't train a lot. I started training like 2 days before the race.
Oh, right.
But in fact, I don't need long to learn a track and the car, so I put myself on a comfy side, say, and yeah. My Felix and Okubo trained a bit more. Yeah, shortly before the race, they put me as the starting driver because Okubo for himself said that he didn't want to do the start because of his higher ping as a Japanese driver. Yeah, but I'm used to do starts in other races and stuff, so I was quite confident. Yeah.
Good stuff, mate. Good stuff. I mean, the whole pace that you had in the GT class was just simply stellar, and I can't really quantify much else. How about you, folks?
Well, I have to say, you drive here in qualifying as well. Yesterday, you blew everyone's mind. I gotta say, me and Dan yesterday's qualifying, we were blown out the wind after seeing you guys being half a second ahead of P2. And well, that already showed us that you guys were not scared to show your raw pace during the race. And I have to say, obviously, every time I saw all your onboards, you guys seemed planted for the entirety of the race. And at the end, when I saw you guys being about, what was it, also a lap ahead of P2, you guys were absolutely stellar throughout this race, and obviously fully deserved that final race. So obviously you guys fully deserved. How are you gonna party afterwards? How are you gonna show that you've won this great event here?
Yeah, so first off, Okubo did a freaking awesome job in quali yesterday. That we had this pace advantage in quali. I mean, I'm not looking into leaderboard stuff, and I don't look at times what other people do, so kind of surprised because I didn't know the most of the guys driving here, so it was like a blind go in, what does the competition be like. And yeah, I mean, I'm going to shower right now, and then the champagne, with champagne of course. I think my other two teammates, they are not that sweaty because they are driving with controllers.
Oh, you guys were the controller.
Really?
That's what I
Yeah.
said. You guys were the controller drivers.
Yeah, so I'm not driving controller. I'm driving wheel. So,
Incredible.
but our Okubo and Felix, the last driver who drove the last 30 minutes. Yeah, I don't know how. It's just impressive. I mean, I drive with Felix in other series as well as my teammate, and Okubo is a rival in other leagues, if I say it that way. It's the first time we drove together here, but they are animals on gamepad. That's insane.
Yeah. Right, we'll quickly wrap this up because I think we've got one or two more interviews to come. Have you got anything else to say while we're here on stream?
No, it was just a great event, and we hope we will do more together.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Thank you very much. That's Corn there for you. The GT winner in the 6 hours of Fuji. Thank you, buddy.
Cheers.
Alright, next will be, we're gonna see soon who will be our next interviewee here. I believe it will be one of the LMP2 winners, if I'm not mistaken. Let's check.
Have a look. It's Epic Saber. I can't quite see what team. He's part of the 90 Hexa AF LMP2 car. How are you, buddy?
I am feeling amazing.
Oh, how was that for you?
Oh man, it's really surreal how everything really transpired. I mean, starting P3, we had a terrible start, falling down to P5, and then somehow, some way, we made it up top.
Well,
sorry, say that again.
We haven't understand what you said.
Oh, sorry. I'm pretty far away from the mic somehow. It's kind of a miracle in my opinion how we won this race. I mean, we had a semi-terrible start, falling down to P5. And then after 4 hours, we were up top. It's just a miracle.
I mean, you guys had the luck shot that over the limit has done the slight mistake of getting disqualified by accidentally reversing. At least I say accidentally. It was on purpose for them, but reversing into the pit lane. But that gave you the jump to first. But going from 5th to 2nd isn't an easy feat either. So even if you guys think you guys weren't up there on pace, you guys had it in the bag with that P2. And now getting that lead, getting the lead after that DNF disqualification from OTL. Incredible work, because I said it at the halfway point of the race. Consistency is half the battle, and you guys had the perfect balance between consistency and battle pace that gave you that race win.
Absolutely. I mean, during my 2 hours, we were really pushing, since what we did was one driver did 1 hour, then another did an hour, and then 2 hours, and then 2 hours to the end. So we were pretty well rested, really well focused during the stints.
Oh, that's good stuff. How are you going to celebrate now then?
Oh man, we still do not know, but I am gonna celebrate it with a poster. That's I'll tell you that for free.
Oh, a poster!
Absolutely.
Don't forget to get us in there.
I mean, if you wanna pay, you can be there.
I'm just kidding. Right. Obviously, if you need ideas for a party afterwards, we already have one that gets a pizza party and one that celebrates with champagne. So just a few ideas for you guys.
I mean, it better be good pizza, as I am a pretty passionate pizza judge.
I'm Italian, so obviously I understand you fully. It has to be good pizza.
Yeah. Right. Have you got anything else to say on stream before we let you go? Because I think we've got one or two more, maybe.
Maybe one message to my crewmate Bla or Fotis. Thank you so much for qualifying in P3, because without that we would not have gotten anywhere. And to Hernando and Snacks, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to drive in all of the OCSS races. Thank you very much.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Love to hear that. That's your LMP2 race winner. Thank you very much for coming, buddy.
Thank you very much.
We love the team love here in this series. Obviously, inside the teams, you need to have that bond, and you just showed us greatly. Have a great rest of your evening this Saturday. Still young, still much you can do here.
You too, guys.
Take care.
So So those were our
we
3
go.
race winners. We might get one more to just get a few more insights on how this race
Yeah.
was for the drivers.
I'm just
And,
just looking who we
Jan
got. Let's have a look.
Temka. Oh, I know that name.
Ooh. Hello.
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 How are you, my friend?
I'm fine. I'm having my cupcakes, so I'm fine.
Fair,
21 over the limit.
fair enough.
Because
Your
it's all
cupcakes.
started with them.
Yeah. So for those of you that don't know, Jan is part of the 21 OTL car that got disqualified for reversing into the pit lane. Up until that point, how was your race?
It was all going well. We had the pace, we had the attitude because we were silly in our little voice chat. And overall, we were just having a good time. Actually, we were pleasantly surprised with the gap that we created, which wasn't quite expected, but we went with it. And up until that point, it was all fine, if I'm gonna be honest.
And
Also-
then what happened? Why-
It was all. Listen,
What? I suppose the main question that I've got is why didn't you go for another lap round? Why did you think it was that urgent to at least reverse it?
all I know is that Luca had less than a lap going through the line. He just forgot to go into the pits.
Oh right.
Yeah, and after he wouldn't make the lap, so
Okay.
it was the only thing that I'm guessing the only thing that he wanted to just try and go with it. Maybe avoid streaming eye or stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
to
we-
go on the radar, yeah, like.
Yeah, because we caught it on stream as well, which is
Yeah, I saw that, and it was
Yeah.
the worst case scenario.
Tried
it's
to
like,
get under
oh
the radar.
damn, this happened.
Oh,
Because the thing is,
okay.
Foxy saw the car go. Fox saw the car going slowly, and so we were on from that point, and then we saw you see you pull up, and then just reverse.
We were completely at a loss. We were like, what's happening? Huh?
Yeah, we were shocked beyond belief.
So was I, because I was downstairs.
Did you hear
I
us
was-
screaming?
No, I didn't. I like I said, I was downstairs. I was getting my cupcakes. I come back. I put on my headphones, and there's a complete chaos.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
If it weren't for that, how do you think your race would have finished? I know we're talking hypotheticals here, but should that not have happened?
Should that not have happened? I'm guessing we'd end up in P1. That was very promising, and we were just going with it. But it didn't. Shame, happens. We call it mechanical issue. But also, I have an opportunity to say very good stuff from our second team in GT3s. P2
Yes.
is also very good. So I'm happy for them. I'm happy for our pace, so I guess if the second time comes, we can show our true pace and actually finish.
Well,
Oh, good stuff, mate. Have you got anything, Foxy?
well, yeah, I was about to say, in qualifying, you were really, very fast. You got the pole position, absolutely hammering through that lap. And then, sad to see that after the race, you guys were absolutely flying on your laps. You guys had no competition at all. No one was even close to remotely touching you or getting close to you. Sad to see that. With just one slight misjudgment, everything can fall just like that. But obviously, no hard feelings from anyone, I hope, from your side and from our side. We fully understand that a misjudgment can always happen. Obviously, the first thing that thinks of, I can't complete a lap. The first racing thoughts. No hard feelings from anyone. Sad to see that you couldn't finish the race. You got disqualified, but from then on, you guys were full on up there. So I'm gonna have to congratulate you anyway for being very well, very fast, practicing all this time to put into this race. Congratulations anyways for having such a great race anyway. Until that thing.
Have you got anything else to say while you're on stream to anybody you want to dedicate anything to?
Guessing only to say to Luca that he shouldn't beat himself too much. Mistakes happen, and he was also doing a very good job. Actually, he did put a lap faster than me during the race. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
So that's just all I wanted to say.
Good stuff.
All right. Are you gonna celebrate anyways by eating your happy cupcakes?
I'm probably going to help my girlfriend with her diploma. So.
Ooh, nice one. Right. Well, we'll let you go because that obviously is going to be pretty important.
Absolutely.
Best of luck in the next one, and we'll hope to see you soon.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I believe
that's it. I think.
You're our last interviewee. So, well, do you want to give a final goodbye, or should I give the goodbyes?
I mean, listen, it's been a race of ups, downs, lefts, rights, and middles, and the only thing that's really been a constant is that mounted in the background that you can see. It's been a brilliant race in some cases, not great in others, simple mistakes being made, brilliant strategies being pulled off. And what's happened? We've got a brilliant race overall that played out in strategy, and I honestly, for a 6-hour race, I don't think I really could have asked for much better of a race or much better company. So thank you very much for coming in for us with this one, Foxy. That is it for us here at the OC Racing Sim series for the 6 hours of Fuji. We hope to see you in the next one, whenever that one may be. But for the time being, at least for myself, it's cheerio and see you soon.
Well, I also have to thank you, all the viewers, for watching. Thank you, Casper, for being here in the commentary booth with me, giving me company, as I alone wouldn't have not made it at all. Thanks to all the race direction and also the organizers for creating this absolutely spectacular event, working on it day after day for the past weeks and months. This guy has a lot of work gone into it, and great, thanks for them. Also, thanks to everyone who has donated in the link in the description. Obviously, it's still open if you think there's still something you can donate to support the organization team here. As a lot of work has come into this, so any donation would be thankful. And thank everyone for watching, and also obviously at last, thanks to every driver for giving us such a spectacular race, such a great race to commentate over. There were no blank spots, that we had nothing to say, and thank you to everyone, and main thanks goes to Viggo for organizing this, being the main organizer here.
All right, thank you very much. Take care, everyone. Bye bye.